It's about time. It's about time.
It's about 6 o'clock, ladies and jerks. Buenas noches. Gracias por mirando aquí hoy noche. I'm Stained Haynes. He's Minoxus. And today, we're going to be talking with Songs of Maldorador. I've probably fucked that up, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for joining us for the stream, actually. We will be discussing his book, Red and Black Infinite. Now, first things first. We have to thank people for doing their part. Gruog, thank you for doing your part. And Gondola Diario, thank you for doing your part. I hope he's the fella who's drawn gondolas up in Twitter and learning Spanish through shitposts.
Trying to get those images up. There we go. I think I got them.
Okay. But buenas noches. Now, before we go on, exactly, do you prefer songs? Songs of Maldorador? Of? Or just straight up SOM? Hablamos con nosotros, por favor. Esperando por tu respuesta.
Hey. A little janky just because of how we're positioned.
This is true.
A little janky. But it's fine, right? That's fine. That's kind of centered.
Sorry, my giant fat head is blocking your last name. Hey, everyone, go pick up this book. Go pick up this book. Go. So, ladies and jerks, Tampage is now...
You don't know that.
Oh, well, it's probably Tampage's doppelganger who just gurgles and speaks backwards and just opens his mouth. Ah, this is true. It's probably one of several Monoxus's mistresses. Jeez Louise. So is it do we just call you Songs? Songs of Maldorador? Maldorador? Maldoro. What? Songs of Maldoror. Maldoror. All right. No one corrected me. Come on. I pronounce it as Maldoror. Maldoror. Ah, okay. Well, thank you. Tampage, buenas noches.
Excuse.
Tampage is in the studios, ladies and jerks. And Maldoro, ladies and jerks, please get it right. I've been getting it wrong for the past couple of minutes. Feel free to point and laugh, though. So,
Did you tweet? I hope you tweeted.
yes, I did. Oh, yes, Anatomy of the Heads did a bang-up job. Man, like, his album art is the kind of things you expect to see in, like, coffee table books. Even for his flyer work, it's ridiculous.
Hey.
Ooh, with the throwback. So, very quickly, would you want to go on Tales from the Mall podcast? Yes, I very much would. Ladies and jerks, it is Brendan. He is the man responsible for the isolation chamber, and he is also currently curating a walk through America's landscape through the malls. Tales from the Malls, ladies and jerks. I don't think he can post links, unfortunately, because people are... well, that's how the bot works. But thank you for tuning in, man.
I don't know, maybe. I could probably just find it anyway.
Once upon a time, this guy was Gorgonzola Man. But those days, he is no longer that renegade riding along the American Southwest. Maldoror. Yes, dude, A of the H has skills to pay the bills. Maldoror, tell us about the horrible, horrible dream you had last night. Bless you.
Alright, good enough. Good enough. I'm not tweaking anything else. If you want to tweak stuff, we can tweak stuff later. I ain't doing it.
I had a dream where I had some malware that prevented me from getting to Twitch. Oh, well, that bites. Now, like, was it like a magnificent heads-up modern display of, like, the kind of nonsense you see on the movies, or was it like old school prompt, like you're on IRC or ICQ? What kind of malware are we talking about? Like pop-ups? Hey, do pop-ups still happen?
Yeah, of course.
Huh. Well, everyone's got ad
No,
block
see,
and no
here's
script and all these other things.
Here's the thing. Now that are just regular old ads, it's not even a pop-up anymore. Like, things will just be like, hey, give me permission to give you ads,
Yeah.
or you can't use my service.
Please click on this thing.
Oh.
Gracias. Cheers.
Man giving me estrogen water.
Aw, really? Thanks. Thanks a lot for this carbonized birth control pee.
At least it's not in a plastic bottle, right? Could be worse.
At least. All right, making lemonade. That's what it's about.
Could be doubling down on the estrogen. Plastic and beer? Oh boy.
Every time
That's a little more...
Every time I tried to install some antivirus shit, it would route back to the homepage and get Chinese pop-ups. Old school prompt. You got those pop-ups asking to send a ransom to unlock your PC.
That's a real thing.
Well, I mean, now things have gotten so interactive that before you know it, there's some like senior citizen on the phone with a scammer halfway around the world going, "Enter your credit card number. The Microsoft thing is not working." You know.
Ooh. Itchy.
So, please tell us where we can find Tales from the Mall. Waves 2020. Monoxis has given you permission to post links.
I don't think I did, but you know, because this thing does.
Speaking of which, my aunt's been getting some recently. They're like, she'll pick up the phone and they'll be like, Granny, I need money. Like, literally, like, that's the line.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, yeah, are you serious? Like, no one calls me Granny. Like, click. Like,
I bet you out of like 100 cold calls, 2 of them pick up and they're like, "Carlos, is that you?"
yo, I haven't seen him in 50 years, but like, yo, he needs money now.
All right, Waves 2020. All right, you have permission to post links. Don't fuck this up.
Assuming that this wants to work, this shit never works. Ever. It's unfortunate, but every time I give someone permission, it just...
Every time you give someone permission, you know, Skynet sends a time traveler robot to murder the mother of the leader of the future resistance.
And Switch is like, cool, permission to post links. And then someone posts a link, and it's like you posted a link, and then it's like flags it immediately. I don't understand.
And then Sarah Connor, the future, the mother of the future leader of the resistance, raw dogs it with a time traveler to give birth to the resistance leader, who then causes Skynet to. We're not going to get into this tonight, all right?
I mean, technically, if you really want to, because I know that you've got this obsession with the whole like raw dogs it with him. Like technically, if something were to happen to her in the future,
if she was on birth control, John Connor would have never been born.
Yeah, but I'm saying in terms of like the whole height of the AIDS crisis thing, like John Connor is probably well aware of who he sent back and who banged his mom and if that person had AIDS or not. Specifically because he probably survived long enough to see whether or not his mom died of the AIDS.
Do you think they were even able to blood test like after the rise of the machines?
I just think he would know if his mom died of AIDS or not, so he knows the state bet to send that guy.
Yeah. Don't send back Larry. He's got these weird sores all over his face.
We're not sending him back. We're sending back someone who can functionally like do the job, and also is safe to bang my mom.
Yeah, don't send back Richie either. He's got herpes.
Do you think he trained his father?
That would be hilarious.
He probably had to, right?
He had to have at least vet him and know what his deal
Yo,
was, right?
it's like Gene Vet, like the dude that was going back to smash his mom.
Technically, he didn't, because it already happened, you know?
Right, but...
So he meets this Kyle Reese guy, who's probably like a fucking teenager when he's a grown-ass man, and he remembers his mom was being like, yeah, Kyle Reese, and it's like, fuck, now I gotta train this dude.
Wait, so are we... So is there an unsung... unspoken, unwritten scene where Kyle Reese and fucking Eddie Furlong are like, Dad, son, like, no, because fucking Kyle Reese died.
They never meet him.
No, he doesn't meet him until the future, which doesn't exist when it's happening in the past.
Well, technically, according to the rules of the actual canon of the movies, not counting the new shit, after 2, there is no dark future.
Oh, this is...
Because they successfully stopped it.
Right, they're out of the cycle.
And nothing continues. Everything after that isn't canon as far as I'm concerned. Even the movie that he came back for to completely obliterate his own timeline, I'm like, go fuck yourself, that movie sucked. Why even come back?
Kool-Aider, thank you for joining us. And yes, that is a damn fine bathrobe.
Pretty good.
Strong women.
Crucial. Crucial. Thank you for joining us, amigo. Maldoror goes, he doesn't die in Genesis, but that's an awful film. Like there's dog shit, and then there's like human remains in a sawdust pit, and then there's Genesis.
There's Terminator 1 and 2, and then everything else is fan fiction. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I'm sticking with.
High production quality fan fiction.
Because 1 makes sense in its own like contained universe. 2 is a perfect sequel, if not a better film in general than 1, and it completely closes off the story. And it ends it with a nice bow on it, and everything is like, you know what? With like, you could probably find like a continuity error here or there, whatever. But that's hard to pass on. Like,
the
story ends perfectly.
So after 2, there's no more dun 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 dun.
That's right. I mean, to me, 2 is the end.
All right.
And when they were like, we're making an official 3rd movie, I was like, cool. But this better explain how it's happening still, even though we successfully stopped it in the 2nd movie.
Right.
And their excuse for that was, let's kill off the main character and be like,
and introduce strong, brave, Latinx young woman.
Yeah, and they introduce new characters, and it's like, wait, so they did stop Skynet, something else happened. Which effectively just sets up the like, so there's no winning because even if you stop the Google AI, the Apple AI does it anyway. You know what I mean? Like,
and if you wipe out Apple, Spotify is crawling through the earth itself.
There's a Linux machine somewhere that's like the hyper version of Skynet that's already won, and it's the reason why the other 2 exist.
Watch out! The Gentoo killbots are coming.
Yeah, so like, fuck that. That's so stupid.
Maldoror goes, the Chinese pandering in Genesis is bad. Yeah, that's putting it nicely. The next one goes woke and destroys everything in the first 2 movies were about. A movie about the future war could have been good.
There technically was one, right, with Christian Bale?
Yeah.
Like, that showed what the war was like, and kind of like what John went through. That would be a cool concept.
Pith Crew. Hey, back at ya.
Yeah, that one.
That was Salvation.
It wasn't terrible, it just was unnecessary.
So Pith Crew, excuse me, Pith Crew. Now, even though you are fond of the Pith, what is your preference? Are you partial to White Rhino, the drone? I'm not sure if you're old enough to remember that. I know that loud is no longer the parlance of the times, so tell us, what exactly are you a connoisseur of? Salvation is the least bad of the sequels. Well, that's kind of like comparing vomit to shit to make vomit look better. Very quickly, Pith Crew, and while you're kicking around that answer behind your eyes, we're here with SongsofMaldoror, who had written Red and Black Infinite, as you could see over our shoulders.
And you can kind of see.
We are joined here in the studio by this gentleman, and here in the studio, live, physically and presently, and not through a TCP/IP connection, is Tampage. Say what up, Tampage.
What's up, guys?
So, very quickly, I would like to jump into one topic in particular in regards to this book. So, page 9, Princess Diana was assassinated because she was pregnant with a Saudi heir. The British monarchy owns large amounts of land and hold political sway through their land ownership. Because Diana was pregnant with a Saudi child, the royal family didn't want Saudi influence over their land. Now, everyone, stretch out your legs. Don't go grab a glass of water. Things are going to get silly. I will address Kool-Aid before I run my mouth. This goes on for a while.
Don't address Kool-Aid.
Tell Tampage to walk in front of the camera again so we can see that dump truck.
Damn, how did I know?
So, there was a white car chasing Diana's car. It was pulling alongside and the occupant taking photographs. The car chasing them and led to Diana's driver speeding and swerving and crashing. The press never likes to talk about that white car, as it is controversial. The driver was a French photographer who lived in Paris. After the crash, the police sought him out but couldn't find him. So they contacted the guy's brother, and his brother told him that he had not heard from his brother in some time. The French authorities told him to contact him immediately if he knows his brother's whereabouts, or if he had ever gotten in touch with him. After the French authorities had gone, the guy later realized that his brother may be at the family home. The brothers had grown up in a farmhouse in the countryside about 6 hours away from Paris, where their parents had passed away and the brother had inherited, and they'd used it as a holiday home and a weekend retreat if they ever felt the need to take a break from the city. That city, of course, being Paris. So he wondered if maybe his brother had fled there and was hiding out. He didn't notify anyone, and now his brother's car wasn't out in front, his brother wasn't inside, and it was too late to drive back to Paris, so he stayed the night. He slept in a room at the back of the house, and in the morning he opened the curtains and saw out the window at the end of the farmhouses what looked like an old scrapped car. He had went downstairs, and outside he looked, and it was strange how it got there, and was a burnt-out car, and there was a dead person in the driver's seat, and that dead person was his brother. He immediately repurposed to the authorities whom had confided it was his brother that was sitting in the car, and it turns out forensics had concluded that it was gasoline that started the fire. Of course, there was gasoline in the car, but, like, you know, gasoline splashes in the soil around it. All right.
Sure.
He didn't look like he had struggled because a person set on fire in that way would writhe and flail around, but the body just sat there as if almost he was dead before being set on fire. The French authorities quickly ruled it as a suicide. His brother doesn't believe that his brother would drive 6 hours away to commit suicide, nor does he believe that he would do it in such a painful way. The British press never mentions that story. In fact, all British Allied countries' peers and presses never mentioned this at all. So, Tales from the Memory Hole. I was reminded of this when reading your book. Can you elaborate a bit on...
You got a couple of things.
All right. I know that because the powers that be tried to frame my dad as being responsible, my dad's crew was called the K-Team, and Dodi Al-Faid's father was told that my father's crew was responsible. Of course, he wasn't involved at all, but it was just to waste Al-Faid's time. The wild goose chase. So that is what SOD references, and princes die impaled on Dodi's might. And the circle is complete. Goth Hippie Panda goes, I have been told Paris smells, so this makes sense. Perhaps it is an equal blend of no bathing, dog shit, croissants, and overpriced cheeses. I wonder if their zinc roofs smell too. Thank you for joining us, Goth Hippie Panda.
Possibly. Although I will say that as far as the Paris thing, there was once upon a time where I was like, I kind of want to go see parts of France.
Mm-hmm.
And then I looked on the internet and saw that, like, when you're sitting at certain places to eat, like outside in the, outdoor eating, there's military clerks with,
Oh yeah,
high power weaponry.
there's a
because the area is just not, like, there's no-go zones. And I was like, I'm not going to France anymore.
there's a term in Japan
Hard
called
Paris.
Paris syndrome, and where your expectation of Paris, which has been romanticized through popular culture,
Yeah.
and even reading about the historical shit, and then you go there and you're like, ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Paris syndrome, look it up.
It's kind of gross.
So, can you elaborate a bit on, first of all, holding political sway through their land ownership? Now, obviously, the British monarchy dates back for some time, but, half Saudi son now owns exactly what from the British crown? Exactly how would a Saudi child now being the heir in a royal family, like, walk us through. Like, let's say Princess Diana wasn't killed. What happens? Like, presumably the kid doesn't get whacked until he turns 18. Like, what happens?
You're saying, assuming that she doesn't die, the kid gets to reach maturity, and they let that kind of transfer of power happen, more or less. I mean, I don't know how the...
No, but, like, what happens?
Works.
Suddenly, like, now, by virtue of having Saudi blood in the royal family, now he's, like, a dual citizen? Like, what exactly happens?
I guess the kid would get the Saudis involved in their business. I assume they would try to, but could he? Because, if I'm not mistaken, like, there are people in the British royal family who have clear, like, clear power, like, the clear line, bloodline-wise, to take power if the queen were to be gone. And those motherfuckers are still being told, like, you ain't getting shit. You know what I mean? So, like, there are people above even, like, royal bloodline.
Or you could marry into it, like Meghan Markle.
Yeah, you could. But you also could still marry in, and they can be like, yeah, in name and title, sure, you're one of us, but, like, you get shit.
I guess the child would get the Saudis' involvement. Okay, no, wait. So, does it work in the sense that, like, estates around the world are owned by the British Crown and the soil underneath the estate? Like, exactly, like, what are we talking about? Like, multitudes of condos and penthouses? Of course, any royal family would have, like, vacation homes that make even the finest of dachas in the Russian countryside look like some sort of crap shack in the Ozarks.
Yeah, it's the soil beneath the estate that they own. I believe that's similar how it is, in most places, even here. If you, like, that's why you have to rent buildings.
Oh, shout outs to the Ozarks. I'm just comparing to a fucking dacha, I'm just saying.
But, like, you have to rent locations because the
Watch a
land...
moonshiner kill me in my fucking sleep because of that comment. I'm sorry.
The land is owned. Buildings are what you're actually paying for. Which I think is why there are some people who actually own land in New York that aren't, like, government. and it's incredibly valuable because
You can
it's
own
hard to own
you
land.
can own land in like the outer boroughs, but Manhattan pretty
Yeah.
much no. Pretty much no.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all owned.
Yeah, the amount of Manhattan that's probably privately owned, the land underneath them too is like 5%, 10%.
Yep.
Of that entire mass.
I've
of
always
all those
wondered.
buildings.
I always wondered if, like, during the '80s, there were like crazy, insane Japanese billionaires who were like, "I want the soil underneath Rockefeller Center because I see it on the SNL. I want that soil." Like, I've always wondered if, like, I'm pretty sure there have to be like a paper trail establishing who owns what in Manhattan, unless it's a
I'm sure.
shell company through a shell company through a shell company,
Also,
right?
it's been handed off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For all we know, someone had the deed to that land, and it was like, how much for it? That's what. Here you go. And
It's been like
circulated.
in a safety deposit box, like
Yeah,
40.
But
like,
someone's got that paper. It's like, no, I own the
40
land.
ground.
No.
I can do whatever I want with that land. I can demolish your buildings
Oof.
if I wanted to.
I'm surprised there haven't been like insane like syndicate like low level like skirmishes in places like Manhattan where like imagine like Vancouver and Hong Kong triad start buying up property outside of Chinatown and then things get messy. They finally squash Little Italy, which is just like a 2-block radius. Like at least here in New York City.
That's because most crime, at least in like places like New York, have gone digital. It's not physical anymore. They're not like, who cares?
Oh
about
no, crime has been going up, my friend.
No, I don't, shootings but you're talking about syndicate style stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all
no more-
gangs and whatnot.
No,
yeah.
no more Yakuza fighting with katanas in the street.
Yeah, you know that.
Not to mention, some of our biggest mafiosos ended up getting into politics and the police force.
Yeah.
So, like, why play, like, street gang hustler bullshit where you put all your boys, like, in a line of fire when you can be like, I'm just going to marry you into the family and give you a government job. I'm going to become mayor and make you the fucking head of the police.
Yeah.
I'm going to get all my goons badges.
I'm not a serial groper. I'm Italian. Kool-Aider goes, there's been a king or queen of England for at least 100 years from what I've heard. I mean, I've heard like 106, but I mean, I no cited sources. That guy's fucking crazy. There was a bot. Thank you, Monoxus. Maldoror goes, I got a friend in Manhattan, and the crime has gotten worse. He likes Manhattan being scary to tourists. Ooh. I mean, like, listen, like, this city has gone from cesspool to Singapore in about 25 years, and it's on the way back, baby.
Well, I mean, those tourists ain't seen nothing yet.
Personally,
We're
all
just
the other
getting there.
boroughs are pretty good, except for the Bronx. And the only thing I'd say about Manhattan is like, don't go between like 40th and 20th Street. You're good.
No, listen. Manhattan, once the sun goes down, all bets are off.
You also don't want to be anywhere near, like, the 100th Street.
No, I think Harlem's fine. Anything above Harlem is like Washington Heights.
No, but
there you
listen,
start getting-
There's parts
for
of
the
Harlem that are-
listen. For the past
iffy.
couple of years, things have been quietly flying under the radar that no one finds out about unless you read the Astoria Tribune, the New York Post, or you have that app where it shows you where people get fucking stabbed.
Yeah.
And like right outside the track and field side of Astoria Park, fancy nice house with the colonial columns and top triangle shit, and like
making bombs, right?
oh no,
Yeah,
in that house. Someone broke in and killed a couple with a knife, and yeah, there was
There's a guy making bombs over there.
and there was another dude making bombs. Like that's not. It's we're on the way back, baby.
As far as that like stabbing app, because I have that app and I have it set to like a wider range.
Stab app.
Well, I mean,
Are you talking about like Citizen?
yeah, things like that.
Yeah.
Stab
You
app?
can set it specific.
And I got like specific areas, so I'm like always waiting to see like where it's popping off. And I swear, back to like what we were saying before, I'll have all of Manhattan covered, most of Queens, parts of Brooklyn, and a little bit of that Bronx area where we get a little close to it over here.
Mhm.
I swear, 90% of the pop-ups I get about violent crime or stabbings or anything like that,
Brooklyn, Bronx.
it's like Harlem.
Oh, really?
Harlem. Like it'll be like stabbed in Harlem, assault in Harlem, person run over in Harlem, some shit over here. Harlem, some shit over here. And like non-stop.
But not the body, like
I'm just
African
saying,
American Harlem.
non-stop Harlem. And I've got like parts of the Bronx, I've got the other end of like Manhattan, I've got most of Queens. Queens has its fair share of shit, but
Right.
like every other thing is like someone else was stabbed
Telling
in
you,
Harlem.
man.
Someone else was stabbed in Harlem.
Maldoror
On the
goes.
3 train, somebody was stabbed. Like,
Oh, on the D train, the D stands for dancing.
I haven't been afraid of Harlem in at least like 15 years.
Well, it was different back then, but once Starbucks showed up, everything.
Yeah.
Maldoror goes, he was mugged once and he still likes the city. He might be moving up because of COVID, though. Ah, he's scared of Chinese long herpes.
Yeah, that's just scary.
XTII. Yo, hey, dudes. Blessings to you in chat. Mewtwo, is that you? Mr. 92. Ah, is that you? Please let us know. And if it is you, gracias por mirando aquí hoy noche.
The psycho murder hobos are all over New York. They're not just in Harlem.
I probably messed up your name, so please
Funny
correct
enough,
me.
Maldoror's other thing I heard was, are there a bunch of killer homeless people in Harlem? Kind of. I mean, here's the thing: you can never confirm if they're homeless or not. There's a lot of
That
homeless
Asian
stuff.
lady, like
When they got pushed.
that
in the
got
train.
pushed. Was that in Harlem? I don't think so.
No, that was like
Yeah.
I think it was
Man,
like
this
42nd.
this white supremacy is getting out of control.
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Man,
Do you know what color the guy was that pushed her on the tracks?
spiritually white.
Yeah.
Maldoror goes, there's a movie called Crazy Murder about a schizo homeless guy in Manhattan who kills random people and covers his face in shit. Good movie. Hey, it's probably happening right now. Off where you have like that power plant near Alphabet City, where interestingly enough, it's funny how in Manhattan, sometimes you could walk down an avenue and then you go to Avenue A, Avenue B, Avenue C, and then before you know it, there's like the projects and then the brief pocket of like a power plant and the hood.
Yeah.
So that's probably happening right now as we speak. You breathed life into it here in Meat Space, so Maldoror, this is on you. Now, very quickly, ladies and jerks in chat, if you're just tuning in, we are here with Songs of Maldoror and Tampage here in the studio. So, Songs of Maldoror had written a book that you could see over our shoulder, Red Black Infinite. And I must say that at times it is a poetically morbid book with visionettes that range from what really qualify as super predator pieces, occasionally dips its toes into espionage. One, I don't want to call it, it's not a gimmick, but it is something you deliberately did, and there are quotes on every page. All right? Before I go on, I'm curious, what made you decide to make that format, that deliberate format of quotes on every page, which, by the way, range from Nikolai Tesla, the Reverend Jim Jones, Marquis de Sade, and, a lot of Jim Jones towards the end, actually. Exactly. Yes. Oh, we need glasses for that, though.
Oh yeah.
Ladies and jerks, if you see him
In
reaching,
fact, this is the last bottle. I've been buying all this shit off the shelf.
I have a request.
It's fine for me.
Would you be adverse to sitting over here just so I'm not reaching the hand and arm across the camera?
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. I don't mean to fucking bother you. Thank you for the carbonated birth control pee and the.
Like a chocolate cream pump.
I would love one, as a matter of fact. Yes, and thank you for the drink. I've never had that before. The Whistler.
Also, don't worry, I brought whole grain healthy snacks for you too.
This fucking guy.
Those things are gross.
So, I look at how Maldoror goes. It's all about how quotes and what we take in influences us. All right, that's more than a fair point. Look at how movies and books always open with a quote to legitimize it. Not all, but that is a reoccurring theme. And it almost feels like you expect an opening quote. Hell, even Blood Meridian has 3 quotes before you read one of the greatest books of all time.
I feel like, I don't know, I don't know. It depends. Sometimes I see quotes, and like a quote in the beginning of a movie can also just be like a very clear-cut sign of like, this movie's gonna suck, and the person who made it thinks that they're more artistic than they actually are.
Okay.
So they hard up with like a quote that's completely irrelevant, but they thought it was relevant, but they like misquoted.
More than a valid point.
But like, I don't know. I also don't really memorize things with quotes in the beginning of them.
Maldoror goes, the Nightmare on Elm Street movies all open with quotes. Ooh.
Do they? I don't remember.
So,
I haven't seen it in a long time.
you
Yes.
madman.
Yeah. Figured I'd only show the eyes.
Well, you don't have to fucking wear the mask now, you madman. The camera's over there.
No, I know. I'm getting ready.
You prepping? You doing jumping jacks and push-ups? And I thought, okay, let's show everything that influenced someone. So, okay. Rather than transmutate that influence, you just straight up invoke them. All right, I dig that. So we take all the shit that influenced us and we create our own material leading to new quotes. So every other page is my own additions. Excellent point.
Oh, that's adorable.
Mm.
It was such a good
My editor saw the same thing. Now, did you find one? Or did you seek it out? Or did an editor find you? Like, now, we have plenty of time to discuss the book, but walk us through the process. Walk us through the process of out of head into universe
Also, to
with
be
this
fair,
book.
he read the book. I have yet to read the book, so I'm going to need some explanations about said book eventually.
Right. Oh, I've discussed the book with him before he streamed.
Yeah.
All right. So, and by the way, it should be noted that the book is an excellent litmus test. Like, in the first 2-3 minutes, if someone does not recoil in horror and they want to know more, well, you've got yourself a reader, my friend. That's why my quotes are in all caps, to make it a little obvious, because it might be too confusing. Oh, well, all right. But you see, the all caps quotes are what end up making it seem like, see, a perfect Super Predator piece is informative, schizo, and funny. And the whole, as a piece, happens to fit those criteria. The all caps quotes do sometimes qualify as schizo and bordering the line of funny at times.
Thank you for big quotes. I big dum dum.
That's what I wrote it during the darkest period of my life about 2.5 years ago, and it's just essentially a download of my consciousness. Like exercising things and putting it to rest, perhaps? Perhaps. I have the same mental image of someone downloading another person's brain and being horrified at what they see. Oh, dear sweet Jesus. Yeah, that would be incredible. Because, like, all you're seeing is the outside. And you know what? You could be closer than close to someone, and you could hardly get a glimpse into the things about them. Like, you could want to be closer than close to someone. And, like, you can live with them. And you'll only at best get glimpses of, like, what keeps them up at night. What do they return to during private moments of thought and quiet moments of reflection? Like, what hand do they wipe their ass with? When it's like 4 a.m. and their chin is in their hand and they're looking out the window, what are they thinking about? You only get glimpses of that. So sometimes writing is an excellent way to.
No, you're good.
Oh, what do you need?
It's fine. It's fine.
So sometimes writing allows people to,
Made
I
a frame for
suppose.
the green screen.
I suppose what Ernest Hemingway said, just bleed over the typewriter. So,
Imagine downloading Soros.
a trepanation. Mr. Sunday Word over here. I bet you fuck people up in Scrabble. Imagine downloading Soros's brain. Oh, no. I imagined you would have like 3-4 people just put it on, and in seconds, just like, and then hit the floor, unable to process and comprehend, like, the immeasurable suffering that he's brought about in the world. Even though, like, what they're feeling just for a brief moment, that's what keeps him alive. He will live longer than Keith Richards. Keith Richards cannot be killed by conventional means, and neither can George Soros.
Keith Richards gonna die of a heart attack, and everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, he's dead."
Finally.
Yeah. It's...
All right, well, what about this? All right, Maldoror, what about Ed Kemper? I imagine some people would go to Ed Kemper's brain and be like, because this guy's got a lot of mental agility, and he has, like, what, a 151 IQ? Like, Ed Kemper gave himself in, and second of all, he improved the aptitude test they give to people to see if they're fit to leave jail and or if they're a serial killer, because he cheated on it as an adolescent in San Quentin prison. And he helped the prison reform their test. And you know what? He's recorded over 10,000 hours of audiobook. Like, I'm curious about that. There's a timeline where Ed Kemper never gave up. And, I don't know, like 47 he probably gets before he gets caught.
I don't know. I know this is a hypothetical download someone else's brain.
He's a big fuck. You can't miss him.
But I feel like if you could download someone's, like, consciousness and thoughts, you wouldn't have an adverse reaction, because now you would have their consciousness and thoughts.
I'm gonna go back for a second. It's like,
No, but you're in a different meat cage.
Sure, but if you're, like, putting their brain into your head, would you not assess things like they would?
What if it's a man and a woman's brain and vice versa? Then what
I'm
happens?
just saying, under the hypothetical, you gotta consider.
I believe it was yesterday Meatloaf died, and, like, I teared up a little bit, and I listened to Bad Out of Hell 1 and 2 in their entirety. But, like, if I found out tomorrow that Keith Richards died, I would have been like, so what was the score, like 1,701 against the devil?
Louis Anderson also died, which is funny. Does that mean, like, all these like lard lads and Porky Pukes are dying off left and right? No, like, Norm Macdonald dies, and then suddenly that sets off a chain reaction.
Well, Norm died of cancer, though.
Yeah.
I think so far we have basic confirmation that, like, because we've got, like, Betty White, He was recently vaxxed. No surprises there.
Bob
Bob
Saget.
Saget, recently boosted, died. Meatloaf, anti-vax, dead. I don't know about Louis Anderson, but like, I'm noticing a trend of like, oh wait, old and fat, the people that this virus, regardless of vaccination status or not, kills them. Like, it doesn't matter what he did.
Fat.
He was old. He was like 65,
And he got
had a lot of heart
and,
problems.
and he got the gene altering mystery fluid.
Yeah. But to be fair, he was also a long-time drug user and had heart issues already. So yeah, you have a virus that attacks people who have poor lungs and heart.
Now
People,
hang
sick
on,
people,
too cool
and
for
old people.
fluoride. We'll get to you. Hang on. Maldoror goes.
I don't know if it was confirmed, but it was definitely talked about.
Yeah, people could be sympathetic to Ed. Well, it depends. I mean, we'll get to that.
Thank God.
Meanwhile, they download a politician's brain and go insane when they're looking behind the curtain. I want to know what's happening in the fucking Moloch pit, all right? My dad would tell me CIA shit when I was like 8 or 9, and it was definitely a peek behind the curtain. Bob Saget, too. Kool-Aid goes, Hank Aaron died last year after getting the vax. Oh, that is just depressing. Really? American hero and treasure, Hank Aaron. That is fucking... Everyone in chat, can you press F for Hank Aaron? I'm really sad and crestfallen to hear that.
Did you not know about Hank Aaron dying?
No, and I'd rather hear it from Kool-Aid than most people I know.
Whatever, fuck Hank Aaron.
So, fuck you.
I don't give a shit about these people.
Too cool for fluoride, no more life but Louis. I remember that one episode where he was selling perfume from door to door because, like, when fucking one cartoon went off and it was on a commercial, like, oh, fuck it, I want to do what the fuck the other thing. So, one of them was Life with Louis, and he was selling perfume door to door. And he was advertising to one of them, and it's really hard. Louis Anderson must have had the hardest life, because imagine he talks and people just sarcastically repeat everything that he says back at them, because he's got such a dumb, fat voice. And among the perfume he was selling was everything under the sun, was just little bits of perfume all in one bottle. And I always thought, that's clever. Okay. You could probably sell that to someone, and because you can't compare it to anywhere else.
That's fair. I'll give him this, though. Knowing, as he was getting older, he was going to have that kind of problem with his voice, at least he made a career where it became more of a, like, a trait that people praise and enjoy, you know, because he's famous.
Right.
Where if he was just some schlub working, like, a corner office somewhere, everyone would be talking the illest shit about his voice.
Yeah.
You know? Like a regular day-to-day job.
Right.
Everyone drives him. But, like, I'm famous. I'm Louis Anderson.
He was the host of Family Feud, and now he's in purgatory.
It's kind of how, like, all these gross bastards in Hollywood still get passed.
Thank you, chat. That means a lot to me. Kool-Aid goes, he died 1 year ago today, as a matter of fact. Ah, how serendipitous, although the circle is not closed.
I don't believe Kool-Aid. I'm just going to put it out there. I know I can fact check him right now. I'm just not going to.
Too cool for fluoride goes, just remember his dad getting PTSD from someone knocking on the door. Nuclear family, thank you for joining us, hermano. Maldoror goes, I was surprised that Louis' father was abusive. The cartoon seemed like a tribute to his dad. Now, it turned out to be like a fictional If I Had a Dad cartoon. So, now real quickly, in regards to Red Black Infinite, things you expect from gory animes in the 80s, amidst you guiding the reader down to musings and memories, titillating tales of espionage and lurid scenes that are over as soon as it starts, kind of like violence in Cormac McCarthy books. Like, was it deliberate to have just page-length pieces or only filling one page at a time? Sometimes with 2 or 3 bits. Was that deliberate? It was Cope. Oh, no.
The cope was from earlier.
Ah.
I think something to do with whatever the hell we're talking
Oh,
about.
no, what we were talking about earlier. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
1 page at a time. So that was a deliberate choice. Ah, okay. So, in no particular order, I would like to discuss this book with Mr. Maldoror, if you don't mind. So I can alternate between 1 page with real quotes and then my quotes. Hey, that's sharp. That's a lateral move. Then it culminates with the page in all caps. Ah, so it is more than just the sum of its parts. I dig that. Now, the very first page, you could have went in any number of directions, because at the top of the page, there's the text, alongside over 1 billion discarded lives, with each using the other to climb out. And at the bottom of the page, I crawl through the tunnel and see others behind me. I kick out the support beams and let the tunnel collapse, so I cannot be followed. That's the beginning of like 17 fucking things right there. Like a mystery, horror, an RPG, some sort of fucked up survival mode multiplayer game. What an excellent setup. Because the very first page, and when you read something, a lot rests on it. Like if you've ever read No Country for Old Men, it's just Sheriff Ed Tom Bell telling you how he doesn't understand the world and the direction it's going in. All right? And right out the gate, this, so,
Something about the opening.
the opening was important, so I make it absolutely positively clear I am not creating a how-to guide for other people. Also, you turn to any page and you just get into it like Naked Lunch. William S. Burroughs. You know, it's funny. He invented the cut-up technique, among other things. He had an orgone box, and Kurt Cobain visited him, and among other things, William S. Burroughs said, that boy frowns for no good reason. True story. I wanted to avoid making a Kaczynski tome. Well, I mean, you'd need a budget and a small private army to pull off the things in Red, Black, Infinite. I read a lot of Burroughs. I read Naked Lunch and Maldoror when I was 16. Aha! So, memory serves me correctly, William S. Burroughs was playing William Tell with his first wife, and it's kind of up in the air whether like she was Get Got or it was Oops Sorry. Back to back. It sent me on the path of writing. Touche.
Haynes, give me a synopsis of this book for chat.
Oh, okay. So,
Anyway, I'm the writer here. I want you to say it.
okay. So, I would like to read from my prepared statement that I just referenced earlier, but if I had to tell chat what this book is about, visionettes that range from the poetically morbid and macabre to the kind of things you expect from gory anime in the 80s, amidst you guiding the reader down musings, memories, titillating tales of espionage, and lurid scenes that are over as soon as it starts, like violence in a Cormac McCarthy book. You know, some of these pages, many of these pages, in fact, and I would say as a whole, for it is more than the sum of its parts. There's like a very good Super Predator piece, because the three pieces of a good Super Predator piece is informative, schizo, and funny. And, well, you could find it here at Red Black Infinite.
Oh boy.
While writing prose, I read Clive Barker's Books of Blood when I was 15, and I started writing a more traditional horror. Now, outside of literature, is there anything in horror that is, I suppose you are keen to, it gets your tail wagging, you are fond of, you dig, you enjoy? Friday the 13th. Nightmare on Elm Street. Good call on Nightmare on Elm Street. Fucking quotes in the beginning. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch all the fucking movies to confirm.
I don't recall quotes.
Or just like fast forward to like a minute and 30 seconds into each one.
Yeah, it's online. I'm sure they're already somewhere. I just didn't really think about that. I haven't seen them in so long. I also don't believe you, but
I've only seen the first one once upon a time. And then it was like, holy shit, Johnny Depp's here. And then what's going on? And then Manual for Home Defense. And then dun dun dun.
because I love Italian horror films and experimental art house horror. Eraserhead, Begotten, Mandy. Oh man, he likes the same kind of weird, creepy, pervert stuff that Jay does.
Really?
On Red Letter Media.
So Too Cool for Fluoride goes John Carpenter movies. Hey, that's always a safe bet. Well, not always. Almost always.
1980s in particular. Yeah, Carpenter's got a lot of good stuff from that era.
Lucio Fulci. All right. If you had to recommend 3 Lucio Fulci movies, what would they be? Pumpkinhead. Ooh, what the comeback classic. Lucio Fulci and Werner Herzog are my biggest cinematic influences. Best horror movie in my opinion. Pumpkinhead.
Pumpkinhead's a weird one. I don't know if it's the best, but
It's a pretty good Misfits song on that album Michael Graves was on, too.
it's definitely out there. Weird concept, though. Very weird concept.
All right.
It's like a vengeance demon.
Cough it up, buddy. 3 Lucio Fulci movies. I'm waiting on you.
The Beyond, Don't Torture a Duckling, and either Zombie or City of the Living Dead. There's one of Shock's one, The New York Ripper. No, I've never heard of any of these. Also not big on horror films, so what would I know?
All right. Well,
Neither am I.
I would like to know, and if chat wants to know, you've got it right there. So, I just want to shock someone the New York.
I like thrillers, not like classic horror.
I feel like the only horror movies I really enjoy now are like that 80s, 90s era horror.
Yeah.
Where it was more about actually having interesting plots or like fun effects like the Nightmare movies.
Oh,
where the
I have
kills
a-
are interesting.
I have a very soft spot in my heart for Videodrome.
Videodrome's solid too.
There's an old movie. It might be bad, but I still enjoyed it. It was called The Faculty.
Yeah, Faculty's good.
Oh, you like that? All right, yeah.
Faculty,
It was about like a bunch of like aliens that basically like took over a school and like
Like
they
late
all-
90s?
They
Is
all
it late
had-
90s?
Late 90s, yeah. And they all had
yeah.
like taken water and apparently things that would be
Was Henry
invented-
Winkler in that movie?
I believe so.
All right. No. I remember this
Are you talking about
film.
the coach? I'm not sure if that was Henry.
I think
Anyways,
that was the Fonz.
Yeah, and the
I
only
think
thing that
I've
like
seen this
killed
movie.
You
him
might be thinking of Jon Stewart
is like
Oh. Yeah.
like
because he was in that. So
Oh.
it was like Josh Hartnett,
Oh.
Elijah
introducing
Wood.
like dry things
Chat,
into
help
their brain.
help clear this up. All right. Yes, it's Jon Stewart.
Specifically cocaine. Cocaine would kill the alien. Or, yeah,
Okay.
or like
Love it.
amphetamines or something.
it
like-
would force him to like leave the body.
The
and
Faculty,
make it
ladies and jerks, recommended
okay.
by Tampage.
It was supposed to. I think like originally that movie was supposed to start like a whole new era of like.
Or like Idle
horror.
Hands. Idle Hands is another one.
Idle
that,
Hands is
like,
a fun
yeah,
one.
yeah.
I don't think it's like a great horror, but I think it's funnier than it is scary. That's just fucking. That's into comedy. I
Well,
don't give a shit.
Well, of course, it goes without saying. I know it's a basic bitch move to be like Evil Dead 1 and 2 are good. They're great, and for different reasons. And then Army of Darkness is just the silliest. It is a high water mark cinema has not been able to hit or even begin to approach or replicate. God forbid if Army of Darkness is ever remade. It is the end of all of us, and then the eighth seal will be open.
The Evil Dead, like I guess Army of Darkness was just him coming to terms with the fact that like he could only make horror comedy because like 1 and 2 were not like supposed to be comical.
They were
like
great.
One was supposed to be more horror, and I think after because of how like
And then 2,
stupid it ended up being to some people. Two
Oh,
was, like,
no,
they
2
leaned into it.
2 is like the Upside Down Castle in Symphony of the Night. Like, Evil Dead 1 because it's more pure horror.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, 100%.
Ah, all right,
See,
all right.
I like two,
Okay.
but I enjoy that it's like a retelling and it has its goofier moments.
The ending cutting out in Evil Dead 1, it was just as jarring as other parts of the movie. I like that. It was like,
And again, I feel
like all bets are off.
I don't think I could watch Evil Dead 1 again. Like it's one of those movies where like I've watched it like a couple of times and I'm like I don't gain anything from rewatching Evil Dead 1. Like Evil Dead 2 is still entertaining and fun.
Oh no,
Army of
it's,
Darkness is just like it got some moments. I feel like I can't sit through Army of Darkness a lot either.
fair
I
enough.
think Army
kinda
of
slow.
Darkness is like a meme of its own movie.
But
It's
look,
like
look,
him
look.
making fun of.
No,
like,
but the Evil Dead trilogy, like Maldoror says, is a trilogy, which he is correct, of course. But there are few trilogies that continue to hold weight. Like, for example, for a while, Die Hard was the greatest trilogy of all time. And then Die Hard, Live Free or Die Hard came out. And then that run ended. And then there was one in Russia with his fucking shitty CIA son. Which is, I suppose, like the... Listen, so the Evil Dead trilogy, it is one of the few remaining trilogies. Now, granted, like the Star Wars original trilogy,
Yeah.
that holds up, even though at Return of the Jedi, the Ewoks kind of like, nah, it's just, it's endearing, but, you know, George Lucas wanted to get that money, so you got to push the Ewoks on the kids. Did you know that instead of Return of the Jedi, originally George Lucas wanted Revenge of the Jedi? And then he crunched the numbers and he would be like, I could save a potential million whatever with one letter less. So Revenge became Return. And that is why it's called Return of the Jedi.
Weird.
why does letter crunching matter like that?
Because less words in your title, less words to print on things.
Less words
Paying
to
less for
print
ink,
on
paying less for-
advertising,
yeah,
less
like-
less words.
What?
So just across the board, that one less letter is that little bit less shorter.
He called around and apparently like 7 was way too much.
Maybe someone was telling him like, that's
Oh my
it's
sweet
much for letter.
Jesus. Die Hard with a Vengeance is one of the greatest anything in the history of ever. All right? It is and I love how we're introduced to John and he's in the back of the van and he's just on his with a dirty wife beater and it's just sorry about your wife, John. It's
Oh, got another one.
I got it. I see
Listen.
all those damn Russians.
listen,
Yeah, I should
Die Hard 3 is a masterpiece.
Listen, sir, if you want proof that there are Russian bots on the internet, look no further
There
than
would have
that.
been, even though I love the Rambo 4 and Dread. Rambo 4 was fun because Rambo 4 was like a weird Stanley Kubrick movie in where it's divided into two parts. All right, because there's like a before and an after. So the before is just like, I'm gonna do it, and then the after was, I'm gonna do it, and then hilarity ensues.
I assume we're talking about reboot Dread.
I have a question.
Oh, 2011 Dread? You mean the greatest 80s action movie made in the 21st century
honestly,
so
that
far?
movie was hot fire. If you
Huh?
like Dread, like, I'm sorry, that movie was perfect. A
Pretty
little more left and nice than I like, but like, yo, honestly, the dude nailed it. Like, because he shouldn't have emotion. Dread shouldn't have emotion, and
I'm
if he
surprised
does show emotion, it should be as much emotion as like the New York City sidewalk. Like,
I'm surprised he had that like constant, like mean
Yeah,
mug
yeah,
look
yeah.
through the whole movie.
Every time the camera went on, that man frowned. What he was doing. I'm pretty sure he also was insistent on not taking the helmet off.
Well,
Like, I'm pretty sure there's like, I remember reading about that where it's like PR people were like, no, get the helmet off during the movie. He's like, no,
never.
they don't take the helmet off.
yeah,
the
you
helmet
know,
stays
yeah.
on. Which, good. Although, we'll never get a
Good for
sequel.
Carl Urban.
We'll never get a sequel, and we don't deserve it.
Dread was perfect. Oh wait, Die Hard with a Vengeance was supposed to be Lethal Weapon sequel until it was changed. Ooh, fun fact. Too Cool for Fluoride goes, do I look Puerto Rican? Ay, ay, ay. Listen. One of my favorite cut-tos with the story A and story B and structure of storytelling is where, like, McClane's getting his ass kicked by fucking, like, Hungarian Lurch, all right? And then cut to story B, and then cut back to story A, and he's beating him with the chain. And, like, McClane's kind of fucked up, but he's even worse, and he's beating him with the chain. Like, we don't have time. It's a long, drawn-out fight, and, like, you know, McClane probably DDTs him and, like, stamps on his foot
I'm sure there's
in a
like,
grapple, and just...
I'm sure there's footage of it, like, on a DVD extra, where it's like, there's an extended version of that fight,
Yeah.
but someone in the editing room was like, we don't even watch all this. Cut away, cut back, he's on top. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Also kind of interesting in terms of, like, not having, like, especially back then, when they didn't have the better, like, stunt teams and good choreography. Technically, like, what's his name? Bruce Willis. He's not actually, like, he wasn't an action star initially.
Right.
That dude know how to fight. So, like, you're gonna get him to do it? Like, come on.
First of all, the elevator scene is one of the greatest things in the history of just... No, because the only way to raise the stakes at its most highest is now there's, like, life on the line. So, when McClane realizes he's in an ambush... and mind you, there are little tells, because instead of the guy saying cats and dogs, he says dogs and cats. And instead of calling the elevator, he's like, "Oh, I would take the stairs. I don't normally take the stairs, but like the lift isn't working." So there are little tells, and McClane is just like trying to like, and he's covered in soot, and he's a mess, and he's trying to button up while walking into the thing. And it's not until he's in the elevator that he sees Otto, which is what Mr. fucking tall, like, Aryan dirt murderer is calling him, which is his cover name. And then he's in the elevator and he sees that it's his homie's badge. And then, like, close-up of the badge. And then close-up of McClane. And then he does the lottery numbers story thing about, oh, you know. He's talking about his wife always wanted to play her lucky numbers. Oh, you know, I always play my lucky numbers. Like, boom, 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 boom. And screaming and yelling and kicking and the thumping of the elevator and everything gets ugly. And just, nah.
What do you think the first elevator sequence, like action sequence, was in a film?
Hmm.
Anyone in chat know? First elevator action sequence?
It is there is no filler in that movie. None whatsoever.
None? None at all?
None.
Not even a little bit. Not even a scene.
It would only count to add context to the lived-in world in which you're watching unfolding in real time, which is taking place all in one day.
Uh-oh. More estrogen water.
Uh-oh. More carbonized...
This man's trying to give me tits.
Titties.
More carbonized birth control pee. Put in glass bottles, and as to quote Monoxis, could be worse.
Tall Aryan Dirt Murderer is a good trad account on Twitter. No, I have to see if that's real. It has to
Birth
be.
Control Productions, thank you for joining.
gotta
Yes, while you could have joined,
That is solid.
well, you could have joined on Twitch. You had a pre-existing YouTube account, assuming this is pre-existing, and you didn't just make it at the very last second. But thank you for joining.
And if you've had that account for a long time, God bless.
Valerian Dirt Murderer. Come on, it's not a bad screen name. You're probably just rationalizing making an extra $1 million. All right. Oh no, hold on. We gotta
To
go
be
back.
fair, the word Aryan followed by Dirt Murderer is not going to go over well anywhere.
Oh, let him. You know what
I'm
I'm
just
saying?
Yeah.
Everywhere it's going to go.
That's true. Nuclear.
Offensive.
Do I call you Nuclear Circus or Nuclear Family? Because Nuclear Family is your YouTube tag.
Call
But
him nuclear.
how about I just call you Nuclear? All
Or
right.
Nuke.
Or I don't want to. What if he prefers something? I'm just like, okay, Nuke. Okay, Nuke.
We mean like we're
And
calling
he's like, you should be calling me like Sir Farthington the Eighth. As
Yeah,
a matter
but
of fact, like I am a descendant from the 8th Duke of Baltimore.
Yeah,
like how dare you, sir?
Unlike that time, Green was like,
This whole
call
time
me
I'm like,
Green,
Nuke.
and we're calling him not 13 instead of calling him Green like he asked.
I want to ask a question
Go ahead.
involving Chad as well. Do you think, going back kind of to the horror topic, do you think there was ever a movie that was created that turned out to be a horror, but it was never intentionally made to be a horror?
The Room. Because sitting through that movie is a nightmare.
Damn. All right.
See? Nuke.
All right. Thank you. So,
I don't know. Like, so a movie
Yeah,
that was
think-
meant to
yeah.
be something else.
Yeah, it wasn't meant
Hey,
to be a horror.
I
but
still
it-
wanna know
it
that-
falls in the horror
Ex
category.
Machina says Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, this just turned into a meme section.
all right. If anyone knows the answer to that elevator question, please let us know.
A horror that wasn't meant to be a horror. Huh. I don't know. Because, like, it would have to have a different tone, and then it just ends up being,
Yeah.
like, a splatterfest and gory.
It would have to be borderline like sociopath just to
I
like
don't know, the
fuck with
Texas
human
Chainsaw
mind.
Massacre? I
Yeah,
don't know.
like, you know what I
Texas-
mean? Like,
The Texas Chainsaw
I feel
Massacre.
like that was intended, though. Like, it was supposed to be scary.
all right, here's a good example. I don't know if this is like a
The
flop
Lifetime movie network.
but like, what if the entire time you're following this like protagonist that's doing things from an angle, it seems like he's like pounding lawful good. And then, like, you just get, like, one little tidbit of information, and you realize this guy is just a murderer.
I kind of actually had a conversation about this. Not about a horror movie, but,
But, like, just think about the concept of that. It's like,
so at work,
it depends on the angle you look at something.
one of my coworkers, we were just talking, and he was like, all right, like, let's just, like, get to know each other better, because, like, I was relatively new. She was like, favorite movies. And I was like, that's mad hard. You gotta, like, narrow that down. Like, pick a genre. You know what I mean? And eventually became, like, action. And I was like, oh, like, I think I said, like, is it Drive or Driver? I always mix it up. It's Drive, right? So, like, Drive's, like, one of my favorite action movies. And then, like, one of my bosses was like, Drive. Because, like, the relationship it has online and whatever with incels and all that. And I was like, hear me out. It's a movie. We're following a character who's meant to be the hero of the movie, to the point where the music tries to push it, his own, like, workarounds of what he's doing. He thinks he's the good guy.
And the low-key
characters.
symbolism and sometimes
You know
hand over
what?
fist.
However-
Do you think Fantastic Planet falls in that category? Because I don't think Fantastic Planet is supposed to be a horror, but that movie horrifies me. Just on its artistic prowess alone.
Really?
It horrifies
It's
me.
kind of scary. But the point is, like you were saying, that movie, from a certain lens, is like, no, he's the hero of the story. Technically, he's a dude who came in off of the street, got involved in organized crime, and is now a driver for hire for criminal underbosses and a murderer.
Oh.
He's not the hero of that story. He's the bad guy. You're just following the camera behind him.
Oh, yeah. Like, all you know is this dude's a driver and he's saving people. What you don't know is,
He's
like...
working for criminal bosses and murdering people. He's not a hero. So I was like, I like the movie for many different themes, but, like, technically you're following the bad guy. And he's killing other bad guys. Right. There's no good guy except maybe that kid who's just, like, not involved. He's a child.
What do you mean sharks can't be good guys?
Yeah,
When you watch
that-
it? So it's a House is more fantasy, dark comedy, and a little bit of horror. It's a difficult to
You got
describe film.
a lot of, like...
Houseu, yes. Gummo, too cool for fluoride. OU. Nuko's the machinist.
Machine.
Oh, okay, my bad. He
No,
spelled
you're right.
the machinist with Christian Bale. Oh, that is kind of a harrowing movie. Shallow Half.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple there.
Gummo would be a good pick. All right.
Shallow Hal is a horror movie depending on your
And
preferences.
trash humpers. All right. Mr. Maldoror. So now, page 5. Filming the kids dancing in the blood, and then the army rides past, and then they scurry away, and one guy falls on horseback, and he's ripped apart, and then they vanish into the cave covered in blood, and then they emerge newer and stronger, still painted in dark red. What was? How did that happen from pen to paper, from starting here? That was wild.
You're gonna have to give this man time. He's got to.
Yes, he has to do the clickety clack.
He's not on the head. He's got to do the typepiece.
Too Cool for Florida goes, I saw that movie on shrooms.
What
well,
movie?
I don't recommend watching such a
what,
thing.
Gummo?
I don't, honestly, dude, don't, listen, drugs get in the way of the movie. Like, don't.
Unless, no, I mean, like, I would say, like, what Tampa was saying, like, that, was it Fantastic Planet?
Yeah.
That movie...
It's supposed to be like artistic and like avant-garde, but I feel like
Coming from me, you see?
I feel like their choices of color schemes, which it's very like contrasty. Like, let's say their face or the skin color versus like the background that it's set to, because that matters a lot. As well as like their choice for like eyes, where it's just like these aliens have like these beady eyes, like really just big eyes, tiny little black dot pupils, and like the premise, like again, it's artistic if you just closed your eyes and someone explained it to you, but the way they portray it, it's like, this is horrifying.
It's unsettling. Now, that's a movie you watch on drugs.
Oh, no. If you want a bad time.
Nah.
I don't avow.
On drugs, projected onto the ceiling while you lay on a bed.
Maldoror goes, I just had a visual for Death and Rebirth. How a primitive, non-literate people would go about that. My adage has always been, destruction is creation. Ah, okay. Are you familiar with the song by Immortal Technique, Creation and Destruction? Well, hold on.
There's more. That was just a halfway point?
And there's that too. You see?
Ooh, yeah.
You see? Signs and wonders. Click, click, click. D-Man, is that you? Gracias por mirando aquí hoy
Looks like
noche at twitch.tv/Manaxis. Also here on youtube.com/718TV. Thank you
right.
for joining us.
And
Here we have
technically on Restream.
Songs of Maldoror, who had written Red Black Infinite, when we were discussing this book with him. I am not familiar with that song. Okay, it's a pretty good song. The Warriors on Shrooms was amazing.
I would imagine that, yeah. Because honestly, on shrooms, sometimes your emotions really take hold
I
of
feel
you.
like the costume designs alone in that movie would be visually appealing.
And the amount of people and how much is actually going on,
Nope.
it would visually overload you like crazy.
I imagine at some point, like, Nuke saw the Baseball Furies, and then hilarity ensued.
Yeah, in your mind, you see that and you're on drugs and you're like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Also, why can't gangs actually just dress and act like that? I would love gang violence so much more.
You know,
I
it's a
would not be
docu-
mad if like 50 dudes just came snapping their fingers down the block.
You know, it's a
Dress
documentary.
like baseball players.
No, you
But you know what?
You two in chat. A documentary you should all watch is 80 Blocks from Tiffany's, which shows I think 1979 or 1980, like in the South Bronx, and it is just like a hell-blasted landscape. And they had this documentary crew actually talk to like gangs that had outfits with the vests and the patches and the whole 9 yards, and it was it is wild to imagine that is only like what 42 years.
Oi,
Yeah.
oi.
That was just how many generations is 40 years? Or 42 if you want to split hairs about it.
I mean, it depends on like what age we're talking about starting. But
The
like,
Savage Skulls, which was a gang back then.
would it not just be one?
Maybe.
Like a generation away?
Songs of Maldoror goes, I've seen that. Ah.
You've mentioned it
Feels
before.
like a 5-hour movie.
I've never actually seen it, but you've mentioned
The
it.
Warriors. It is.
But then again, like...
Who hasn't seen the Warriors?
No, the Warriors have seen. We're talking about whatever
Well,
blocks.
80 blocks from Tiffany's.
Here's the thing. Don't necessarily care to see it. I live in the city.
5 years
I get
is a
it.
generation? Shit.
Is it really? No way.
I always thought it was 7.
You want to know what movie felt like 5 hours? The
Is it really
Metropolis.
5 years? Huh.
Another documentary worth watching is Titty Cult Follies.
Titty cut, not titty cut, titty cut.
Titty cut, excuse me. 8 years is a generation I call shenanigans.
I just don't believe that in general. Gang violence from the wars is something, man. Imagine walking around Coney Island Beach and then suddenly a climax just happens and you get caught in the crossfire. That's what I'm saying, dude. If it was like that, if you're just walking down the block and you see heads just like hanging out and you're like, those guys look like clowns and those guys, they look like people who play football. Oh shit, there's a gang violence thing happening.
Most of the time, those dudes were like fist fighting and like had knives and whatnot. Like, just don't walk in the blender. Like, avoid the blender.
Now, in the real world, you just gotta deal with people. It's like, all right, everyone looks like a hood rat. They're all a threat. Where it's like, those guys dress like clowns. That's a gang.
Yeah.
Dude, 50 dudes in suits and suitcases walk up. It's like, oh, those are the briefcases.
Exactly. Like I don't know those guys.
Google says 20 years. All right.
I'll take 20 years. That makes at least like it's old enough. Well, you can now have children after like 20 years. You know what I mean?
You win this round, Google. Unfortunately, against our wills. So,
I just want gangs to go back to being coordinated and color coded. All right, so I can see.
All right.
And avoid them.
Pretty gangs.
I see someone with like a red bandana. I'm like, I ain't going near that dude. Presumably.
Yeah, you pull out like your NYC like
Last
map,
incarnation
and you're like,
of the plug ugly.
yeah, all right, yeah, all right,
Bill,
cool.
Bill the Butcher did nothing wrong. So we're here with Songs of Maldoror, who had written Red Black Infinite. So we're coming back. Page 6, what you had described with the enlarge, all caps, no gods, no masters, no survivors. What you had described reminded me of the album art for New Erections by The Locust. Have you ever listened to The Locust, and are you familiar with that album? Street gangs at UN Observers. Yo, it has to even out the UN Observers that end up in places like Liberia, and they're like, ooh, a kid, are you okay, kid? Here's some candy, and doesn't realize it's child soldier, and it is a ground beef. They just run its pockets, like pose for selfies.
Imagine Twitter with these said gangs. Just like just trash talking each other. Like
Yep, if they're warning or not. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Not all the time. All the time. You let us know. The gay community took the colors. They took away the handkerchief game as seen in Cruising with Al Pacino. Maldoror goes, I am not familiar. I live in a music cocoon. I don't really know bands or listen to a lot of new shit. My favorite bands are Godspeed You Black Emperor and 9 Inch Nails.
Oh, he likes industrial.
Would you be, you fuck with Ministry? You let me know. They're pretty good. I mean, Al Jorgensen just kind of became a parody of a parody after time, but that's neither here nor there.
How many pages of things do you have here?
Oh, we're going to get to this. Seth Rogaine, 1718 TV OnlyFans. Not soon enough. Gracias por mirando aquí.
When there's enough people who will pay for it. And it'll be strictly pictures of someone else's butthole. Posted
really
every week.
All right. Not into Ministry. Okay.
Sharpie included.
Now,
Just saying, it's not even gonna be hours. It's gonna be like butthole pictures.
page 7. The implant is inserted through the eye socket like a lobotomy operation and computerizes the brain. It grants total control over our emotions, our nerve endings, our strength, our bodily urges, and even offers telepathy with fellow cyborgs. There are built-in limits for moral and practical reasons. People often hack the implant. Malware is a problem, now used as defense in murder trials. Others disable the pain. I saw a man die happily on his front lawn, never knowing that he had cancer. Some crank up the effects, and the endorphin waves can lead to unique feelings like drowning in an orgy. Now, walk me through this. In your mind's eye, what does the implant look like? Is it like the size of like a baby's fist, an apple? Is it like a sphere even? What is it? Is it just like is it look like RAM in your computer, and it's just like up along between the neck and the bottom of your back of the head? What's going on?
It reminds me of I mean, in this it's an implant. Like in Do Androids Dream of Electric Sleep? They have those like mood stabilizers that you like connect.
The mood organs, yeah.
And you connect yourself to it to adjust the mood you're in, and you can like wake up like, I'm miserable, I don't want to go to work. Dial me in for wanting to go to work and enjoying my life, and then it's just like, all right, let's go to work and have a good day.
That's scary. That's
yeah. I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to look like in that, but I assume it's just like things you attach, and then it's like, unless there's like an implant in your brain that does it.
Robin Gristle, some Boyd Rice, etc. Ooh, Boyd Rice. KMFDM better than the rest, according to Cool Fluoride. Information overload. According to Birth Control Productions, all right, he will meet you in a steel cage match over this. Maldoror goes like a tiny sphere about the size of a goldfish. It would be circular, so you could work it around the eyeball. Ooh, so that's where it goes. I mean, like, the eye
around,
socket, right, but then, like, where on the orbital socket? Like, is it where, like, the fucking, like, the septum is, where it meets, so it's, like, between the two, and it's closer to the eyes?
I would imagine
Is
the
it,
outside.
like,
If it affects
On the
your,
outside, yeah.
like here? Like, near the temple?
but the point of it is to affect your emotional state in your brain, so it has to go to the brain somewhere.
Like Evil Morty, he
Into
had
the
one of
eye.
those like eye things, right? Didn't he just like
I think-
tucked it back in?
I think the idea of that is it's like attached to his occipital nerve, so I guess like he could tuck it in, but like I don't know.
Around the septum. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So, Birth Control Production goes, information overload unit. All right, it is a gem. It is an excellent album. And still, I suppose you're not going to close that open challenge to a cage match to see if anyone disagrees with you. Watch out. Birth Control Productions is 17-0 in his weight class. And he, like, calls people out in bigger weight classes, and, like, he never gets an answer. That's all I'm saying. Nuke goes, it's probably the shape of a battery in the back of the neck. The eye is only exposed by part of your brain. Ooh! Fair play to Nuke. Information overload is great. It is.
Anything is the exposed part of your brain with enough status.
Page 8. Junko Furuta in its entirety in VR. The user reviews have been encouraging. Alright? And later, Jeffrey Dahmer was born in the wrong era. Had he been born a decade or two later, he would have access to sex androids and facsimiles of a 24/7 relationship through cam whores and fellow lonely people. So, real quickly, number one, walk us through Junko Furuta and that horrible ordeal that happened in Japan in the early 80s, was it, I believe? It was in the 80s. I think it's in the early 80s. I could be wrong. And forcing her to play board games. Head wound. It's ugly. So yes, walk us through this, Maldoror, before we get to your words on Dahmer.
It's actually kind of funny.
I came across
That's the thing that like
some Guro manga that retold Junko's story. And I thought that was both exploitative and fascinating to do. Yes. I mean, how do you write about it? Okay, no. Let us have the writer answer this. How do you write about it and not make it exploitative? How do you write about it and not? Make
I was
it
gonna say I don't know this Junko story that we're talking about here. I'm not aware of it.
Oh, we have to wait for Maldoror to answer this question.
You can't just tell me the story.
Okay,
So while he takes his because he has to type.
Well, to give a quick TLDR,
Yeah.
a young woman was abducted by guys who posed as Yakuza, so she was terrified because, life before 9/11 was different. So, like, they capture her and they, like, gang rape her and beat her and they, like, keep her alive, but she's, like, suffering because she's got, like, not only head wounds that are messing with everything, but it just and then more rape, and then it gets worse. So we're gonna have Maldoror fill in the gaps over here. She was a girl raped by several teenagers in Japan over the course of a month and was beaten to death. All right, so that solves that. Now
50K
in VR.
study points for chugging your beer. That's too many points. Also, that gets dangerous if we're drinking liquor. It's like chug the drink. I spent 5,000 points. Finish your drink.
You'll finish the drink.
It's like, that's a cup of whiskey, sir. Finish it.
Now, is this VR set? Now, is it like headset and gloves? Is it like a headset and then like a pool of like liquid you submerge your hands into and it just courses? Like, what does it look like? Parents of one of the teens knew about the girl and ignored her, so I thought, okay, you can take that and make it into a Jesus kind of story. Let it be known. Let it be known, ladies and people. Songs of Maldoror, all right, certifies this. The story of Junko Furuta is Jesus for e-girls. All right? You heard it here first, fellas. Headset is more like an Oculus, more vibe. Vive. Okay, excuse me. Junko's murderers had Yakuza connections. Right? That's just so many people. Oh, okay. That could explain some
I
things.
apologize.
So,
It's the HTC Vive, like the headset.
your piece on Dahmer. And if anyone had missed it earlier, it was this. Jeffrey Dahmer was born in the wrong era. Had he been born a decade or two later, he would have access to sex androids and facsimiles of a 24/7 relationship through cam whores and fellow lonely people.
I mean, think about how the concept of incels in general didn't come until more recently. Imagine how many of those fucking people, if they didn't have access to like cam whoring and online porn and like accessible pay for social interaction options,
Something resembling an outlet.
imagine how many of them would just go off the like rails and kill people.
Well, I imagine a few of them would be lighting people's dogs on fire in the neighborhood.
Right.
Like, at the very least.
Because it's not like it's a new thing. It's just that now we have a term for it and we can watch it happening in real time and record it and document it better. You also have people who sit there on Twitch watching women sleep, praying to God that they wake up and do or say something silly.
This is true.
But like that kind of like, there's something wrong with you if you're spending like 8 hours watching someone sleep.
Or giving that money.
Yeah.
Constantly.
You know what I mean?
He goes, Dahmer killed because he felt lonely and didn't want them to leave after he fucked them. Huh. Says Maldoror. Nuke goes, neural net will eliminate the need for a bodysuit after working a few generations. Elite VR. Ooh! Hey, Nuke, include me in the screen cap. D-Man WoW? Yes. Even more so than WoW. Like, bazinga. TikTok could have been an outlet for him. Well, I don't know. Too cool for fluoride. What if he was just alluding to things in his TikToks and he kind of became low-key famous and it just prolonged him? It's... Come on.
But then he might not have become a fucking...
Plus, he was hungry.
Like a murderer.
Oh,
You know what I'm
Birth Control
saying?
Productions.
He might have
Hey.
actually, like, survived.
All right, so listen. Is it Birth Control? Do I just call you Birth Productions? BCP?
That's the full name right there.
I would like to know from the gentleman, if you don't mind me asking.
Or woman.
Dahmer's Twitter would have been nonstop bangers. Hey, not 17, and he was just invoking earlier out into the universe. In terms of calling people who are and what they are called here in meat space and online, and the TCP/IP connection overlap that exists here. Made in mycelium, aka not 17. How are you, dude? Green, if that is your real name, you're going to get outsourced and contracted to being some freelance paramedic somewhere in like Bolivia. Get Green on the line. Yeah, some people still remember.
Maldoror says, I wonder what Jim Jones would be like if he was a streamer on Twitch.
Green?
Probably have a lot of followers.
Green, do you still get strange phone calls? He would eventually get fucking caught, like, right? But this is another presumption that he would not engage in like killing and eating people and building like a low-key shrine before he got caught, that like, to enhance his fucking killing and eating powers, I guess.
You don't know, he might still be doing it, but like also on the internet. With a larger reach.
Watch he would like sleep with the dude and then like go talk to the dude on Twitter just so he wouldn't leave. So he wouldn't kill them.
There you go.
Twitter is preventing Jeffrey Dahmer from being Jeffrey Dahmer in this horrible timeline.
These people would have thrived in the current market. They may not have killed anyone. Or they would have killed even more people as successful online entertainment and bringing people in,
So, Berf, B-E-R-F, Berf goes, call me anything you want as long as the check clears. All right, listen, Berth. I'm just going to have to call you Berth, actually. It's a great album. Macabre's Dahmer. Really?
I'm doing my part.
Hey,
I'm doing my part.
Detective Man,
Thank you for doing your part. Manson Twitch. Well, I mean, I'd like to believe that, like, Manson Instagram stories would be, like, a ridiculous, like, cult following. So Not 17 goes doing okay. No calls, but some odd DMs. If you ever listen to the recording of Jim Jones announcing the suicide, the guy sounded like a weirdo. Shrill, goofy voice. We will be getting to Mr. Jim Jones. Excellent recall, which is quoted in Red Black Infinite. A little more towards the end, if anything, but that's just me. I could be wrong. Twitch saves lives. Looks Seth Rogen.
I'm sure it does.
You cut it up with the making sense.
I'm sure it saves a lot of people's lives, just like emo music and coming out. But, like, does that matter?
The Cool for Fluoride goes, would Christopher Scarver become the new Pastor Anderson? Maybe. You would have to roll a 20-sided die, and if you got a prime number, yes. Maldoror goes, Jim Jones's voice all fucked up in the final recording due to his drug abuse. Oh boy.
And I want like a Twitch killer now.
And then the crying of the babies slowly quiet down, and that's kind of sad.
Do you think there's possibly a mass suicide cult on Twitch?
The whole audio recording of that event is caught. It was
Right? There's gotta be. There's gotta be someone pushing their Twitch community to mass suicide.
no one ever. All right,
One
all
of those
right.
booby hot tub
Fruit
streamers.
punch juice.
Yeah, dude, drink the hot tub water.
You know what's an opinion people aren't allowed to have in certain corners of Twitter?
Well,
All right, like if I had to put like money on it, all right, Kanye West is starting a cult. Like I get it, like he's but like the way he's venerated as of like the artist of the generation, genius, and he's like he has kind of like weird, crazy, like cult leader vibes.
I hope he
in a
gets
way.
someone to kill Pete Davidson.
And
that's not a threat or like a shot at Pete.
in a self-defense situation.
I would just love to see like Kanye making that call and being like, someone got to kill Pete, and then Pete Davidson ends up dead, and it's like, oh my god, Kanye got Pete Davidson
How did this
Why
happen?
Pete Davidson?
because he's fucking Kim.
I think fake interaction with humans unintentionally saves lives by dulling our senses. Fake interaction on social media. Well, I believe there's a multitude of reasons why people end up allowing or inviting or then substituting, their life for meat space. But I digress. Nukas, you could only rate life not worth living while you're alive. Ooh, all right there. Monkey Steel Peach. Not 17. He goes, you joke, but there are totally children screaming in the Jim Jones tapes. No, you're not. Right, and then the screaming dies down, and it's a harrowing. Seth Rogen, Pete Davidson is preventing us from getting to a utopia in a multi-number of ways. I'm not going to get into it right now.
He's
We've
also
got a
setting-
gentleman on the line.
He's also setting incredibly low standards for women. And
Too cool for
I think it's
fluoride,
sad
though.
that-
Took a dump in James Brown's bathroom.
Gotta be careful with that shit.
All right. D-Man goes, cults start whenever by whoever. As we speak, someone might be already initiating. Oh, right now there's like a mole people cult we're not ready for that'll be making itself present in 2026. Oh, and do you want Detective Man, D-Man, Detective M? Detective M makes you sound like you fucking prank call people in Interpol. The kids were the first to drink the Flavor Aid. Ooh, that's sad. And that is excellent point, Maldoror, because it was not Kool-Aid. It was Flavor Aid consumed at Jonestown. But, Kool-Aid.
Wait, there's actually a thing
Always
called
with
Flavor Aid?
Yes. Kind of like, yeah, like it's an adhesive bandage. Band-Aid is just the band.
No, that is. I get that, but like I didn't know it's flavor.
That is just mildly
Flavor Aid.
related. Calm your tits. Don't grab your ankles. It's
I don't
not
know.
SummerSlam. So, mole men are real and need representation. This is true, Mr. Rumley.
I won't prove it.
Listen.
Go on
No.
evidence.
The original Chuds, listen, Chuds being thrown around on the internet was to discredit the existence of them underneath the train stations.
I just
It's a
want
long game, and
you give
I
me
don't know
you give
who
me
benefits
you give
from
me
it.
proof of mole men, and we'll start talking about mole men representation. And don't just give me like a fucking hairy dwarf. That's not a mole man.
Okay, you're not wrong.
I want an actual mole person,
So,
which I think should be the politically correct term.
mole men,
Mole persons.
mole persons.
Persons, plural.
Okay,
There's not one, right?
if this is the game you want to play,
There's
then
a whole
yes.
community of them, right? There are
Then
mole,
yes,
there are
that
mole
is what you
persons.
have to call them.
All right, I want video evidence of mole persons.
Tuco for Floyd, what has Stefan Mullen you been up to? No idea. Birth goes, Kool-Aid is funnier. I agree. Well, it is, and it's more euphonic Kool-Aid, like Flavor Aid. No. Kool-Aid. That's it. It just,
It also comes with a mascot that someone can besmirch.
oh yeah. Now,
You know what I'm saying? Easy. It wasn't even hard. It was a free setup.
page 9. Notes from a scientist who committed suicide. I'm unable to move forward with Project Redacted due to huge concerns of impropriety. This technology was initially designed to sustain ideas from great men, but now I see, in my professional opinion, that it is being used as a kind of faux immortality for the wealthy and influencers. Only those without shame or fear can stand the idea of being immortal, when the process of immortality will involve other people seeing your thoughts without your control. I did not commit my energy into preserving bad ideas. Imagine a boot stomping on the human face forever. George Orwell, 1984. The rich will commit suicide to preserve their thoughts in an all-digital age where the brain can be downloaded and accessed. This will be the revelation before a million eyes, open parentheses, public shame, close parentheses. However, those that can endure that shame will be among a chosen few, without scruples or boundaries. These are qualities found only in two extremes of people, the illiterate and insane, and the wealthy and educated. The Creator opened his door in the darkness and let the pederast in. SongsofMaldoror. So, is it safe to compare this to the speculation of people like uploading their consciousness into a computer or a machine because you wrote about preparing the brain of someone ultra rich to be placed into a robot? That is much differently than just like hyper fucking G.I. Joe mega computer and you fucking get a consciousness in that. That's different than like 6 feet tall mechanized robot brain on top and presumably a glass dome to protect it. Those are different things.
Like a Cyberman.
Yes. So, now when you speak of the wealthy and the influencers having their, is it like their consciousness, their essence, that ends up becoming, in what kind of mechanism, for lack of a better term? How do you envision this in your mind's eye?
There you go.
Flavor Age is funnier. I wonder what Flavor Aider is up to. Oh, he's just refereeing donkey shows in Tijuana. I asked people that will go through it. All the people can
Louis Filet. Hello. What's going on?
Buenas noches, Louis Filet. Thank you for coming on by. I thought of how eventually we can download a brain and how immortality will be achieved this way. When that happens, can the people who oversee can see everything you ever thought? Right. Although it is going to be obviously without context because it is someone else's consciousness, memories, fears, goals, dreams, aspirations, everything they've ever did and thought. How do you even parse that? How do you even get that to folders you can access and click? What are you even looking on and on? So, a giant hard drive like those old IBM computers had in the 50s.
Fuck, hands. I'm using the bathroom.
Eventually, a downloaded brain will fit in a smaller hard drive. Okay. Well, Seth Rogen, Flavor Aids. Well, depending on the context, are we posting online or are we posting in Meat Space? It is pretty funny. Muchas gracias.
You gotta see where it is.
Eventually, we have to go click new messages, so I have to click this right over here. Excuse me. No, it doesn't show up in chat. I'm very sorry. Wait, it's showing up on the other screen. Damn it. Who did what? I'm terribly sorry. I just want to say thank you. Someone followed. I know one of you did. Trivia. Epstein was looking into immortality. This is true. He also looked into like wanting to propagate certain seeds and bloodlines. He was in cahoots with a lot of like technologically adept or inadept, depending on what you want to call it, in another person or private life. Copy of a copy of a copy. Seth Rogen. That is like 17% of what Super Predator's aesthetic was about. Maldoror goes, Epstein looked into having his brain... Damn it. Now chat isn't going down on its own. There we go. Preserved and wanted to father 20 children a year. He had those Bill Gates meetings. He's not wrong. So, page 12. Did you research what it would be like to be obliterated by a nuke? Or did you just speculate through writing? Or did you watch Terminator 2? In the way you described being annihilated by a nuclear blast. Is it something that you looked up? I'm curious. And if you did, what? I speculated. All right then. Very good writing. Birth Goes 9 Inch Nails song. Oh, you. Steven Pinker was about to tell him how cheap the new iPhone is, according to Too Cool for Fluoride. Not 17 goes, it's crazy that the least creepy rich tech dude is a gay vampire, Theo. I mean,
Hey,
that's...
a request for you.
Yes.
I need you to ask chat how many of them are wearing pants right now.
All right, just real quickly, Maldoror goes, I mean, to be honest, I started dating when I was 9, so it's difficult to divorce that image. All right, you see?
Slide your ass over.
I'm just saying. That's right, Louis Filet. Yuck it up.
Fat son of a bitch.
And I hope you enjoy the shirts, dude. Thanks for coming on by, man.
Also,
You
Travis, but he didn't hear me from over there.
can't link.
Can't what?
This gentleman is hiding out. I met Louis Fillet on Twitter.
Okay.
And homie, all right, and that's Tampage. He's here in the studio with us. All right.
What about Louis Fillet?
Nah, but he ordered he was one of the people who snagged a limited run hoodie.
Oh, okay.
You got no idea. Cool. All right. So very quick question. So I was imagining what it would be like to live through that and how much I would approach it. To approach, okay, so not to bear witness, not to behold, but to approach. Am I wrong? I would like to know.
Nice Irishness.
Smells like
A lot of
pain.
reference to self-annihilation because I was extremely suicidal when I wrote the book. That's right. You had invoked this earlier, that this was at the darkest, perhaps, I suppose,
Third line.
your lowest
third line
point.
feels good.
Of your life. So, thank you for that. That recall.
Thank you, sir.
All right, chat. Answer my question. Who's wearing pants
It
right
wasn't
now?
a cry for help, but it was an interpretation of my feelings. By the way, I'm doing much better now. Well, that's excellent to hear.
Good to hear.
And seriously, Red Black Infinite, you should make it your business to read this.
I'm gonna have to borrow that copy.
So,
And I'm serious. I want to know who's wearing pants right now.
yeah, who's wearing
That's
pants?
not a joke. Which one of you ain't wearing pants? UK pants means underwear. I'm wearing both pants and pants.
Just double pantsed up.
You are. I see. There we go. We got a couple pants wearers in the chat. I'm just making sure none of y'all are sitting here in the undies watching this. It's a little weird for me. I just had the thought while I was out there in the bathroom. I was like, you know what? How many of these people are sitting here watching us in their underwear?
You know, it'd be funny if I was like American. I didn't know the difference between
He
how
wants
they
to
refer
know.
to it over there and here. It's like, oh, so his fanny's covered, but then I might be referring to something that might not be factual.
I just gotta know, all right? I gotta know.
My friend Superbert, after he read RBI, compared to drinking poison and compared to the paintings of Edward Munch. Huh. Really? Fascinating. Not 17. He goes, I'm very much wearing pants. Ooh, he probably has suspenders. That's fine.
I mean,
Oh, what did I miss? We had a thing on the Twitter.
Yes, someone. This wasn't scrolling on its own, and I had to click that twice.
I believe it was the last great villain subbing on YouTube.
The last great villain. Thank you for doing your
It's
part.
about 12:30 right now across the pond. Just saying.
So, page 16. Among the things you had written was graffiti spammed across buildings. Foucault is a bundle of sticks, because I can't say that word. Do you have a beef with Foucault? Is that how I pronounce his name? I'm probably pronouncing... No, it's no good. This is going to be the third time tonight.
Goodbye, Russian bot.
Fancy old jerk no-picture book author writing names? I don't really like Foucault.
All right, cheers, boys.
Okay.
Prost.
Cheers. Mr. Rumley, thank you. I knew I wasn't right. I knew I wasn't not wrong. There you go.
Not bad. Chill.
No one
More
wants to say
Russian
I was
bots.
right. There wasn't anything on the line.
Even on the straighter side, it has very little burn.
So, he also had sex with boys in a graveyard. Foucault? Really?
Is there a cult that anyone tolerates? All religions.
Oh, I guess we could say Scientology.
No.
religions.
No, Scientology ends up being... No.
All religions.
It's tolerated.
So is Christianity and Islam.
Oh, no, wait,
And
you're
the
right.
Jews.
You're right. No.
I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not. This is not an advert for Scientology. By all
It just
means,
flies under the
opposite.
radar. Well, I mean, the Mormon Church exists under the radar. Jehovah's
Yeah,
Witnesses...
let's be honest. The Mormons are cool. Mormons are cool people.
Jehovah's Witnesses fly under the radar.
No one said anything about cults not being
Christian
cool. Some
scientists
cults could
fly
be
under
cool.
the radar. And I'm not even an anti-Christianity
Honestly,
person
even
at all.
arguably
These
enough, as
things
long as you
happen.
can put your goddamn cell phone away, I'm sure you can have like a funny time with the Amish. So,
I would
that
go,
being said,
I would hang out with the cult of Cthulhu if I could find them. Just saying.
I don't know. Normally, newbies get that.
He's just showing up with like a fucking 24-pack to hang out with the Cult of Cthulhu.
He's like, I promise, I'm not a virgin. I'm not a virgin.
Oh,
I'm not a
that's
virgin."
right,
Oh,
because in
fuck.
you had wrote tearing up copies.
I'm not a
of Hal.
virgin, and I will stab
I
somebody.
remember that.
I guess he
Maldoror.
just muffled them.
We don't like
Not a
that.
virgin.
Either.
I'm a doomer, and I will
Right.
cut someone's throat. Look, I'll fit in right. I'll fit in no problem.
All right.
So
So
I'm saying all religions are cults in my book. All right. I'm not saying they're bad cults, but they are pretty culty. They can be cult vibes, all right?
Yeah.
You gather in a single
Yeah.
location. You all talk about the same thing and praise some shit you can't believe, you can't prove, and then you walk away feeling better about yourself.
all right.
Pretty culty.
Now, do my Sims count as a cult?
Sure, yeah.
Well, it depends exactly what.
Wait,
you
are
can
they
get.
are they united or are they individual Sims?
Yeah, are they unionized?
Are they like if they're a group now? Like if they've come together?
Do they have unifying chants and an outfit?
Yeah.
See, they got you contractually to like new content once a week.
Do they meet in a location and talk about the same shit under the same like unified reasoning for being there, feel better, and then leave?
And wear robes and eat gruel 3 times a day, like in a long table with one another.
I don't know if robes and gruel are a necessity, but I will just give them bare minimum cult meet in a place of like practice and or worship under the guise of a single plan, organize, talk about said plan or said thing, and then leave. But from an outside perspective, I think the thing that makes it a cult is that a normal person would look at that and go, yeah, that's pretty fucked up, or that's weird. You know,
Okay.
like
Now,
if I
Maldoror goes through the Kool-Aid test with your Sims. All right. Nation of Islam is just Mormonism for black people, according to Too Cool for Fluoride. Maybe.
Maiden Celium had some.
If there's any
features.
influence from Hal in my work, it's fairly anti-influence. All right, Maldoror. I'm just saying, like the tearing up of Hal. I'm just saying.
I do like not 17's thing there.
Simpsons is a cult, according to Seth Rogen. Well, well, people who like the new stuff is a cult. Not 17 goes, I had a teacher who used to say the difference between religions and cultural religions had choirs. I think that it works pretty well. You see? Chants. You need the chants, and then when you get the chants, you get the robes, and then it all just unfolds from there.
So I think the
You
point is
see?
you're saying that the choir is what makes it religious.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm still right.
But that's the opposite of what he said. Also, to be fair, if you're going to do the Kool-Aid test with
Come
your
on,
Sims,
he's not
you
wrong.
can't bribe them.
All right.
They have to willingly drink the poison Kool-Aid. Oh, they're not under no other other than just, hey, you should drink this. And if they're like, you got it,
Yeah, you're even allowed to get loud. Be like, no,
Alright.
drink it. And if they
Alright.
they do
but
it.
you don't give them anything. It's not like you drink the Kool-Aid, I send you titty pic. No, it's not the same.
I'm sure some people drank that Kool-Aid under intimidation, not necessarily on belief.
No.
Yeah, but like. That's they're not part of the cult. They're just dragged into it, you know. Like your
There's a
homie brought you into the cult, and now your homie's like, bro, we're gonna drink the Kool-Aid, and you're like, no. It's like drink the fucking Kool-Aid.
Drink the
You know what I
fucking
mean?
Kool-Aid.
It's
That's
So you
Kool-Aid.
see, it doesn't load on its own. The new message.
Yeah, I gotta scroll. Fucking whatever this restream shit is annoying.
Lord goes, if they built huge, cool stone buildings, they're all right. All right. You should have put that in quotation.
I already opened
Rip
this.
goes, yeah,
Not all cults are bad.
Girl pee. They warm up with the bathwater, like with mock executions.
Yes,
Louis
again,
Filet goes,
I don't
fraternities
think all
have chants
cults are
and
bad,
robes
man.
too. You see? Right, but then they end up sticking together until the end, even though when fucking frat bros turn on each other, it's this horrific Roman Senate, like A2 Brute. There's also some stabbing in the front, too. It's not always in the back. Goth Hippie Panda goes, all right, bet. That is not legal advice. Not 17 goes, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir is pretty good. PR. Lots of good Christmas carols. And stuff.
Also, just for the sake
And
of
they have like a 23% stake in
thanks.
Vegas.
as the person who represents an internet court and potentially in real court if something goes wrong. In the case of Miss Goth Hippie Panda making her followers drink poison Kool-Aid, this show is satirical.
Thank you.
2 men in masks in front of a green screen are not to be taken seriously, and any of our legal advice will not hold up in a court of law. Go ahead, have fun killing your followers.
Not a lawyer. All right, so Maldoror.
And now it's on camera, so can't
I'll
sue
get
me.
to you in just one moment. Seth, hang on. Don't grab your ankles. It's not SummerSlam yet.
Summertime.
I saw the word Kool-Aid, and I thought it was Kool-Aider.
No, we're just talking
Yeah.
about Kool-Aid in general.
We'll get to there.
You mean not Flavor-Aid? Or
All right, you win this round, Seth Rogen. That's a really good fucking name. Kool-Aid Man performing seppuku. Oh no, but is it? But now
did he just like tap?
So does that leave all of the life force of this thing in the fluid, and there's nothing on the glass itself?
Like what is,
Aren't the eyes on the glass?
what does like an Islamic cheerleader look like?
Look at what you've done.
Like every cheerleader. I
Yeah, like
presume.
Islamic cheerleader.
No, I lose money.
Like
if
every
they
other
die.
cheerleader.
Oh,
But, like-
well,
Like they're looking like
Maldoror.
oh man, what's
Mr. Rumley goes, "You are half my reason for being on Twitter." Hey, thanks. For what it's worth.
If they die from drinking your bathwater, we're still not liable.
For what it's worth, I'm just fucking uncultured slob trash in a mask here in Queens. All right, that's pretty much it. I ain't no expert, although I am really like, you know what? Sense of accomplishment knowing that everyone from Sons of Dixie to shit posters in Australia and everyone else in between is like, hey, you post things that don't suck, so back at you. Twitter has its moments. Oh, it very much is, because it's now part of the global algorithm-driven marketing and surveillance mind control grid, and it has overlapped real life.
that?
And it is. Some people approach it like an MMO.
Damn.
Some people approach it like a dating app.
Bots.
Twitter,
Yo, Russian bots are real, man. I'm telling you.
but not those kind of Russian.
No,
bots.
fuck you. Russian bots are real.
Maldoror goes, I sent an enemy a song using the Genesis game Comic Zone, and that's what started all of this. Yes, Comic Zone.
Water, green fucking cigarette butts.
You know, it wasn't until like the 5th playthrough where I realized if you just
Wait,
hold
no.
the attack button, he like tears down and he throws the paper plane.
We've talked about bath, not necessarily bathwater per se. So if you're somewhat new to this stream and you weren't here in the inception of all this, a long time ago we talked about doing.
And then when you find out if you just lean in and you shoulder charge the things you have to break, you don't lose health punching and kicking it.
Was it 100 subs? I think we said 100 subs. I'm gonna do a bathtub stream.
Muchas gracias.
Please and thank you. But the bathtub's gonna be full of vodka. So,
That's a lot of vodka.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be cheap vodka.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Georgie, it's gonna burn.
We're not bathtub. Pool, like a hot tub stream, but it's like all those little like kiddie pools. So 100 consistent subs, and you'll get me in a kiddie pool with vodka, and we'll sell that. So instead of getting bathwater, you get like vodka
Chat,
with my essence.
You need to help me get bottles of Devil Springs to pour in the vodka.
We'll go with Georgie, all right?
We'll
We're
figure it
we're
out.
actually the Devil Spring.
Monoxis infused vodka.
Yes, exactly.
Russian bots
Gamer
are
dude
totally
bathwater,
one of
except it's
my
vodka.
friends. All right, not 17. He knows where it's at.
That's the plan right there, baby.
Maldoror goes, a lot of people don't
Detective Man
realize
redeemed
the
to hydrate. All right, have a
Ladies and
sip.
gentlemen.
That's right, because it ends up salud. It ends up
And just so we're clear,
sniffing and scratching,
The
and
bathtub
then you
or
go down instead of right.
the pool stream. I'm pretty sure I also
You're
said
right.
I would wear a bikini. So
Bro,
that was the plan.
make sure your wound.
Don't
that
tempt
day.
him to have a good time.
100 subs consistent. I'll get
Actually,
Easy.
you could probably get properly fucked up. I'm just saying,
through the butt.
a little bit of that
little
vodka's
vodka in
getting
the
in your butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of
Maldoror.
that vodka.
And the rat
And a little bit of that
has the
butt
electrical
vodka.
attack.
A little bit of that butt vodka could be someone
Very
in their
useful.
jar.
Unsung
I don't know
hero of
what's
the
gonna make
game.
it back out.
Gamer dude bath vodka.
Mr. Rumbly goes, at least that's sterile. Well, at least, you know,
Well,
lemons,
We'll get to the stream when we get to the stream. That's
lemonade,
we're few and far apart from that. We'll
at
get there.
least.
But
So
when I see that
Gee
one-
Whiz goes, history will not look kindly on 2010. Listen, Gee Whiz, thank you for coming on by. No, history will not be kind to the 2010s at all. Maldoror goes, talk to people who are like, Comic Zone is the hardest game ever. And I'm like, have you tried using the rat? Well, on top of other things, it is kind of unforgiving. You only get 2 lives, and it's not until you get to
You know what else makes Comic
stage
Zone?
3 that you get an extra
Using
life.
super ghouls and ghosts.
You know what
that's
makes-
just abuse.
Do it again.
No, here's the thing though.
Yeah.
Super Ghouls and Ghosts and Comic Zone have the same core mechanic that makes them playable. Once you've learned the pattern of the level, it is impossible to lose.
Or, all right,
Because a lot of it boils down to trial and error.
For you.
Yeah.
That is what makes it
Oh gosh.
difficult, but unnecessarily the first time around. If you're trying to, few
believe I
things
can't-
are like you could fucking play Mario games out the gate, and when you figure it out,
Falcon.
What?
F-Zero. Do F-Zero GX for the SNES.
Yeah.
On the hardest mode. it's a borderline impossible without like computer minds. Because the vehicle's moving so quickly that the like human body can't respond quickly enough to like.
I never played the F-Zero game, so I don't know.
Also, apparently
Tampage hears Big Blue in his head every night before he goes to sleep.
Wait, y'all hear the music? I just hear screaming.
and carnival music.
If people don't feel
And like yelling in the back.
The occasional elephant.
Terrible.
so, Got Hippie Panda goes banana hammock or nothing. Birth goes time to fire up the Genesis emulator. All right, listen, your words, not mine. It's not up to me if there's a van outside your fucking place because
Emulator's the way to play those, especially games like Comic Zone, where like you're gonna get fucked up because you don't remember that shit, and you can just rewind the emulator and go back and do it again.
Yeah, you get one continue. That's right. Okay, so I had no idea it was a fixed amount.
Also, the boss of Comic Zone is like the final boss is bullshit.
And second of all, you could get the bad ending even if you beat him, but you don't save like the chick with the glasses in time. And the whole thing is just ugly the first time around.
It's also just, I mean, arguably not that great of a game.
I know, you're not wrong.
I remember Duel.
Grizzled veteran Maldoro.
No, the final boss is like once you learn the game, that game is easy in general.
Seth Rogen goes background. Video of women in bikinis washing cars. We could get that for an issue of Cars and Women magazine, as a matter of fact. That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Although I would also argue Comic Zone has the same mentality as a game like Dark Souls nowadays, where it's like, this shit's hard. You get through it once and struggle, and then the next time you play it, you're running laps around the enemies and perfecting the bosses.
Yeah.
Because you just learned how the game
And then you
works.
push the flaming barrel to the ceiling dragon at the end of stage 1. And it's, yes, it's an easy game when you try to figure shit out and apply trial and error shit. Well, eventually.
Yeah, it's hard like
Cool
the first
later.
time through.
Thank you for coming back.
That's like Mega Man.
A lot of
Original
games
Mega
like
Man,
that.
yeah,
I like
yeah,
that.
Souls
It's
too.
not known.
And
Okay.
I was talking
Maldoro
to,
could come to like Souls.
Yeah.
I was talking to Scampa the other day, and I was talking to him like,
I don't play Souls, but you people are fucking
dude,
maniacs.
Mega Man was more of a puzzle game than it was like almost like it was like a real time shooter, but it was like a puzzle game.
It was like a strategy game.
more time than it was like a fighting game.
Yeah, solve the jump puzzle, avoid
Like,
the hits. The boss fights are like the boss has a pattern, avoid
Yeah,
the
like
pattern.
still
And shoot.
yeah.
It's a puzzle game. You're not wrong.
Jump, dash, get on the platform.
Souls games are.
Although Mega Man X1 and 2 is really fun on Super Nintendo. Super fun.
I'm still very, very patiently waiting for Elden Ring.
All right.
It'll be good.
Tampage sounds like he does the Italian fingers when he talks. I can neither
Hey,
confirm, I can neither confirm these allegations. Maldoro, page 19. In the future, there are no more stories to tell, just raw and visceral feelings brought to the show. I argue it's like how porn evolved from stag loops to having a story and back again. All right, so walk us through. Because now, it is kind of bizarre to consider. If anyone here has never watched Boogie Nights, watch it. Because once upon a time, like, porn was shot on, like, on a fucking, like, 8mm or 15mm, and then it went to the VHS age, and then it just went on the internet, and it just manifested and multiplied, and now it's this invasive, pervasive thing everywhere.
Hold on.
And it's free,
have
so
to back
much of
something
it.
up.
And MindGeek, and I'll just stop there.
Birth Control Productions. That game Soma. If anyone hasn't played it and wants a fucking tripped out game, go try Soma out. That's just mad fun. Soma's worth a playthrough.
So hang on. Maldoro goes, haha, I was friends with Roger Watkins, who did Last House on Dead End Street. He also directed some porn. Okay. He also, yeah, on his free time, he just directed some porn.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm
You ain't
kidding.
never direct some porn?
They wanted the artful stylings of Roger Williams, all right?
You ain't
Or
never.
Watkins. Sorry,
you ain't never
I
directed
apologize,
some porn.
Mr. Watkins.
It just happened. You see? All right.
Soma was good. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to spread that too. That game was mad fun.
All right.
What a trip.
Now,
In fact, things from Soma inspired one of my modern D&D campaigns.
Now, I'm singling this out because I wrote a thread on Dostoevsky. Now, he's an author that's, I think, sometimes a little difficult for modern American audiences with no attention span to take in because there's no jump scares and there's no metaphor, simile, telling you what you want to hear, shilled, awful nonsense and garbage that you can easily find in the New York Times bestseller list. Because then you're encountered with things like this, courtesy of what's over here. All right, Red and Black Infinite, page 22.
Is there a link for the book?
Yes, can you let us know if there's a link for the book, Maldoror? Page 22. There in the corner is a hole leading to a damp pit. I don't want to go down there, but I know I have to. The pain is building up too much for it to be ignored any longer. I have to shit, and I know I'm being watched. Every action is being overanalyzed, and I know that they want to see me shit, and I know that they laugh at me. I'm trapped here, half-starved, in total isolation. You'd think I'm a paranoid schizophrenic, but how did I get here? I can't remember. All I remember is who I was before waking up here. I know nothing of whom or what bought me, and for what purpose here. I might be someone's pet now. I have some food, and there is a constant light shining from man-made holes, but the only noise I hear, or I think I hear, is the sound of camera motors. I can't contain it anymore. I reluctantly head down to the hole, to the damp pit. I dig out several handfuls of soil for which I will squat into. It's so humiliating. I'm forced to bury it with my hands or be overwhelmed with the stench throughout this place. I look up from the pit and notice it's become brighter now. Could it be a malfunction, a signal? Are my eyes deteriorating? The light becomes brighter until it reaches a sudden peak, exhausting itself and leaving me with nothing. A cockroach wanders over to my fresh excreta. A recorded voice says in an echo, "Behold, misanthrope, this is what you deserve for your hatred of man." The recording plays endlessly. I dig a new hole far from my waist, laying down and letting the dirt fall over me, covering my ears. Streamed live for 1,518 viewers, with the top donor selecting which new torture befalls the nameless. And in all caps, Dostoevsky was weak. Now, in the way that you imagine it would be like 1,518 viewers watching this unfold. Now, do you picture it in terms of like a streaming service similar to Twitch and YouTube? Or is it some sort of more greater spectacle that is given to us by virtue of, further technology, like headsets or like, the kind of technology you would see in Judge Dredd?
You just give. So this was from your brother?
Yeah, friend of Dr. B's, apparently.
So, Maldoror goes, he has to ask anatomy for the link. He read Marquis de Sade before Dostoevsky and connected more to Marquis de Sade. Okay.
Oh my god, this man just bought me a bottle of honey, Jack. That man is playing right into the Dr. B's game.
He did. Dr. B's?
Because, bro, alright, so TLDR, Dr. B's is a cartoon by Harry Partridge, but I also made a D&D character that was incredibly based off of Dr. B's.
Twitch.
So
maybe 50 years in the future. Maybe less.
This dude bought the whole ass set?
Alright.
Bro.
Like, desktop, laptop, and phone? What are you envisioning this in the 50 years or less?
And not be around?
Oh, no. I told him. He's watching.
These two go on.
Oh, okay. This man,
Birth goes
I made sure I timed it
freeze,
just
slow
right.
burn, chilling atmosphere, character development, driven Russian literature.
Uh-oh. We got spies in the chat.
So,
fine. Spies in the chat.
Mr. Rumley goes, Big B wasn't trying to be edgier than the world. No, he was not. In fact, he touched on a great number of things that, of course, allows his work to be an enduring testament, not to the follies of man, but perhaps, as he had put in his own words, to just sit.
Detectives.
To just sit and suffer and take it quietly. Really, there's nothing much else you could do. That's what happened. So,
Russian bot.
Be gone.
D-Man goes, it's a late Christmas, and you never got back to me. Do you want Detective Man? Do you want Detective M? Do you want D-Man? You never got back to me on that.
D-Man, bro. D-Man.
All right, you sure? Okay.
It's not up to them.
Maldoror goes, I got into an argument with another
stream,
writer whose work I don't like, who loved Dostoevsky, but was offended that I found nothing really of value there. Okay. I mean, offended? Like, verbally? What happened? Did he just, start spitting on you? Did he kill your dog? Did he just, did he pee in the microwave dish? And then he put the microwave
Alright, because your bro can't be here. You're doing it for him. Cheers to you, sir. Thank you for the gift.
And then he broke.
I hope you're
He
watching.
puts the microwave dish with the pee in the freezer, and then he has a frozen disc of pee, and he puts it in a
Honey
cold
Jack's
cooler of
really
ice, and then he slides it underneath the front door of where they live. Really? What's going on here?
And now I gotta fucking save this because this man. And
He
I
was
are
offended? What did he do to you?
Oof.
Maldoror goes, technically, that kind of shit, pardon the pun,
is a
already
really cool
happened on the
box.
dark net. I read
Yeah.
a report.
That's awesome.
Kids playing in Bitcoin to watch
I
snuff.
want that on like a poster.
The other author just kept
Yeah, the
quiet.
bees.
Like the bee with the helmet and the shades.
You can
Yeah.
call me whatever you want, Haynes. Damn it, I probably misspelled that. No, that's fine.
It's Hanya's.
Ay, Dios mío. Well, listen, D-man.
Hanez.
Thanks for coming on in.
Yeah, Hanez.
Page 25. A solar flare has hit the Earth. Technology ceases to be. This is a recounting of all that happened without money and without distractions. It all reverted back to the Stone Age. Hierarchy and law crumbled. The repressed urges came forth and formed the perfect hatred. The father rapes his princess daughter while the son murders the abusive mother. Bosses of all divisions and companies fled out but could not run for long. Their lynchings lined up the telephone lines. All the way down to Mexico and beyond. Prisoners escaped and inherited the earth temporarily, as cannibalism can only go so far. The prisoners could not farm. The farmers, which were religious, thrived, creating new gods and new errors in the generations that followed. Until, since science penetrated the madness again, the remnants of the old society made their move with new countries and new border disputes. Manifest destiny. The first new nukes weren't stable and split the Earth's core. I write this and me and my family's history knowing that nothing will remain. If reincarnation exists, then I wish to come back as a comet that hits a planet before life can exist. Okay. So, first of all, would you settle for a meteor? Second of all, do you think a comet can prevent things that are already in motion? Like, wouldn't you want 2? Perhaps you'd want 3. And while we're on topic here, do you feel that new faiths would be made but would be following different rules as opposed to like the chanting and the robes and the written words in the book and the like, will boundaries be broken? Will lateral thinking be applied? What kind of asymmetrical forming of like faith or religion or cults, whatever it is in this sense, like what would happen in your mind's eye? Tell me. Meteor is fine. Oh, it won't scroll on its own. I'm sorry. You see?
It's cool.
It is good. Meteor is fine.
I'm rereading that, so I make sure I got it.
The comment line is great. Ah, that's right, Berth. Maldoror goes... Maldoror. All right, listen, ladies and jerks. Songs of Maldoror. You could find him on Twitter at Songs of Maldoror. I think we would just be repeating the same mistakes because humans are flawed. All right. Okay, fine. I'm not going to argue with him.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Because he's right.
I talked about this recently, briefly with someone, about how I don't think the planet can be saved. I don't think the species can be saved. And I think it's a lost cause. Because no matter what you do, you can fight all day to save people, individual people, groups of people, all that nonsense. The planet still dies in the end. So the best course of action is to go for like the save the planet route. You know what I mean? So it's that idea of like people are flawed. If we try to play the whole like social agenda, save everyone game,
Right.
it's a losing battle because people don't change. Humans are inherently evil. And then the planet dies. Either through resources being mismanaged or we drain everything out of it, solar flare, sun explodes. Doesn't matter what the end of the Earth is. Nuclear war, like the planet dies.
A meteor is fine too.
Meteor works too. But the point is like you can't save it.
Yeah.
So,
I'm pretty sure I
Maldoror goes,
I redeemed
a
a
real thing. My dad told me about that shit, how North Koreans are dangerously close to
rock,
doing
paper,
that.
scissors.
Or they were close to doing it and shutting it
It's
down.
been a while. Honestly, it's been an awful long time since I've seen one.
2 out of 3.
All right.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Shit, oh god, yo.
Rock, paper,
It's
scissors,
getting
shoot.
tight. Oh, their
All
technique is
right.
infallible.
right. Ready? Rock,
Haynes'
paper,
technique is impregnable.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh,
Got me.
Haynes for the 2 and 0.
The scissor throws.
Listen,
I don't know what made us both
we
be
were
like,
jousting.
Yeah, we're tight.
I thought he was waiting for me to give
one
up.
of us will slip.
All right. So.
honestly, I play like Pokemon card game online, and sometimes you gotta just like rock, paper, scissors for shit.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm rock.
real quickly, Maldoror. Did you ever hear that, like, in Area 51, like, way back in the day, there were also, like, Soviet scientists working on things, and then they figured something out with the gravity well thing of the reverse engineer piece of thing that crashed. And then when they figured out something about it, the Americans kicked the Soviets out, and then the Russians had to start their own program because they were kind of piggybacking on America. Even though there's the Cold War, sure, but even like Russians have their own crashed, unidentified flying objects that are not allowed to be talked about in the
What the
lore of
fuck
their
would be the,
history.
like? What would be the
You
point?
never heard of that?
No. What,
All right,
Why
just
are
asking.
You mean
Just asking.
there's nothing to see here?
why is there a core splitting plan? What the fuck does splitting the core do?
Hmm.
Other than destroy everything.
Funny so you bring that up because the other day
Spicy
scientists
ones.
came
I
out
agree.
and said that recent information or recent like ideas that they had about the core were wrong. It's actually cooling. So within the next like million years, the Earth will just be like a dead gray planet that nothing can survive on.
course it
Oh,
will.
says
the magnetic poles will once the core cools, the magnetic poles cease to exist. Therefore, like atmosphere can't exist. Nothing is to hold everything in. It just. I mean, it's not going to happen all at once. It's not like someone's going to turn off the magnet switch.
Maldoror goes, my dad visited
So
San
what you're saying is the planet
88
can't be saved,
or 89.
and we gotta get the fuck off the rock.
Honestly, yeah. Ultimately, it's not going to be saved.
Off the rock.
Yeah,
How
but we
far
only
is
have
it
about
from-
1 million years to get off this rock.
Oh, hey, question. You know, people always talk about Area 51, but no one ever brings up, like, what the fuck is going on in areas 1 through 50?
51 is the.
Like, okay, so, like, what the fuck? So, like, Area 3 is
Does-
where they have
you know what?
the machine that, like, turns water into
Does
cocaine.
it stop at 51?
Area, that's
Is,
right.
Is 40? Is 54 its cousin?
Is Area 933
Yeah,
where
right?
they figure out how to make a zombie virus, but they just keep, like, one alive and feed them, like, a couple of chihuahuas every hour or so?
No, that's
Yo.
the lab in Wuhan.
And what's going on in Area 69?
Dude. You know what's going on here.
Alright, fair enough.
Things that could get you kicked out of Pattaya.
Yeah.
exiled out
That's
of
where all,
Bangkok.
that's where all these
That's
new
what's
sex.
happening in Area
Things that will
69.
make sure you will never get through the pearly gate.
That's where all the new sex toys come from, dude.
Yeah.
So Mr. Rumley goes, nah. All right, fine. You're not wrong. Louis Fallego's German spacecraft captured by Admiral Byrd? Maybe. All right. Stranger things have happened and have been wheeled into crates on the back of.
Is Admiral Byrd that
VHL
gentleman that
trucks.
supposedly flew in through the north of like the world into Agartha and spoke to like the Emperor of the world? Like, is that the gentleman this dude just brought up?
Who?
Because there were like journals of like some famous like aviation like captain or something, and like back in like the it was like the early like 40s or something. This dude apparently had a mission where he flew up to the North Pole, and like as you approach the North Pole, what you would expect to see is like just like ice caps and blah blah. You know, like your standard just giant fucking iceberg. But in fact, what he said he had saw in his journals was the closer he had approached, the more he saw in horizons like lush green mountains. So he like flew into the earth like from the top, like I guess what would be like the dorsal, like the blowhole.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there's a whole fucking inside earth, or like, you know, like inner earth.
I
like
believe
Agartha.
the term you're looking for is Argatha?
The monks,
Agartha?
some monks used to call it Argarti. But yes, we're on the same page. Yes, we're
I've
talking
read
about
about that, yes.
You
and
mean nonsense?
according to the same
Because
journal,
we can end this nonsense and be living in the inner earth, but we're
according
not.
to the same journal,
Right?
he was saying that like if these humans up top don't stop this like these nuclear testings, it's gonna be the end of all of like life on Earth.
Please end all of life
yeah.
sooner rather than later.
Also, according to those wacky ideas, the magnetic poles only stop about like 100 miles underneath the Earth's
Dude,
surface.
don't get chat going about Hollow Earth. I don't need this.
Yeah, Hollow Earth.
I don't need this.
Look
shit.
at what you started.
I don't need a
all right?
Hollow Earth conversation. People are in your fucking mind.
So,
Yo, go jump into the core of the planet, please.
Yo, find me the hole.
ladies and jerks.
Find me the hole.
if you're just joining us, we're here with Mr. Songs of Maldoror.
A writer.
He had written Black and
You got it. You got it. Come on.
Wait,
You got it.
wait,
You got it.
Black Red Infinite. All
There
right,
you go.
now page 31, and you can see it behind over my shoulder and his shoulder. Tampage, of course, is taking
Kind of. It's a little behind us. We're a little
and
wide.
the pillbox over behind cameraman.
We're
Page
we're a little
31.
wide.
Glass cracks, slowly broken by a brutal mob. The barrier that assured the safety of those inside finally gives. Those who have never been part of this world are now forced to confront the worst of it as they break through. Copies of Howl are torn up and used as toilet paper. Beheading contests play on ESPN. Bible becomes improvised bludgeoning tools. Atrocity after atrocity is piled up beyond the skies and well into orbit. The club of life is dead. Long live the club of life. Long live the quieted death cries 1,000 children per hour. Long live the monarchy. Long live cancer. Long live the Fog Society.
Oh no, something
Long
songs
live-
that got censored.
Lies who? Oh no! Dun dun dun!
Spell it out in letters, because sometimes Twitch does weird arbitrary censoring. That I swear I have nothing like censored except for like things that Twitch is like really. Oh, never mind. I can probably give you link permission.
Oh, I have a map that shows like supposedly all
Try
the
that again.
known entrances to Agartha all over the world.
Try it. Nope. See, yeah, Twitch doesn't like when you post links.
Long live
I don't
lies.
understand.
Long live lies and the death of sacred truths. Long live mindlessness.
Just let me know, like, if you want, like, just message me or Haynes via Twitter.
Long live
if you have,
hatred.
and I'll just post a link.
Long live natural disasters. Long live newfound tortures.
Or have, like, if it was the A of the H link, just have him send it to me, and I will post it.
Long live chemical weapons. Long live necessary violence. Long live corruption. Long live distractions. Long live Eros and Thanatos. Long live an everlasting end. Long live all things that will bring about the end of man and our eternal suffering. Now, what qualifies as necessary
Can
violence?
you see the link he posted in your chat?
By the way, ladies and jerks, page 31.
The link?
Has he posted it yet?
Yeah, he did.
Not yet. Things can be delayed though. I'm just double
Right.
checking.
No, because, like, Twitch is bullshit for
I
No.
keep expecting there to be like a little and symbol
No.
like between
Yeah,
cars and
so
but it's not
Maldoror
there.
just either message me on Twitter or this dude will figure out. Just get the link to us outside of Twitch, because Twitch doesn't. Even when I permit you to post links, it's like, no. I don't get it.
I'll give you my.
Mr. Rumley goes, long living is corruption. Well, that is not to say anything
not.
about the system
I mean,
that is
I'll give you
keeping
my
the
phone.
elderly
Yeah.
alive in
It's
perpetual
like-
No, I
misery
mean, we're on
at
Twitter,
all
so
costs. All right?
it's very easy to do that.
And our tax dollars don't even go to good works of public art either.
Yo, listen.
Necessary violence.
Careful
Anything where
when you
have to
talk about
defend
this
yourself,
Genosha kid like
Oh.
that. Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero of constitutional rights.
You know, it's really sad that such a young man had to be put up with such a horrifying ordeal. And you know what? It is a very rare and bizarre example of, like, the system works. And the only reason for that is because it was caught on camera.
Could you imagine
Really?
if that kid was on trial and there wasn't video evidence?
No, that's
They
it.
would have buried him.
Yeah, they would have buried him alive. Yeah, I
hate
watched
to
that
be
video
a
the other day,
pessimist
believe it or not,
here,
with
but-
Scampa.
Like, thank
Yeah.
God there
Dude,
was
when
video.
like 10 dudes are about to literally jump this man, potentially to death,
Yeah.
and he's like, yo, all right, this is the perfect time to shoot my gun.
All right.
He would have just been a casualty in that, like, riot.
And he happens to shoot two felons, and one was a sex offender.
To be
You
fair,
see-
hold on. To be fair, I imagine a majority of the folks at that
Like-
rally and that riot were some kind of criminal.
Yo, when I think of the perfect times to have a gun that's loaded, you're in an elevator with Hitler. You get attacked by 10 dudes, one wielding a skateboard, which you just clearly see in the video that he fucking swings the dude. It's a deadly weapon.
Notice he didn't choose Yanni, he chose Hitler. Notice.
Yeah, yo, I mean, yeah, I fuck fascism.
You could switch out Hitler for, like, George Bush, Senior.
Yeah,
W?
No, senior,
Oh,
senior.
HW.
Yeah.
Oh, you know
Ooh,
what?
OG Bush. No, that Prescott is OG Bush. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. If you were like,
Vintage Bush.
if you
is
were in,
HW.
if you were in the room while Hillary was flicking the bean, Clinton, that is, like you'd have a reason to have a
Huma
gun.
Abedin was in the room
Yeah,
whenever
yeah.
she was flicking the bean.
Yeah, yeah.
A gun to shoot myself?
And Bill Clinton was like, cucked by him.
Too cool for fluoride. The
Yeah,
former
yeah,
judge
yeah,
really did
exactly,
help.
yeah.
You're not wrong.
Hillary's
You'll-
in the corner being like,
Yo,
what's up? And you're
you'll-
like, nah.
You'll never live that idea out of your mind.
Well, not even that, because if I don't, I'm dead anyway, so I'd rather take my own life.
Yeah.
I'd rather pull the trigger than her goons pull the trigger.
Yeah, he'd rather hit
D-Man,
FX.
it's like in Die Hard with a Vengeance, the elevator scene.
'Cause if I
but,
don't,
like,
you'll kill me.
Hitler is there too. All right. So we're here with Songs of Maldoror, who had written Black, Red, page 33.
Bro, how much do you have written?
Oh, I got paper. Just
I
relax.
can see you got a fucking pamphlet there. I mean, no,
My
no
dad met
disrespect,
Papa Bush
like,
and hated him. He shook his hand like an asshole.
our guest of
It
honor.
was like the
I'm
King of the Hill episode where
this
Hank
man-
and
Yo,
Jimmy
the
handshakes
weak
on the
handshake. Oh no.
Oh, just so we're clear, in case it's not already.
Oh, not 17. My bad.
In case it's not clear, we've gone over this earlier.
On
but
the multi-chat, everyone only gets the fucking bland head, but it's different colors, and only people like Mr. Rumley, Too Cool for Fluoride, and you know what? That is playing a gross
they're different colors.
preference over
Also,
YouTube
that's why
instead of
that's
Twitch.
why I have Twitch over here. But the point is,
Just trying to make nice.
our writer, Mr. Malidor,
Yeah.
his pops was CIA.
Yeah.
That's where this comes from. I'm saying for chat's purposes, so they understand. This is where this is all coming from.
I never really knew too many people like that. There was one dude when I used to work at Home Depot, tool rental. There was this older guy that would come in, and he was cool with the main manager at the time, Tom, who had served in the Vietnam War. And they'd always chit chat, and there were a couple of times where he's like, "Yo," like they'd be talking about things, and I'd catch it. I'd be like, "Are you talking about this?" He's like, "No, mind your business." Like, yeah. And like I got cool with him eventually, and like, yo, he would tell us like. We talk politics, and he'd be like, "No, if you know any way the way like the American military operates, like this is gonna be like yo," because like he was in it for a long time. He's like, "This is gonna be their fucking game plan." And sure enough, every time like the news would come up, and it was like the military, he's like, "That's exactly what they did." And we got talking, and he was like, "Yo, I know
he's hiding
things.
out in Home
I've seen
Depot."
things that if I told you, you would have to be like there are places out there that don't exist."
Sort
on
of
the map.
like Under Siege.
Like-
Now he's a cook. Although I think he chose to be a cook in Under Siege.
I mean,
No,
not
like,
that it really
he
matters.
He chose to be in Home Depot. He's seen shit.
But like, yo, there's straight islands on the map that don't exist on the map because like they don't want to be acknowledged.
Yeah, exactly.
Too Cool for Florida goes, he had a CIA clone do his dirty work. Listen, like those clones are only 60% effective. He just got lucky. Maldoror goes, he met Reagan and liked him. My dad was friends with Ted Shackley, aka the Blonde Ghost. Ted was involved in CIA shit and was he involved in Project Phoenix? I'm curious. Ladies and jerks, Black Red Infinite, page 33. The work is not quite like giving birth. This isn't my child. It's a kind of external transformation where you remain, but there is a new you that now exists. Example, cutting off a piece of yourself, and that piece grows to become a new life form. We have developed techniques to bring people back from the dead, utilizing the work that they've left behind, such as novels, music, autobiographies, independently verified, of course, paintings, and etc. The logic is that if the work is the result of one summation of consciousness, and therefore utilizing the work as a base to reconstruct the consciousness and place that into a new brain and body, will resurrect the original person. I am head researcher on one such project out of dozens in progress. The subject selected in my division is Albert Einstein. We have scanned all his materials and finished the reconstruction, but when our Albert Einstein spoke first, it was a rambling speech that made no sense even to our best therapists. We monitored him and noticed traces not realized in his work, such as cannibalism fetish. He also grew up the female assistant, feeding him where he had to be restrained before he could do worse to her. Before we exterminated our test subject, he was raving about building nuclear bombs for World War III and IV, and so on. We recreated the experiment and saw the same results each time. Our work on Nikola Tesla led to him having the traits of a cult leader, highly similar to the Reverend Jim Jones. We didn't terminate that subject. So, a few things. And you could pick anyone you'd like to discuss first. One, the Reverend Jim Jones is a reoccurring theme in your work, and I'm curious exactly what it is about the gentleman that you, I guess, are particular fond at that moment in time and when you wrote this thing. And number two, realistically speaking, do you think it would turn into like Bill Hicks and Jimi Hendrix like shilling for Doritos like during the Super Bowl? Like is that your endpoint, or is that me interpreting what you wrote here as my biased endpoint? Because like I imagine some of these resurrections might get lucky, like a 60% working like a CIA doppelganger, kind of lucky.
I just don't think even if you could take the sum of all of someone's experiences in written or even film, you cannot recreate the person,
Right.
because a person is the sum of their experiences. You can't replicate that.
Not through their work either. That's just
you could grow a clone that is genetically identical, and you can expose them to the same degree of teachings, and you can show them who they were via film and all that, but you cannot create that same person. You physically can't, because there's like a lot of smaller details that build people.
Right.
So even that kind of leads to that, where it's like, no matter how much we apply everything that person knew and everything that they were genetically, they still become this like monster of themselves, because they're still like a homunculus.
Right.
They're not a person.
For science.
Yeah, you could clone somebody and then raise them differently, and you just have like the body of the clone, but like with a whole new personality and behavior. It looks, and like on a genetic DNA level, is that person, but you'd have to also just raise them and they become the new them. You know what I mean? Right. So without trying, you can't recreate the person. You can recreate the body, most likely.
Well, you could briefly recreate the person in things like we now have like Sammy Davis Jr. and James Carey selling like vacuums and brooms.
So that's like, no, I'm talking about like actually
Sinatra selling health
human.
insurance. It's gonna happen. Watch.
But that's like CGI effects based.
So
I'm talking about cloning. Like, you can clone a human being, and genetically they are that person.
at best, you'll get 60%.
You could clone them and make a living cloned human. It's just not going to be that person you knew. It is a genetic clone of them, and now it has to survive through a whole new slew of experiences. So it becomes a new person with the same genetic makeup as the original. Looks like them, sounds like them, probably does not act like them. It has the same genetic physical markers of that person, but like intellectually, socially, it's whatever they're raised in. Like, take a person that was raised through
So evidently this is nature versus nurture, the final frontier, brought to you by Benoxis.
Take a person, like let's say like with our parents, right? Pick your pops. Everyone has like some exposure to their pops, right? And our parents all grew up in different eras. Now imagine you could clone your parent, right? You would clone your own father and raise that baby now. There's no fucking chance in hell when it was an adult it would resemble your father. Right. In anything but physical.
You think so?
Mentally, behavior-wise?
Oh, well, yeah, because, yeah. All right, that I wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, physically, sure.
Yeah.
A perfect copy, but it would behave
and
completely
perfect
different.
copies sometimes happen, ladies and jerks.
You know what I mean? Like, behavior-wise, what it believes, what it thinks, how it speaks, completely different.
I don't want to believe that, because in another time, in another context, you also told me that out there's someone that's better than you, and he like makes more money than you, and like fucks more richer than you. And if there's a perfect dude out there, who is that perfect dude or person's like better?
I'm just saying, a clone is physically equal, but mentally, socially, upbringing based. In this case, I think I like that little excerpt because
No, 100% true. Because like honestly, my dad, like I don't mind, like I wouldn't bring it up if it bothered me, but like my father apparently was like abused as a kid, and so like it's when I was growing up, it's all he knew, like legitimately, it's all he knew.
So imagine you applying that, but not doing that. Imagine the human, and then the time you raise them in. It's the same thing as like if
you teach an old dog new tricks.
If you grew up,
and by dog I mean genetic lineage.
If you grew up in the 20s. A perfect copy physically of you in the 20s would not resemble you who you are now, nor would it represent, like, if you were born in 2010. Zoomer you would be very different than you now.
Miles apart.
But physically, you could be identical. But
that
mentally and socially, be very different.
That would be a very disturbing thing to think about, actually.
The nurture part of it is incredibly powerful.
We hate ourselves.
So, birth goes, it would not be hit completely differently. Psychological traits are about 50% heritable. Aha. And he also said earlier, Manson tested 121 IQ, but was likely higher. So, Maldoror, don't approve Jim Jones, but the guy was smart. You have to be smart. God damn it, it scrolled by too fast. I'm sorry. But if Manson wasn't in California and didn't have so much access to the drugs, would he have had the family? I think that is not as big of a pillar as you feel it was, but it was an important one.
I
A
think being
secondary,
involved with the Beach
not a
Boys is a bigger
primary.
pillar.
Right.
Imagine Zoomer versions of us. We'd be so popular.
No,
Yeah.
not
it
at
would-
all.
Yeah, it would.
Yo, I believe it.
If we were Zoomers,
To keep it 100, like zero cap. Yeah.
if we were not like counterculture, just
Also,
I doubt that.
we would be popping.
Not 17 goes, I think there would be a lot of similarities in personality and abstract ways, simple things like how much like social interaction and stuff. Okay, perhaps, up to a degree. But I do, well, I mean,
No, that's fine.
we're talking about fucking clones, not relatives that are passed down
you
through the
would-
genetic lineage of, no.
You would maintain traits that are genetically passed down, but the time you live in defines a lot of how you grow and who you become. I was born into a world where there was no major war.
Right.
Technology was advancing. Smartphones were a thing. The internet was becoming the internet as we know it now. So I grew up with that becoming a thing. Imagine the generation right before mine, who were coming off the heels of things like Vietnam, who didn't have the internet. It's only one generation behind mine.
damn.
It's completely
Yo,
different.
if we were Zoomers, we'd be vaping and therefore gay. And I agree with that.
And on hoverboards.
We would be dope.
Yeah.
No. I didn't get a response to this earlier.
We wouldn't be
Maldoror.
miserable, old, drunk, angry.
Zoomers.
We would have no idea. We would just be like vaping and trying to smash and
Honestly.
listening to Kanye
Yeah.
and talking about crypto.
Oh, God.
Slipping into DMs on Insta.
Lately, looking at Coinbase has been like self-harm.
What's
Lately.
Ethereum doing right now? I really was holding back on
Bad, real bad.
investing. Like, dude, I want, if they could try, we'll drop a little more. I'll invest. I'll full invest.
I'll tell you
Checking
right
in on your crypto wallets right now is akin to self-harm.
Yeah, it's the kid to say very akin. Very.
I'm glad I didn't
Oh,
let a crypto when I did. Well, I mean,
All right, you know, it was
avoided the
25
circus, good on
yesterday.
you.
24 today.
all right. I was good to not invest yet. I was about to drop like $2,000 yesterday. I'm not understanding. Oh no bullshit. I was literally
Just
sitting
wait. It's gonna keep
Something
going.
in me was like, invest now, don't do it.
No,
Kevin.
no,
invest now, don't do it, Kevin.
Hold off. It's gonna drop more. Buy the super dip and make a crazy surplus.
Yo, yeah, dude, literally drop every.
Welcome
like,
to the Super Dip
I'll
Dome.
drop 9.
Everyone-
Noxus says it's
Everyone right now who's like, it's not
It's hard
turning
to
back
say it's
around.
not happening.
You're wrong.
Dude, I will drop 9 of the 10 grand I have in the bank right now and survive on ramen and pork and beans until I'm a fucking rich
Bro,
man
you
again.
think I'm not sitting here every day watching it and I have a little bit of a side cash account where I'm like, all right, ET, drop a little more.
All right.
Come on,
Now-
a little bit.
Yo, who is it? Maldoror. I actually pulled out of my Ethereum. I had half an Ethereum about 3 or 4 months ago. And this was when Ethereum was still sitting at 4,600. And I didn't pull out of Ethereum because I suspected a dip. I pulled out of Ethereum because I was on Robinhood. And when you're on Robinhood, this is a quick PSA for everyone that doesn't know. When you're on Robinhood and you buy stocks and or coin, Robinhood owns custodial rights to everything you buy off of them. So you still get it. It's still your currency. But if you wish to trade it freely, you can't. So in this gesture, I protested that by literally selling my Ethereum. 4,600, I had half Ethereum. I got $2,000 out of it. It's sitting back at $2,000. And I'm like, wait, I'm about to be able to buy a full Ethereum for half Ethereum that I like.
Pretty much.
We are not recommending you roll dice with cryptocurrencies and your money.
No,
Hey, listen.
I switched to Coinbase because I found out about that.
I will counter argue with buy the dip. Because it comes back.
Yeah, no, dude,
Not 17 goes.
come
Robinhood
Monday-
fucking sucks.
Come
Yeah,
Monday,
that's
I'm
right,
getting in touch with my
Maldoror.
401k. I'm getting in touch with my 401k.
All right, so
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, buy the dip. Become a crypto bro. And if you have stocks right now, don't slit your wrists.
don't
It's
look
fine.
at it for the first 3 days.
It's okay.
Don't.
Listen,
Lost about $200 on Tesla.
the stock market
right.
has crashed before. You're going to be okay. It's just going to take a long time to recover. Deep breaths. Don't look at it.
Just go look up like videos of like Belle Delphine. It'll distract you.
You need to be doing push-ups, and you need to be doing.
Yeah, go back to the gym, go back to work. Don't look at your portfolio.
All right.
Buy the dip.
Courtesy of Songs of Maldoror. All right. Page 20. Yeah, that's right. We're going back. Once the problem of physical aging has been resolved, the next problem to be tackled is the resonant sound of the aging human voice. It would be unnatural for a person to look 28 and sound 88. Would you go see a live performance of your favorite band when they're pushing 80 and sound so very tired? Through a simple procedure, whereby an insertion of a sort of speaker system in their throat is performed in AI, whereby an insertion of a sort of speaker system in the throat is performed in AI, will reproduce the voice of the individual into sounding younger and whatever they prefer. This technology has left voice actors in Hollywood without work, while the affluent octogenarian can do a dead-on Bugs Bunny voice as if possessed by Mel Blanc, to entertain their young and by proxy promote benefits of such miracles of science. Transsexuals no longer have to put on a fake effeminate or lower voice to pass. More so, the individual can sound however they want, altering their voice at will. Research shows that the politician can assume the perfect wavelength of trust and even further on. Select words will be heard by their basin enemies. We don't even need a vocal implant to achieve this for propaganda purposes. Furthermore, women can alter orgasmic moans to the most elegant pitch, where rapists can transform howls of rage to swoon their victims. Consequently, the undesirables are easily muted by the implant, or the individual can selectively mute their voice at their own behest. So, in terms of voice and voice inflection, it should be noted that I don't know if this is a Western woman thing, but here in America, women sometimes lower their voice an octave to have some sort of assertion of authority that exists. So, in terms of pitch, Doro, do you believe that some people can intuit this even if they're, like, for example, the Green River Killer, he had the IQ of mayonnaise, but he outbeat fucking Ted Bundy, and Ted Bundy got so butthurt he collaborated with the FBI to catch Green River. And even Ted Bundy was like, yeah, he's fucking dumb as shit, but he's guided by instinct, you know.
So he's natural.
Yeah, he's gonna go back and fuck the corpse.
Natural.
You gotta go find him and fuck the corpse. So do you think inflection is something that people can intuit through base instinct, even if they have the IQ of mayonnaise, like the Green River Killer?
I adjust my pitch based on who I'm talking to because it affects them differently. I do that in real time.
Hello, Danger. Thank you for chiming in.
In real time, I've done
Frank
that.
Horgan coming to you live.
I take
718 studio.
When I deal with management, I use a deeper pitch. When I deal with clientele, I soften my tone so I seem safer and lighter.
Yes.
Even though,
because you don't want to come off as swole, cocky, queen sex.
Or I'm yelling at them. Or with upper management, I have to take a deeper tone.
Right.
To allow them to know that take my word as law, basically. But no, adjusting your tone is a thing you can do. And people fall for that shit. If you're trying to be apologetic and make them and make yourself the victim, all you have to do is raise your tone.
Yeah, but you still got to be convincing. That's the other half.
True, but that little bit is enough to trick people.
No, honestly, yeah, no. It's
Look
true.
at him building plus ones like
it's
third
basic
edition
manipulation against people who just
3.5. Excuse me.
Yeah, changing your tone, your eyes do a lot of the work for you. If you know how to adjust where your eyes are.
Yeah, if you know where to look at them on their bodies and whatnot,
was it good?
Psychologically,
how you're squinting, how wide your eyes are, how moist your eyes are.
Buenas noches.
Manipulating people through communication. It's all about where they're looking. Which
Damn.
is almost always the eyes.
Business Haynes.
Yo, business Haynes.
So listen, Maldoror, excuse me. Do you believe that the vocal inflection and the changing of the pitch and the rising and the lowering of it, do you believe that it can be intuited by someone who has the IQ of mayonnaise in the same way the Green River Killer did, but Ted Bundy did, but better by virtue of metrics? Come on, like, is that a thing? I'm curious.
Dude, imagine if someone got like mad because they beat your fucking
All right,
world speed run record of being like a serial killer.
too cool for Florida.
And then you
Goes, I
fucking-
do previous language. All right, but I'm asking
started
Mr.
teaming up with
Maldoror.
the CIA.
You're not wrong.
Started teaming up with the CIA to
However,
like, beat the guy
how about
who's
this?
beating your record.
Too cool for fluoride. Okay, what exactly does fluoride do, and why are you too cool for it? I am curious. Because listen, like fluoride, it's in toothpaste, and why would they put it in water supplies? And they have it in some countries, but not other countries. It's a silly thing. You should look it up. Maldoror goes, I'm not very familiar with the Green River Killer. Oh, yeah.
He's pretty cool. He's up there.
You should look him up. So, give me 2 seconds.
He's still not my favorite killer, but you know, he's up there.
Hydrate! Iceman's pretty solid. Fuck.
Aha.
Hold up. There's more club soda.
Just drink the club soda. It's right there.
Yeah, it's true. Hold on, let me just pour myself.
I still say my favorite killer is Mr. Holmes. Mr. H.H. Holmes is my killer of choice.
It can create salts. All right. Well, danger. Thank you for chiming in. I didn't know it was that dangerous.
Oh, they didn't
So,
see it. Hold on.
Who's your favorite serial killer, Haynes? Is it Green River? Or is it Kemper?
It's got to be Kemper.
How about you, Tampage? Favorite killer?
I mean,
real or fake is fine.
Of the ones I know,
See, it doesn't scroll down on its own.
real or fake is fine.
I'm fine with I'm fine with hypothetical or fancy killer.
That's right, Gothic Panda.
My favorite is Holmes, though.
Oh, Kemp.
I like America's First.
All right.
Also, he was elaborate. That kid's
Bringing
crazy,
it back to
dude.
the OG. Oh,
Because he built a building to murder people. That man's a genius. Like he went above and beyond.
he was like a
Obama.
supervillain.
Okay, cool, Obama. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
A lot of dead
You
bodies.
can't tell me Obama every 5 minutes is logical. You can't tell me that some of them weren't just for fun.
Kemper is like
May I?
Yo, please, yes.
in the world of serial killers though.
I got popcorn.
Oh, thank you
I got-
very much.
I got not any name brand tortilla chips that are extra spicy and orange,
With
like
a-
not
with a-
other
with a
brands.
D,
Huh?
with a D in front of it.
No, but it ends in Oreos.
Campage is a very gracious guest, by the way.
And fuck.
Nah, Kemper is top tier in terms of just like general serial killer and intellect. I'm good, thank you. Although again, I like Holmes on his merit.
Okay. Hey, chat, how about this? Chat, chime in. Who is your favorite serial killer? Come on down. I want to hear from someone
Okay,
other
hold
than
on,
Mr.
hold on.
Maldoror.
Birth Control Production says
This
Holmes,
is important.
Holmes might have been framed.
I know he is beholden because he is our guest, goddammit, but I want chat to tell us who
Would
their
you?
favorite.
Holmes might have been framed. That's fine. Some motherfucker had an elaborate hotel structure built with secret chambers and torture rooms to kill people.
And then one day, Holmes was like, "Hey, what's up? I'm here." And then they framed him for everything that happened. Right, Berth?
I would, like-
bet you that's what happened.
If fucking Holmes was framed, then that means the person who framed Holmes is better than Holmes was. Because not only were they an intellectual
No danger,
killer,
real killers.
I know I'm cool with fake killers. Real killers gives you bonus points because like you're picking a real life human, but like if you pick a practical fake killer, not like a Freddy Krueger, which was like my favorite horror villain, but like obviously he has an advantage. He's a dream
And
killer.
then I'm gonna have to go to Jason Voorhees. Just stay the fuck off his camp.
That's early Jason.
Yeah, I know, but
And then Jason went to New York and everything was
no,
free
they,
game
they,
from
fo-
then.
they forced him to New York.
I'm just saying, Jason went to New York
That
and
was against his will.
at that point it was free game. He's everywhere now.
It's not auto scrolling. I'm sorry.
Is there a body of water? Jason's there.
Damn it.
Also, as far as I'm concerned, Jason is my least favorite of the slasher villains.
So D-Man chimes in with, I think Kira Yoshikage is like the only serial killer that ever really interests me. All right, so explain to us who that is, because I don't believe I am familiar
Hey,
with that
Louis
genre.
Fillet says Iceman.
Ooh, Kuklinski!
I was gonna
Louis
say Iceman.
Fillet with
I was
the
gonna
OG.
say Iceman
Hey,
until
hey.
you said like it could be like anybody.
What was the name of that movie where Michael Shannon plays Kuklinski, the Iceman? Is
It's
that
called
it?
Iceman. It's called Iceman.
Excellent movie.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, bro. Iceman's solid.
All right.
Bro, when they pull him out of his house in that movie, and his family's like, "What the fuck's your problem?" And the FBI's like, man, like, your fucking husband's one of the number one most serious. And it's just like, bro, the fact that he was that much of a fan, like, just a normal, everyday Joe.
No, he was kind of a broken human being, but he was an excellent provider.
Hold on, birth
Joe,
control?
Jorge.
Birth control, I don't mind that he didn't have as many kills as he might have. The lengths which H.H. Holmes went to kill is what I like. It's not about how many he killed. It's the fact that this man was like, in order to murder people, I am going to build a structure. And that structure is going to have secret chambers.
No.
And like hidden passages. And like he took killing to like an art form. I'm not just gonna murder you. I'm gonna come into you in the middle of the room. I'm gonna fucking like knock you out, bring you to my torture chamber that I got through the mirror in your room. I pulled you through, and then like erase your records, and then like do whatever I'm doing. It's fucking like it is so extra. It is.
I would
movie
argue.
bullshit,
I
but
would
it's real.
argue it's monomaniacal.
It's movie bullshit, but it happened in real life.
Yes, which makes it even richer. Is all I'm saying.
That's why I like it. It is real life.
Birth goes,
but it feels like a
H.H. Holmes
fantasy.
slide leading to the basement was pretty cool. You see, it was like Pee-wee's Playhouse, but with murder.
It's so excessive, but I love that he was so excessive.
Danger goes. He's just a jack. He's just a guy who wanted
What
a quiet
was he?
life in
What
a
is this?
Japanese suburb.
The string there?
While
That was where the old
collecting
green
one of
screen used
severed
to hang
tents.
from.
Oh.
When we sat across the room here,
And all the time, and I'm sure it's been here for a while. I've
Got
never known.
Hippie Panda
It's like,
chimes in with,
we
I
were
really
saying-
like Lady Bathory.
oh, just for a green screen.
A classic. There is another
Now
band
I
called
use
Bathory.
the
I don't know if
hooks,
they're
but
good.
not the like. The,
Yeah, of course, yeah,
not the
yeah.
Beeman goes, Kira Yoshikage.
I hang bondage ropes from the hooks.
For their hands. For their hands.
Yeah,
For their hands.
those hooks
This
are
dirty?
You know what, man?
enough.
Like,
Fair
monkey
enough.
paws are where I draw the line because at least you can get wishes out of them. What do you get with the
Where's the
human hand?
booski? The whistle.
Rip spreading fake news as always. Birth, is it cool if I could shout out where you're from because that would explain the kind of disinformation that you're spreading. Last I heard, Birth was where the John Bull Fish and Chip Shop blew up somewhere in Birmingham. You know, I'm not trying to blow a spot where he's from. You see? Holmes is only one confirmed kill though, for what it's worth. One.
Allegedly.
Yeah. All right.
Allegedly.
Doesn't that mean you're a better serial killer when they couldn't find any of the other bodies?
So.
Allegedly, one kill.
Haynes got to. I'd like to think so.
Question mark.
Thank you.
Other kills.
Birth goes Peter Sutcliffe. I think.
Actually,
Is
I'll
Peter
support
Sutcliffe
that.
the Yorkshire Strangler?
If you have a bunch of like, if you're a
Is that
serial killer,
him?
it's like we can't confirm your kill. It's like
Joe, we
good.
found your kill.
All right,
Like,
so
and he's
Birth-
like, I'm a serial killer. They're like, what? He's like, bro. you
Birth
got a
is
lot of work to
operating
do.
out of Ireland, and in fact, like I don't know if Birth is a Provo. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but Birth may or may not be watching Provos hijacking cigarette and petrol
Here you
trucks
go.
in the middle of the night.
Here you go, chat. Who is your favorite serial killer organization?
Organization.
Yeah, you all know what I mean.
Kind of. I mean, elaborate.
Like IRA, Hezbollah.
Oh, now you're just
Fucking,
being mean and attributing like killer. They're not serial killers.
All right, fair enough.
Listen,
All right.
Hezbollah. No, listen.
How about-
No. Hezbollah is the only standing army on Earth that took land back from Israel that they had stolen from someone else.
No,
block by
I-
bloody block,
yeah,
and then Hezbollah ended up
ISIS.
fucking
ISIS.
like giving social services
Oh,
and like
no.
roads and medics
You did
in
this.
schools.
I did this.
And then Hezbollah ended up
I did
turning
this.
into a fucking political party.
But you can still answer.
And you see, it just no, because he's falsely attributing serial killer organization.
Listen, don't say Hezbollah. Just whatever you do, don't say Hezbollah.
Who is your favorite political group that murders people?
Yeah, all right, yeah. Maybe I was just
Thank
being-
you.
yeah,
That's all
The
right.
Viet Cong.
Yeah, really. That's not a political. There was no politics there.
I'm gonna have
You're
to
wrong.
go with the Khmer Rouge.
They just wanted to
All
win.
right.
They weren't a political party.
He's not far
Trust
off.
me when I say that,
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting an agreed upon.
dude. They were
Khmer
not.
Rouge. Khmer
The
Rouge.
Viet Cong were dope.
Khmer Rouge.
I like spike bits.
Punji traps, I
Yeah,
believe.
punji
would be
pits.
appropriate.
I'm a fan.
Listen, the Khmer
Yo,
Rouge.
Punji pits are fucked.
Punji
up.
bits are dope.
So, Danger goes, the way somebody describes some of the serial killers that if you ever wrote a story about them, people would complain that it's too edgy and unrealistic, but people actually did that shit. That is true. I believe there was a Swedish writer that wrote about a guy tracking a serial killer, and it was horrific, and he got investigated by the police, and he was like, no, I just wrote that.
Who is the Thuji?
Yes, that is right, Berth, the Yorkshire Ripper. Gotham Pendigos, that sounds like Dahmer, to Danger. Tuco Florida goes, Symbionese Liberation Army, if that's what you're getting at. Yes, that was.
Ooh, the Earth Federation from Gundam. We will accept this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo,
the Earth Federation.
Terrans are fucking murderers. Let's be honest, man.
They are just cogs in a machine. The GOP. All right. Listen, Louis Fillet. I've had enough of you getting kicked out of town hall meetings where some jerk off is banging a gavel and telling you to shut up, and you're like, I have my rights as an American. But like security's too shook to do anything about it. But you understand you're on limited time, so you have to make a graceful
real
exit.
political party. I'm changing my answer to a video game.
All right, yeah, let's see it.
The Zerg from StarCraft.
No, they're not even. They can't even reason.
Yeah, no.
Yes, they can.
No, they're
I'm sorry.
hive mind.
Did
They're
y'all
hive
not play
mind.
the actual games?
Hive mind doesn't count.
Yeah, they do.
Hive mind doesn't count.
They have
No.
intellect.
That's like choosing the board. Like, no, stop it. They're not terrorists. No.
Yeah,
They're no more terrorists. than
They're a
every-
race, for God's sake.
Yeah.
They're a
And
species. They're a species.
Planet eaters, hell bent on natural survival, and
My
only
grandma's absurd.
because
Dude,
the hive mind takes
hive
over.
mind is literally organic machine thinking. Stop it.
They only get hive minded later in the series, and that only unites them. Otherwise, they are independent and they are just planet eaters. But the hive
Really
mind
fucking-
unites the Zerg.
They're like space
He
locusts.
fucking gets behind the xenomorphs.
They are space locusts. Xenomorphs are a different deal. Don't sully their good name.
No, they are space locusts, but when the hive mind kicks in, it focuses their locust behavior. Otherwise, the Zerg are just like, all right, planet, eat, dead. Next one, planet, eat, dead. Next one.
Ooh, Shinra from Final Fantasy VII.
The terrorists?
Yeah, I guess that's what.
Not
Yeah.
a bad answer. Too Cool for Florida goes, Maldoror tried to post a link, and unfortunately that's a no-go.
Maldoror, hit me up on Twitter, link it to me, and I will post it.
All right?
I am at Minoxus.
So, Shinra.
And I will post any link you want because Twitch is bullshit and does not let people post it.
No one talks about the Turks. Page 41.
To be fair, everything about FF7 is just terrorists fighting terrorists. It's
Well,
like gang wars.
It's like
It's like gang wars, the game.
It's the biggest like gang war on the street versus the biggest gang like in the government. Like
it's like a syndicate horrific cross current of interests.
Yeah, except you sit there being like, we
But
saved
with
the
materia,
day!
with materia.
We saved the day even though we blew shit up and
Oh,
killed a bunch of innocent people.
Of course, fucking Lopan is gonna say the main characters are fucking Borderlands.
No, they're bad guys.
I know they're bad
And they're
guys.
murderers.
Only in the game with Handsome Jack.
No, in all the
Do a
games.
stream about the Armenian genocide.
They are murderers. That's the
Listen,
plot of Borderlands.
That's a lot of research, even though it's things Mrs. Kasperi doesn't even want to acknowledge in public.
No, we can do a stream about the Armenian genocide, but we're not going to be able to do 4 hours of that.
Actually,
we could do
yo,
we could do a
can I
genocide
take that
stream.
back? I take that
Could
back.
do a genocide stream.
My pick is no longer Obama. It's the Golden Horde because, like, honestly, the
Hey!
Huns
I
were
am
okay.
telling you to not at Cenk Uyghur and remind him that the Armenian genocide happened. I'm not telling you to do that.
The Huns reminded you that you were interlopers in your own country. Have a great day.
So, Maldoror, page 41, from Black Red and Pink. You can see over our shoulders.
Genocide stream.
Genocide stream.
I hope
That's so bad. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
No,
What do you mean,
don't-
a stream
don't be
where we
sorry.
talk about genocide.
it wouldn't be a bad idea. Page 41, I hold them hostage. I flick the cylinder like I've seen in movies to be more menacing, poking their eyes with the barrel's tip to keep them in check. Nuclear family sitcom bullshit. They beg me to let them go. I say nothing for a long while and stare without blinking, pondering. For a long time, I simply ponder and let my eyes go adrift while memorizing their features. I pull the smallest away from as the mother screams and father curses me. I present another pistol and at 1911 and threaten the youngest with my revolver that I was playing with. With the youngest kneeling at my gun barrel, I asked them if they know about R. Bud Dwyer, and they told me that they knew nothing about him, while still holding my revolver. To the head of the youngest, I maneuver my phone.
What is
to its,
Doogie? Apologize.
That's what the link's for.
I maneuver my phone with its 6-inch display and play for them R. Bud Dwyer's Public Suicide by Revolver. The children cry and the parents look at me in puzzlement. I tell them to play Russian roulette with the revolver and explain how it's loaded with only one bullet. The children have long since pissed themselves. The parents reluctantly do this, crying and telling each other how much they love them. Click, click. Click, the pistol wasn't even loaded. I leave a pair of scissors close enough where they can free themselves and I make my escape.
Genocide now.
All right.
Genocide stream,
All right.
bro.
So, in spite of the genocide stream that is long overdue already. So, number 1.
Oh no, now we have to do a genocide stream.
Maldoror, is there a single-handed firearm you are partial to?
Oh my god.
Like in particular, that's question number 1. So question number 2, all right. Do you feel that zip ties are a better advantage over duct tape in terms of such a situation if you have to do things?
I gotta pee again.
No.
Get out of my way.
And number 3, all right.
My small flag won't stand for this.
Can you unpack the details of why R. Bud Dwyer and he rode on national television? That is a fun and lurid tale.
I don't know about fun, but definitely littered.
You see the messages aren't scrolling on their own.
Don't worry, I will handle it.
So Tampage is going to handle it, all right, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
So, hopefully he can troubleshoot this and click down so I can read your kind words, even though he does have Twitch chat to the left, but he's leaving YouTube out on the right. All right. So, Goth Hippie Panda goes 877 genocide now. Hopefully this long overdue stream, in fact, it should have happened yesteryear. But you heard it here first, folks, at twitch.tv/Minoxus, where we're discussing Mr. Maldoror's book, Red, Black, Infinite. So, handcuffs would be preferable, but it depends on what you have available. Okay, R. Bud Dwyer, and he's going to begin unpacking this, so let us address chat very quickly. So, D-Man goes, I like the cartoonish long revolvers, and Not17 goes, okay, chat, drop your favorite genocide. Large number controversy. All right. So, can you click new messages?
Of course I can, sir.
So, Mr. Maldoror goes, my dad was in talks to a black sheep of the royal Saudi family, and he was able to get this guy to write a check for $2 million. So they go over to the William Penn Bank in Pennsylvania to cash it. Obviously, a bank won't just give you the money, but the bank manager recognized the Saudi heir and signed his name to the $2 million. So, my dad takes away $2 million to finance the Contras and sees the Saudi heir, I think he was a prince, on his way. Check bounces. Bank manager's ass is on the line. So now we are going to the subject of Hey Man, Nice Shot, the song. All right.
Well, that's what you fucking see through that shit?
Yeah.
No.
He now needs to pay back $2 million. And now we're gonna get.
I mean, I got plenty of math.
Yeah, I don't need wizard vision.
I mean, this is probably the best in terms of like open space.
Coincidentally, this guy won the lottery for several million. Then we get the good old Bud, who had everything in a paper bag just in case. Basically, Dwyer was railroaded to cover up the fact that 1, where that money went to, and 2, to cover up that the lottery can be fixed. So, ladies and jerks, Bud Dwyer did nothing wrong.
Except the whole like gun thing.
I mean, we benefit his sacrifice every day.
But that was wrong.
No, it wasn't.
It was wrong.
It was a great choice.
It was a bad play.
It was an excellent choice.
It was a bad play.
It was a nice shot.
No, it was not. It was easy. It was not a nice shot. You can't.
Listen,
you can't give a benefit to someone with a gun.
do you want to go over the footage, censored and blurred?
Gun in mouth is not a nice shot.
It's a clean shot.
Danger goes to
Not though.
not 17. The Holocaust was interesting, but that is different from others. It wasn't just an armed minority, but a fully state-funded, fully automated, brutally efficient. Yeah, but then so was the killing fields in Cambodia. So was the Holodomor. Maldoror goes, my dad told me that when I was 9.
I thought it was
He was very open about most of what he was involved in. I was the only one of the family that could follow along with what he could talk about and was interested in. So no one else was curious about the happenings of what was he? An engineer, a goon, a gunman, a paramedic? Could he make disguises? Did he decode things? What exactly did he do? Please tell us.
Your mom.
Ooh. Slinking Texas chorizo across state lines. Yeah, that's why he joined the CIA, because the FBI was after his ass.
Well, this chair does not feel good.
He goes, it's really funny, his brother thought he was full of...
Actually, this one's pretty
He worked
sturdy.
at Macy's as an engineer. Too cool for Florida. Goes, Assyrian conquest of Elam, probably the first recorded genocide. Ooh, look at you with the history credentials. Maldoror goes, there's an article out there about him called The Gun Runner from Macy's. Is that so? So, ladies and jerks, the author of Red Black Infinite, his father, is behind the gun running out of Macy's. So,
Oh shit! Last page.
page 46. All right. Can you please? Can someone hook me up?
If you guys want, in that little black container, pop that open on the windowsill. On the windowsill.
I'm worried.
All right.
What kind of construction job do you do?
Oh no, we've still got some more. Are you fucking kidding me? It ain't over till it's over, baby.
Nope.
That little black tin on the windowsill that says medley. The little right on your left, right there, straight down. Open that.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. 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 All right.
That's all you.
Oh no, we're not done, D-Man. You see? You think this is the last page? And Monoxys is all like, hey, here's the last page. No, this isn't the last page. And then we have to go to this page. All right?
Don't you think?
All right? It's
Don't-
not over until it's over. I have questions.
Just-
Hold on.
Yeah, quick.
Haynes is all right. Hold on. Here is the Haynes things to say pamphlet, right? And then here's the like Monoxys things to say pamphlet.
Quick pro quo.
So like,
chat.
let's talk about this book.
Do you think?
Questions from me.
Do you think?
Questions
that-
from Haynes.
And there are very simple, elegant questions he could be asking at any time, but
Haynes
he's
has
not.
to read the entire goddamn like section from the book to ask a question, where I can be like, "Hey,
Because chat has not read this goddamn book, and they should.
how about this? How are we pronouncing it? Maldoror?
Maldoror.
Maldoror?
Let's get.
Is it CIA or the CIA?"
You see? That's a question he could have asked at any point during this evening.
But I'm holding off because my questions are simple. CIA or the CIA?
You gotta understand, chat. Orthorexia of Nervosa.
Oh, see, there you go.
Would be much
The
longer
No.
if Haynes
Answer.
had it his way.
The agency.
But
The agency.
economically, it would
How about
also
this?
cost more points.
Let's roll it back to another one. A lot of this book is written through, what is it, the third person?
First person.
It's written in first person. This book.
Well, a lot of this book, actually. I would
It's written in the
say
first person perspective, yeah?
80% of this book is written in the first person. I would
So,
argue.
would it differ if it was in third person?
All right.
Or how would it differ, rather?
Okay, fine.
Do you think there would be a big change if it was
Hey,
in
the
the third
fucking
person?
guy who crashes the. No, that's the Hawaiian shirt, and then no, that's in the first person too. You're right. And now Mr. Kum Kum is all, I'm back and I'm drunk. Mr. Kum Kum, what are you
That shit's
drinking?
fucking crazy.
I know exactly. That's what I was like. As soon as I was like, oh,
Yeah.
we're talking about activated key for old joint.
Yeah.
No. an earlier Maldoror one. It sounds like Walter Mitty bullshit, but there's multiple articles and witnesses and interviews with people with the gun runner from agencies.
All right, so I got my one answer. We're gonna go with the agency from now on. We're done saying CIA.
The agency. It's great.
Or the CIA.
But I want to know: would it be different if it was in third person, or would it be the same book from a
your
other perspective?
your CIA informant would be happy to hear this.
Yeah. And I guess the last question.
Yeah, could you stop referring to us in first person?
And then the last question on this very small sheet would be: how did your pops end up in the CIA? See, simple.
You see, and now he's just got one sheet left. I've got one sheet left, and now it's crunch time.
Yeah, but it took you 3 hours to get through your package.
Listen, chat needs
It took
to
me
read
10 seconds.
because chat needs to read this book.
Also, chat. I know we're throwing a lot of
There you
shit.
go. If it was third person, it would lose some of the vitality. I'd love for you to elaborate, but feel free not to. And he enlisted just as Nam was taking off. Was it that easy to enlist in the CIA then?
No, wait.
What were the questions just asked?
How does Pops end up in the CIA? Obviously the name of it, and then
Performed extremely well. And
so it was a third person, first person. Oh, and like what do you call it?
you see,
Yeah, we'll get started there first. Yeah. It makes more sense.
Oh.
Shoot.
Oh, so he just like ended up testing, and they were like, "You're on par."
the aluminum gun scandal. All right, can you please walk us through this? This is excellent and delightful. There's still some things he hasn't disclosed. Well, I mean, I imagine when you're in the agency, there are certain things you don't discuss even with amongst your loved ones. Imagine the things people take to their graves when they're ever in like alphabet soup of any kind. Not just for the spooks that invented crack and probably invented AIDS, When my grandpa got high up in the Masons, he got grandfathered in. I have no idea what that has to do with this, but okay, too cool for Florid. Maldoror goes, there's still, my father has encyclopedic knowledge about foreign policy. Oh, well, after the concurrent shifts that the things which operate underneath the surface, he has to be very aware of. But everybody should be reading Red Black Infinite by Songs of Maldoror. Although his
I
last
still
name,
need a link to the book, bro. I bet my dad can beat up your dad.
That's right.
I don't know. CIA dad? My dad's from like my dad's a hood rat, kind of. But like he's an Italian hood rat. You know what I'm saying?
Alright.
Like when we talk about like those mobster movies, like my pops grew up in that shit.
Right.
So like I remember like stories about like my father was in a fucking orphanage when he was a kid, and he cracked some kid's skull on a fucking tree stump fighting him when he was like 12.
Oh boy.
Like he never saw that kid again.
Ave Maria.
Yeah, and he was like, yeah, I just fucking like put his head into a tree stump a couple of times to like shut him up, and he was just bleeding everywhere, and I left, and then like I never saw him again.
And these are the brave origins of Queen Sexman. All right.
Yeah, that same dude was like, yeah, I just fucking like beat people up all through the orphanage, and then when I was 18, they let me go, and like my homie who I met at a bar once gave me a job.
Too Cool for Florid goes, does he have a shine box?
To my knowledge, no. My pop's got into printing.
Okay. So you see.
Also, anyone who gave him lip, he just swung at. He was a very violent young man. He was, he was.
There were no
violent.
shine boxes.
Yeah.
I regret to inform you. So, Maldoror goes, I asked Anatomy about the link. We're hoping to publish this around May, June. Ladies and jerks, you're going to have to pre-order your copy. We're waiting for technical difficulty. Hell, how the hell do we find this link?
We're waiting for Indonesia.
All right. Come on, Indonesia.
We're waiting for a link from Anatomy of the Heads, apparently.
All right. So, page 43. I am God. I look down over you, bless you, and control your fate. I see a tiny isle of natives that are blissfully unaware of my being. Bless you. I am the magnifying glass, and they are the ants. Today is a bright and sunny day. I see the peaceful families preparing their meal. They've never even seen a white man before in the entirety of their tribe's existence. I know they have a life expectancy of 40 due to inbreeding. The ground roars with steam. Rocks stir.
Did I hear Indonesia? Yes, you did.
That's right. That is right. Mr. Michael Van Gore is broadcasting out from the volcano god pillbox itself.
We may or may not need your help.
All right. So
Also, to answer, was Monox's father as into violence as Marino was into alcohol at the time? I think I am more of an alcoholic than my father was a violent miscreant.
really,
I have a drinking problem.
fair enough.
So, you know, he didn't have a violence problem. He just had like a people stepping to him problem because we are genetically shorter dudes.
Okay.
And motherfuckers like to get tough with him. And then he smacks them silly. That's kind of where I got the whole like get big, get strong mentality from.
Right.
Like lift weights, be athletic, and then when like 6'5" lanklets get at you because they think that they're tough because they're tall, you smack them up.
Oh, you mean like super skinny, scrawny men? that
Yeah,
you
because
fold
they're
in three.
6'5" and 130 pounds, and you're 5'6", 190.
You could fold them in three.
Yeah, you can break people even though like I'm taller than you, and my father dealt with a lot of that growing up. So he beat the shit out of a bunch of lanklets because they got like I'm bigger, and he was like, cool, swing, like bet.
Okay.
Also, he had no issue being like, oh, what's up? I got you on the floor. And then, like, he would hit, like, he's the kind of
And
guy
mind you,
who-
this was before cage fighting was a thing.
So he smacked
Even
people's-
the only thing that existed in such a resemblance is maybe valetudo fights in Brazil.
In fact,
Although no holds
according
barred was not a thing until the 90s.
to the
in
alleged
America.
stories of my father's past, he has curb stomped a human being. Like, actually face curb stomped. Just to be like, fuck you, bro. Like, savage shit.
Has he ever given anyone a Miami smile?
I don't know. The fact of the matter is there are people who may have died, and he may have hurt someone, and they may have died as a consequence, and he may have gotten away with it.
Oh yeah.
Because
Well
things
now,
were different
well now,
then.
Monoxis's dad and Maldoror's dad have to fight in a steel cage match. All right.
So, my drinking and his violence don't correlate. However, that's where I get the whole like, yeah, swing first. Be as strong as you can. Swing first. like that,
you
know
took
what
a
I'm saying?
detour.
I saw Mama Monoxis, all right? I'm sorry.
So I'm just putting it out there. I come from angry stock. There's a reason for it.
Well, I mean, part of it is genetic. Part of it is nationality/ethnicity. Part of it is nature and nurture and the divide between where you grew up and, in his case and both his father's cases, New York City.
Yeah.
It is a number of things, actually. So
I mean, he can't fight anymore because my pops is shot.
he would want to see them in a steel cage match. Two old men.
Yeah, but even like 10 years ago, your fucking dad would have tossed out me. He'd be like, fuck
Oh
you.
no! Years ago, he would have fucking swung. Now he's
Yeah, he'd be
fat
like, who
and-
the fuck are you?
now
Right?
he's fat and old.
Yeah.
We're not done yet,
But to be
ladies and
fair,
jerks.
dude was like in his mid-50s, and he was like,
Yeah,
he was
yeah,
ready to swing at
honestly,
people.
as soon as 10 years ago, he would have still... I
Mr.
could have said the
Cook,
wrong
drain the
thing,
pool. I
and-
like that.
and Monoxis Sr. would have fucking popped me right in the
In
kiss.
fact, the only reason he stopped giving me shit because he was always
Well,
like
there
a
goes my dad.
drunk, violent
Yeah,
asshole.
yeah.
He saw how much I like lifted and was like, if
You
I
have to
swing at my
click me.
kid, he's gonna hit me.
He's gonna win. He's gonna win.
Yeah, he saw how much I
Nicholas-
could pick up and was like, that kid'll hit me.
I've seen a dude that's been curb stomped in jail. Guy was missing all his teeth in the bottom left of his nose and nothing with scars along with both cheeks.
Yeah,
oh,
that shit's
boy.
fucked up, dude. Curb stomping's real.
You know, it's funny, on another light, I experienced the same thing with my father, but it was different. My father was like a scumbag and like a stealer, like he was a thief. And so like when we started getting to an age where it was like, try that with us and I'll knock you the fuck out. Instead of just being like, oh, you know, I'll just leave him alone. My father just lost like he basically got complete disinterest in us.
Yeah.
Because we were no longer available for conning. Like I'll put it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like
No, I get it. Listen, my pops used to fucking get tough when I was being more of a fuckboy.
But
then I-
Monoxis Senior's way cooler than fucking.
And then I started lifting,
Oregon
and all of a
Senior.
sudden it was like there was a new light because I stopped just being like a twink fuckboy, and it was like, wait a minute, my boy's picking up weight, and I'm like, yeah, dude. And then all of a sudden it was like, all right, I can't fuck with him anymore. Like I am no longer allowed to like.
I can't grapple him now.
Frank Horgan Sr. was head of the CIA. He was gunning down vault like rats. Like it was nobody's business. Like my father was a horrible person.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was just saying, my father, like, beat the shit out of people in his youth. Like, I already said.
Oh no, yeah, you told me. You
He
told me.
curb stomped a person,
Legitimately.
actually.
Ooh boy.
Just to be like, don't fuck with me. And I was telling
But
him,
it was a different time during the 70s and the 80s. I'm not trying to excuse
he was
Papa Monoxus, but, you know, it was a different
he was
time.
technically a teenager, and some lanklet came at him. Being like, what's up, I'm tall. And he was like, all right, what's up?
And now,
And now your face is on the curb.
From that day forward, that dude learned some fucking respect.
Yeah, because you can get beat up by anybody. It was a different time.
Yeah, it was a different time.
You know,
Yo, that should be like, bro, that should be a new emo. Like him being like, it was a different
you
time.
don't understand. It was a different time. We're not done with Mr. Maldoror, all right? So,
Wait, the AVH has to send me a link for a book.
back when you could carry a sharpened screwdriver in your boot, no one would stop you or hassle you, all right?
Back when like a $20 bill would make the cop look the other way.
As was style at the time.
AVH, I need you to
With
send
just
me
a nickel?
a link to the book which Haynes is reading excerpts from, which he
Right.
is going to start repeating because he's running out of material.
So, the ground roars with rocks stir, and the mud puddles instantly evaporate. The primitive people look up as a rain fire upon them. The Pompeii eruption plays in my memory as I see the primitives fall at my power. They don't just burn but melt away in an instant. The grotesquerie in their demise is only matched by the mercy bestowed by me through a quick death. It is a good test. I see a new ocean now, brimming with pollution and easily resembling sewage. There is an impending army that I shall bury, using the very thing they utilize as a latrine. I will border them to their original state. A monsoon buries the Indian army near the border of Pakistan, along with many cities. 20,000 casualties. Note, as per the author. Nikola Tesla had designed a machine to control the weather. Upon his death, his designs and many documents were seized and sealed away. In 1976, the United Nations had signed a weather weapon treaty forbidding the use of weather as a weapon. Quote, God is dead, and I have killed him, end quote, Nikola Tesla. So, is that HARP?
Also, musical Armageddon. Thank you. These are cute masks, specifically mine. Mine's pretty cute. This is kind of ugly and gross.
You're super cute.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you meant mine.
Yeah, I'm just wearing this ugly Italian mug, as some have noticed.
I get it.
Maldoror, not a real quote, obviously. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, seriously.
Also,
Like, why would you even attribute Mr. No, Nikola Tesla wanted the best of us, and then he got stolen by Thomas Edison, who rode his corpse up a mountain to greatness and into history. Like, it is a very sad state of affairs with Nikola Tesla. I mean, do not slander his name. Like, come on, man.
Mr. AVH, now that I'm in studio in person, how are you? I hope the volcano gods smile upon you.
You heard it here first, folks. Even in Queens, volcano gods every once in a while be like Tonga, lol. Maldoror goes, the whole thing is them misremembering quotes, manipulating quotes. Well, listen. HARP. Is it HARP? I'm just curious.
Upon all of us, what a glorious day that we are in.
Maldoror goes, there's another purposely misattributed quote. The other perverse fantasy can save us, both said to Eckerman. So you sliding it in with the rest of your quote per page.
Maldoror would like to know what the question was.
Are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Okay. Okay.
Are you gay and why?
1, are you gay and why? 2, is what you describe in page 43 with the Tesla weapon and killing people on the Pakistan border. Is that HARP? Is that HARP?
Wait, you talking about HARP like the fucking
It's not
earthquake
HARP.
machine?
Okay.
I see no, I don't see a why.
The weather control machine.
It's an earthquake machine, my man.
Oh,
It's a storm machine.
it's a weather machine.
It's a storm
Oh, you see? Okay, what is HARP? Da, da, da. It is an earthquake machine. It is a weather machine.
No, it's an earthquake machine.
It's a storm machine. It's a
it-
cloud
it
machine.
fucks
It's a
with-
sex machine.
It fucks with geomagnetic poles. What the fuck? Come on.
They create storms.
Harp?
It
Yes.
disrupts the atmosphere.
Yes. All right.
Is that not the whole point of it? Harp to disrupt the atmosphere?
Harp?
No,
Fair enough.
it's an underground machine.
All right, there, Maldoror. All right, I can understand that.
It's an underground. It's a subterranean machine.
Earthquake machine too strong. All right, listen, Mr. Coom, stay in line. All right. So, page 49.
Bro, how do you have more?
This brings me back to the days of Project
you don't
Blu-ray.
understand.
How do you have more written?
People, you need to figure out how to get the link where people can order Black Red Infinite by Mr. Songs of Maldoror.
Just so we're clear, I was given a link.
All right.
The link is not a sale link yet. It is a personal, private link for me to have the book as an associate of said stream, so I can read it in my free time. There is no sale link yet. If there was, it would be up.
Okay.
From what I understand.
Mr.
What I
Maldoror.
understand.
Mr. Maldoror. I know you said you didn't listen to much music. I know I'm
My bad.
digressing.
Red Black Infinite. My bad.
I
No.
know. I know I'm digressing a little bit.
The second there is a sale opportunity, I will post it. As of now, it is not up for sale. And according to AFDH, when it is up for sale, it'll be on queenstrash.com, where you can get some shirts.
Shirts.
Get them shirts.
Or you can buy a book.
Fucking no two stained hands are alike.
Listen,
In
them
fact,
shirt.
this
I
is
hate
a
to admit that that's true,
this is a
even though
unique.
it is true. Not a lot of people want to
So,
deal
thank
with
you, AFDH. I physically cannot post a link because apparently it's not available
that.
yet.
Red Black Infinite. Excuse me.
But I now have access to the
Oh, rock, paper, scissors again.
Ay,
From a
Dios
Mr.
mío.
Detective. I believe we are 2-1 with
All right.
the victory.
Wait, no.
again.
2 out of 3?
Do I have three?
Okay.
All right.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Yes.
shit, with the victory going to a one stained Haynes.
No, that's two. That's two tonight.
Yeah. Oh,
All right. Now,
Although I do still love that even on both first
The-
runs,
the-
it's just like,
yeah.
what are you trying to get at
Dude,
me?
it's been a
stay
while.
away. Stay
It's
away.
been a while since I've seen some good rock, paper, scissors.
In
And
fact,
tonight,
the only reason we
think
don't
you
tie
are?
is because I keep being like, let's switch it. And I'm like, I could just play the same. But I'm like, switch.
no, dude, play it it's more tension.
I keep losing on the Switch, which is fine.
Yo, that's stand your ground, mister.
No, I will switch all
Why
the
are you invoking Castle Law?
So wait,
and
wait.
fucking, rock, paper, scissors.
I would rather lose and move on with my life
stand your ground.
than just
fucking rock,
tie all
paper,
night.
Like, damn, yo,
Treating
all
it
I'm
as
hearing
fucking
is
breaking
Haynes like, damn, he found out my idea. Don't tell him to do what I do.
Like, you can see, we're sitting here throwing the same shit, and I'm like, all right, just switch it. And like, all right, I lose, but I'm gambling. I'm gambling on him gambling.
Oh no worries, D-man. Like we still got some text to go through because you people should be reading Red Black Infinite.
But they can't yet. That's the whole problem.
Well,
I wanted to link it. I now have a personal link. I would love to put it up, but I want to make sure that the proceeds from buying this book,
go to Mr. Maldoror.
I don't want to give out a free copy. When time comes, we will put a link up on Queen's Trash. We will talk about it again on stream. Please buy it when the time comes.
Where do we find you on Twitter? As your same Twitch chat at Songs of
I
Maldoror.
thought we'd have a link for it, but we don't yet.
Yet being the
Yet.
operative word here.
But please support our, mutual friend, writer, all of our creators. It's the same thing when it comes to like AFDH. Like when it comes to the band, like support them. Like that's the whole point of this. Is and if you have some shit, you're like, hey, what's up? I've got some creative nonsense I want to talk about and be. Come on the stream, hang out.
So Maldoror goes, what is the music question from the gentleman? You mean from Tampage? The music question from Tampage? Is that what you're
Oh,
referring
yes.
to?
Are we getting back to that?
All right, no, hang on. We're going to get to that. Hang on. He remembered and you remembered. That's important. So, D-Man goes, all about them shirt designs. Maldoror goes, shirt designs are great. A friend of mine wants to order the Dorner one. Hey, when your friend orders it, tell him to write a note and be like, it happened because of Twitch. Because you explicitly invoked it and breathed it back into the real life of the TCP/IP connection, which you're watching right now. D-Man goes, all about them shirt designs.
Also-
Listen, I want to read that again because it was so good.
And
Listen,
maybe just
there is stuff and consideration in each and every one of them.
Chat,
all right?
Please, this table has a number of slaps it can handle.
It's fine. This table is. So we're not anywhere near the end result. of this.
Songs of Maldoror.
Haynes, I got a question for you.
No. We have to get to his music question via Tampons.
No, Haynes, I have a question for you.
No.
Yeah,
Because Songs of Maldoror recalled the question that had
you thought it's not too
he thought
lengthy.
it fell on deaf ears, but it did not, and he had this ancestral
Right,
recall.
100%
Ask it.
All right, listen, chat. I'm gonna ask this, and I know I'm biting a little bit because John Mayer used to have a bit on MTV, or it might have been VH1, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Where he would ask, "What is your guilty conscience song that you've been listening to or have listened to?"
Like a guilty
Like
pleasure
yeah,
song?
like what is that guilty pleasure song you've been listening to?
Anything by Little Big.
There you go.
And Haynes, my question for you: of all of your
Yes,
shirt
guilty
designs,
pleasures. Yes.
what is
Yes, what is that song
The
or that
worst
band or that artist
design?
that you don't want to admit to others?
Like the design that you are most
you might
ashamed
actually
of making?
bump to.
Oh,
Like the one where you're like, this sucks.
I kind of don't have any.
There has to be one where you're like, this is the worst of my design.
If I had to really pick Sophie's choice,
It's the design where you're like this,
for what it's worth, I wouldn't
like,
sell
this
anything.
could be better.
No,
I mean,
no.
Like,
Okay, if you realistically speaking,
like it's
If
the,
I
it's
had
the one
to
where
do-
you're like, I would do this better. I can
Honestly-
do this better. It's ass.
hey,
Yo,
Madman
thank you for
Muzan
showing the
joined
fuck
us to
up.
suffer. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much suffering, so little time.
Come on, there's a shirt design you don't like.
Okay, realistically speaking, I would not sell a shirt I would not personally wear.
Honestly,
If there were a shirt design I had to rework, it would probably be King Corona, where I would take the crown being its own screen and the corona being its other, much like the anatomy of the heads.
Yeah, like a double
Mask.
screen thing. Yeah.
And right,
Okay.
that
fair
is
enough.
if there was
See?
one. So
If you could
I
fix
guess that would be my least favorite. Ashamed.
I mean, I can tell you what
Fucking God.
of all the shirt designs you've made, I can tell you which one I think is the weakest one.
Which one?
Respect Troops.
You think so?
It is the worst.
Ape-
shirt.
No,
Twin.
it is.
interesting.
I hate to say this, but it is it does better than decent.
Honestly,
I'm fine money. I'm not talking
Apex
about
Twin is
finance,
already niche to
because I think a
begin
bunch of people understand the reference.
I hate to say that, but it's
No.
I'm just saying.
But-
I am not saying
I
if
can't
you
lie. You
calculate
have another
it
reason to lie a
as
long fucking
being
time.
not spending wise, design
more
wise.
poppy
It's weak.
than you would like to admit to listening to.
That's all.
That's fair.
I'm sure it's like
Honestly,
it does numbers because of the reference.
my personal is anything by
But-
Katy Perry,
The design's boring.
and I'll admit it. I don't know what that woman's doing.
I didn't
but
like
she's
it
doing
when
it right.
Griff was involved. I don't like it now. It's fine. I just think it better. In fact, I would love if it was not like Dorner killing.
And
it was
it's
like
much
Dorner
worse than
gun.
your choice, but I will admit
Okay.
it.
Like
or on
armed,
horseback.
armed Dorner. Yeah, like horseback
Or-
Dorner.
okay.
Like Dorner in a cabin.
Like,
That would work.
But I don't like that it's just,
Okay.
it's boring.
yo, what?
In my opinion.
yo, Detective Man just called Death Grips a guilty pleasure.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Really?
I mean, I love them.
Not everyone loves Death
I
Grips.
do. I cannot stand.
I like some Death Grips.
Honestly,
I
it's
really like some of that.
it's
Some
it's
Death
it's,
Grips.
it's audible aggression. I don't like.
No.
I think Death Grip is a great band. I think they're good for lifting music and running music.
I mean, I would go so far as to argue that, like, I believe you said something to this effect. Was it you who said this? That Death Grips.
Oh, you know what?
Give me a second.
Oh yeah, I
Death-
apologize.
Death Grips is artists making art, but their medium is music, and that is Death Grips, because it doesn't rest on its laurels and it does continue to evolve. Although, however, I am perhaps biased because the earlier stuff they had a actual proper drum kit played by.
I just think Death
and then-
Grip. I think the thing that caught me.
and then I didn't like the later stuff really. I mean, it's good, but it's not my cup.
I mean,
of
Isn't
tea.
it funny that way?
you got me into Death Grip in the first place, and I think that the inception of that band is better than anything that they can do.
No,
forward.
listen, I respect the shit out of what they do. Like, as a musician myself.
Yeah, their initial work is amazing.
Dude, like, they're borderline offensive drum and bass. Like, audible fucking madness drum and bass. Like, yeah.
So like, he had a similar like it's the drums that lured you away, but I still
The
think,
lack of, I would argue.
I would argue that
Which is?
the current music still keeps up thematically.
Just a fucking tom and a snare and a
No,
bass.
it's not about that. No.
No.
No, but the current version of them, like Streaky, keeps up with their theme, so that's why I like them. But I also didn't get into them because they were a metal band. I got into them because they were experimental. I like that they sounded different. And so long as every Death Grips album sounds different, I'm on board.
This is wonderful.
I don't want Death Grips 1 on repeat.
Sony,
I want every single Death Grips album to sound different, and so far it has.
so many people have responded to this.
So, I understand that, like, you're like, I love the fucking, like, heavy drum.
No, but they had but fucking the drummer had a hi hat and cymbals and other toms, and it
No,
wasn't
now
just
it-
this 3-piece
now
thing
it is some
Wonderful.
other
There's
thing.
a
made
lot of chat
clingety
response.
clangety.
Oh, yeah.
Guillotine was good, but I don't like much else. According to Maldoror, I don't blame you. It's Song for the Ages, Mr. Kum Kum. Their first 2 and or 3 albums are flawless works of art.
No, Death Grips is just magic.
Danger is going, I'm listening to conversations, Monoxus and Haynes, and Tampage and Chat. Yeah. Maldoror goes,
That's
I like Chelsea Wolf. That's right, because he's the studio
Well,
guest.
welcome to us streaming.
Listen, like we have an online
yeah.
guest, we have an online guest, and we have an indoor guest, all right?
Welcome to hanging out with us. Hey, what's going on?
So here at twitch.tv/Monoxus, if you haven't hit follow, you have to hit follow. And if you're watching on YouTube, you have to hit subscribe. So please, for what it's
but
worth,
no,
do your part.
Death Grips is one of my favorite bands right now. And even though they haven't released new shit, I still love them. I love...
E-Man, do you like found footage? Is that your deal? Zach Hill fucking goes crazy on these drum. Yes, you're not wrong, but back in the day it was with a drum kit, because why would you... All right.
But you don't need a fucking drum kit to make them.
All right, we're over this, and we're gonna keep going.
We're not over it. You're over it.
That's, yes.
You want to read.
Yes. Yes.
I want to talk about Death Grips.
Yeah, I'll agree with this man. I don't even like Death Grips, but I agree with this man.
In fact, the newest Death Grips album will never, ever... In fact, Death Grips, like ex-military...
You don't even know what it's gonna say.
I don't
Hold
like
on.
what this man is saying, but I'll defend to the death
Hold
his
on.
right to say it. All right?
Ex-military is the greatest album they could make. Period.
Okay.
Like,
Not wrong.
no matter what this band did, ex-military is their best band, their best album. So, like, ex-military is the magnum opus of Death Grips, and then everything after that is like, it's Death Grip. It's Death Grips who wants to sound like Death Grips. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So every time Death Grips
The
sounds
Money
like,
Store is really good though.
but
Oh,
every time Death Grips
Detective
almost
Man.
sounds like ex-military
The
Death Grips,
question
I'm like,
was,
damn, they're almost
What
Death
is
Grips.
that guilty
You know what I'm saying?
pleasure that
So, like,
you've been listening to
It's
recently?
a band where it's like, y'all,
you know, that
you,
song
you
you
set
don't want
too
anyone
high of a
to know
standard
you've
for
been
yourself.
listening to.
Well, okay.
And congratulations for almost meeting it.
I think. I could be wrong.
A few
I could be very
times.
wrong.
If you could.
If you want to split hairs
Even
about
if
it,
you, even if you
as
can, like,
someone who likes that post-nut stuff,
if you
that
can
kind of
remotely
shit,
get
right?
close to what you used to work, like, or, my God, it's amazing.
Scott.
Scott, your brother. Yeah, you're fine.
Oh yeah, well, way to give him away. Way to
No,
fucking...
I say nothing. I say nothing. I stop there. I give nothing away.
He gives it all away.
So,
No,
that's my
You
point.
would never last in a fucking Cormac McCarthy novel. Anton
definitely
Sugar,
not.
Anton
Definitely
Sugar would
not.
meet you, and he'd be like, "You have to flip for it now."
Yeah, listen, that was the first docs tonight. I think I'm fucking proud of this.
All right, page
I'm
49.
about a full bottle of whiskey in.
Page 49. All right, ladies and jerks, you can find this
He said your name.
in red, black, and you see.
Scanu?
Scanu, I love that fucking German fucking shit porn, yo.
Here's the thing. Scott, your brother.
No!
that no one in chat knows. Like, we know who he is.
No!
Your brother Scott.
Why did
No!
why did you drag
him?
him into this?
No! You know how many rings I'm gonna have to toss into the fucking mountain of Mordor over this?
None. Literally 0. Your brother will never be on stream.
Do you realize what he's done?
Unless that dude is like, what's up? I'm Scott. I'm here now.
Unless Scott actually pulls through as Vincent Goodwill.
as himself.
Yo, oh yes, that's Vincent.
And then he doxes you and me and him by proxy.
I was told early on that we've all been doxed once or twice.
I mean, here's the thing though, we're not gonna actively dox ourselves.
No, I know, but like, you know, it was over guilty.
So if he's like, "What's up? I'm Scott, and here's who I am,"
Hey,
like we'd be like,
don't
"Dude,
rope
go
me
home."
into your sloppiness, my friend. All right, so you can find in Red Black Infinite.
Haynes.
Sorry, Too Cool wants to know who does survive in the Cormac McCarthy novel. Which one?
People who could think for themselves.
Which one?
Oh, that's true.
It matters
Most of it.
because Blood Meridian, like, has an actual ending cast.
Well,
No, and the ending cast of Blood Meridian is very important.
this is true.
It matters to the fucking story. Blood Meridian is an actual, like, oh, what?
Tobin got away lucky because he's a flood.
Yeah, and then like No Country for Old Men, 2 characters survive that matter.
One barely.
Well, the main villain and the main hero,
Are they really? Oh, yeah.
the sheriff
And Anton.
and Anton.
That's right, Kool-Aider. That's right. Calm your tits. We're talking
So
about the
if we're
novel.
talking about McCarthy novels, like in No Country, the main villain,
I'm Stained Haynes, Mr. Coom Coom.
the hero and the villain survive. Realistically, like the
Who
proper.
are we talking about?
Oh, Sutri. Cormac
Your mom.
McCarthy. Sutri.
You heard that? You heard that? Not Kool-Aider. It's at both of our moms collectively.
We're talking about Cormac McCarthy, and and then Blood Meridian, like the ending. Oh, the ending is kind of important. Like that.
It is very.
In fact, I would argue
Just
that
running around.
I would love to talk Blood Meridian for an entire episode. To be honest, because we could probably spend a good couple of
Okay,
hours.
so first
on
we
that.
have the genocide episode, and then we have the Blood Meridian episode.
I would put the Blood Meridian episode before the genocide episode,
Okay.
and we
Chat,
just
what do you want to see first? Blood Meridian
no.
or the genocide episode?
chat. Your opinions don't matter.
They want to see genocide.
I want to know what you think.
But Blood Meridian,
We still have some fucking Red Black Infinite to go through.
Blood Meridian in its entirety as an episode.
Of course.
So like start to finish. That's
Oh
the
no!
whole-
I'll fucking. I've needed an excuse to reread it.
I
Okay?
want to. I'm honestly, I have it sitting on the shelf, and I'm like, I want to read it again.
Yes.
We're talking about music, though.
Listen,
Technically.
if there's one thing that Blood Meridian spoke very true to me, which early on in the book kind of caught me in, the very first time the kid has to do combat after this is before
In the mud?
No. The fucking he sweeps up and he wants like fucking a drink, and then the bartender's like, "Yo, fuck this kid," and then like
You call it like Toad in the Mud?
no. Like, early in the book, the kid.
Does he not fight? His first fight is Toad. No.
No, before Toad, there's like
Oh no, it's the
bar.
Yeah, when he's
At
in the
the
bar,
bar.
when he's a kid. Yeah.
so
No, he gets brought up being like abused.
right. So he goes to the bar and he cleans
But
up.
his
and
first actual fight is Toad.
but in the bar he fucks up the guy that
Yeah.
he sent. Right, but the point is he railroad pitches the bottle from one hand to another and
Yeah, and
smashes
then like
it on
yeah,
the guy's
hits him,
head
yeah.
and takes a bottle and leaves, and then he continues his
He's
journey.
fucking
and
like bleeding out.
Right.
Like
So, railroad pitches are a very, very undervalued skill in today's day and age. And you could, like, include me in the screen cap. Railroad pitches are an undervalued skill. You have no idea how important that is during brain crisis wrestling.
genocide episode for sure. We now have to have a whole episode about genocide.
Yes.
Fuck.
It is known, Khaleesi.
No, but yeah, we could do a whole episode on Blood Meridian. To be honest, like
Oh, no.
Are we talking about anything in particular right now?
the book.
Besides the book.
The book.
Okay, fair enough.
What's the name of the book?
Red, Black, Infinite.
What was it? I couldn't hear you.
Red, Black, Infinite.
That's fair.
All right. So, page 49.
Segways, baby.
Yeah, I'm forcing them.
I look up at the endless
Thank you, sir.
stars. The bright LEDs from semis steal my attention, and for a moment I become oblivion before they pass as telephone poles in the midst of resembling decomposing crucifixes. I am in a trance. I am committed to this pilgrimage to rebuild myself. With each step, the stars illuminate with hellfire, and I discover never-before-seen constellations. I see my reason to exist. The great work. I see that many minds have passed. I see men that are not my family that I connect to on this cosmic level. A gory tree of life made from man's spare parts. There is an array of corpses grown out from another pointing towards all directions, like a Christmas tree with hanging deformities in jars as ornaments. Those who had come before me frozen by death's grace joined in an ever-climbing spire, their energy still pouring outwards from their former being, as the meager circumstance of the human form cannot hold that entirety which now fuels new stars. This body becomes manure for a new and better thing, no longer just ideas, but philosophy and imagery. Beyond description, not yet ready for their time. This is an energy that must be spread, be it viral or spiritual. I see myself there on the tree. My body is filleted, but I cannot be sure if I am alive or dead yet. Seeing the former me doesn't resonate fear or pity, but a nothingness, as I've already seen enough of that former being in dirty mirrors. My internal organs push outwards, a sack of white bulging from my lower torso. I cannot fathom that this is the physical manifestation of my pain because it feels so far beyond that. Ahead of my body is a layer of darkness that I cannot see past, that the stars have yet to brighten. I assume that the darkness hides more sacrifices leading the way. Now, in regards to the darkness,
Gay.
page 49. All right. Of Red, Black, Infinite. Are you familiar at all with the Silmarillion by J.R.R. Tolkien? And where he talks about how where the darkness had pre-existing.
Haynes is
before
reading
things.
sections of the book, and I am giving counterpoints in the form of shit talk.
Yes.
Is that what's
Or-
going on right now?
Just genuinely.
This has all been from the Silmarillion.
No.
What?
This is Mr.
That's why
fucking
I'm like,
Songs of Maldoror.
I'm like, whoa, that just blew my fucking
The
mind.
thing
for
over
a
our
second.
shoulder. Even though he only sees a green screen because he's here in the studio.
This thing that he can't see.
Yeah.
You see this? It's
Look
so
at
good.
Yeah.
All that imagery that you're not seeing.
I don't. Yeah, he's right.
All he sees is fucking olive green.
It's not his
I got a color blindness.
It's a book title. A book which apparently is not for sale.
Hey, chat, you want to pick
A book which does not exist yet!
God damn it, you have to drop a link if and when you can. This is on you. Alright, buddy?
No, apparently this book is... I can't even put a link up because the book's not for sale yet.
Parts of the book? Yes, that is. I am reading parts of the book. And he goes, no. I've never read Tolkien. I don't like fantasy material. I've never seen the Lord of the Rings movie despite liking Peter Jackson's earlier work. Peter Jackson's earlier work. He did do really good, cool, delightful, sometimes horror, but still sometimes comedic movies before. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah, but his
dun,
best
dun,
work is...
dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun,
you
page 50.
Do you not like
Dun,
fictional
read.
material, Maldoror, even if it's projected very accurately?
His best work is still Lord of the Rings.
Says
No, I'm just talking about in general. In general, like, let's say
No, his older shit sucks.
Dead Alive, Bad Taste, Meet the Phoebes. You see? You immediately
Don't get me wrong.
here in the studio. Damn it, Maldoror.
The man's got talent, but his old shit sucks.
But my main example is gonna be like let's say
Maldoror
Fallout.
is being
Where
challenged to a
Fallout is
fight
fiction.
by Monoxus.
But
in
like
a low-key
it's based
way.
on the war
I
that
don't
like
condone
China and
this.
America will eventually have on the oil reserves left on Earth. Like that's fiction, but like it's severely accurate.
D-man, I know. Right. So,
I'm just saying.
listen, page 50. I take on the bold task of reinterpreting Nietzsche in the form of children's books. I will be the next Heidegger. I dedicate an entire book to the idea of eternal recurrence with a happy child being informed by a laughing dragon. The book sells moderately, but children that have to read the book have been reported with severe depression. They spend every day in worry that this is their last, and what time they've wasted. Sales of anxiety medication and Ritalin have risen dramatically as a result. Luckily, I had stocks in such companies. And in all caps, I am Justine awaiting the lightning bolt. All right, and then we're back to regular text. In the open parentheses, near close parentheses, future, we can implant the brains of fetuses with knowledge. I sold it to the public, promising it would end bedwetting forever, as I made a multi-million-dollar bonus that year in marketing. It began as a new industry, guiding the future of children. We take a tiny implant, gently enter the womb, and inject it into the fetus. With cellular signals, we feed it information. The cost matched its goals. $5,000 to be a college grad, $10,000 to be a celebrity, $50,000 to be president, and as low as $1,000 just to beat the generations of addiction. Results not guaranteed. The children sometimes, but not often, claim to want control of their fate. Open parentheses, a naive idea, close parentheses. And try to rip out the implant or scramble it with magnets. We advised the parent or guardian not to inform them that the procedure was done to them. In all caps, I stopped caring about how I am perceived. And all caps. The honor killing. A dingy kitchen illuminates with sunlight and stained blood. I step forwards, leaving a fresh footprint in the process. A TV set in the background plays a sitcom where the plot is about buried treasure, where a Middle Eastern man screams out his window something I cannot recognize as he's holding the severed head of his wife as a war trophy. I take off the VR goggles and have explained it to me. The idea is to add more depth to the everyday. You were there. You are culpable. You are the victim. Can you change that? Explained to me by an obese man in a suit, a size too small for him. I shake my head as though I am agreeing, but I just want to leave. The obese man's sidekick chips in. What we plan to do is to take something real and create that into art. We have virtual reality that allows you to enter inside a painting. What's better than to explore a crime scene? His hands form like a square, like a camera lens that frames the sky. You are there at the Manson family murders, or better yet, the Jonestown mass suicide. You think of the educational value. All caps, I am broken. Oh, am I broken? All right. So, question. Number one, Jonestown. What is it that you like about Jonestown? It is a very particular, unique, and fascinating segment, a piece of American history. It may or may not have been a CIA thing that went off the rails like the Finders. On the other hand, all right, if you don't mind me asking, so, earlier mentioning that, like, implanting fetuses with knowledge, all right? So, do you believe that biotechnology will be a reoccurring theme, if not something buried into the foundation of eugenics that is later pursued down the road in the future? To what degree do you believe that, like, biotech, bless you, to what degree do you believe that, like, biotech will, in what it is, bless you, in what you had written,
Bless you.
give me a percentage, biotech, I'm curious, because of course you have, like, the state, and you have private interests and companies, you have outside contractors, but biotech in and of itself, I would like a percentage. Bless you. Welcome goes, I like communism, ooh, at Jonestown. All right. So, Can you explain Jonestown for people who are not exactly familiar with what had happened?
Oh no. They can see my tummy.
No one saw that.
Fuck me. Big back. Ah!
Don't worry. He is not going to fall victim to Chinese lung herpes. He's going to have the good ending, and he's going to be doing pull-ups up until the 70s.
Please take me, Chinese lung herpes. End me.
Don't threaten him with a good time, all right? So, Maldoror, please tell us exactly what had happened at Jonestown, all right? For those in chat and the ladies and jerks watching at home who have zero frame of reference, not everyone knows about Jonestown. And of course, we were joking and tee haha about serial killers, and not everyone has serial killer lore and knowledge. So, Jonestown exists in a very strange section of lore in American history, among other things, all right?
Ah!
Oh, Mr. Kum Kum, I am waiting for our guest of honor, but thank you.
Do you get alcohol to the eye?
I went to lift it and it splashed up into my eye.
That's terrible.
It's torture.
Too cool for Florida goes biomechanics will be beaten by evolution because evolution has no ethics. Oh, listen, you could take that to The Hague, all right? So, Maldoror goes, I think Jonestown is common enough reference. Okay, fine. I just don't know exactly how many people who are watching know about what happened in Jonestown. That's why I asked. So, page 53. There is a man in a sensory deprivation chamber fed multiple hallucinogenics over a period of 48 hours without sleep.
That's what I'm dealing with right now.
I just, yes, Tiny Radio informs him over the entire history of America.
That's my phone.
And it's foreign policy. Yeah, it's just the topic of MK Ultra comes up, and he's told about Dr. Gottlieb, and he says out loud, I remember, that's not even fair, dude.
What?
I remember an episode of Inspector Gadget. All right?
That's my phone.
So, now, Inspector Gadget. Two things. One, when you listen to or watch the French version of Inspector Gadget, like the vocalist sounds like a snooty French waiter. All right. Number two, like exactly how old of a reference is this fucking thing? All right, because like not everyone knows about Dr. Claw. Not everyone knows about like Penny bitching about shit that she has no right to be fucking bitching about. Like I'm curious exactly to what degree and cutoff is that a reference of? All right. I refuse to believe that there are younger generations that are fucking looking at, instead of like Seinfeld or the Golden Girls or the Sopranos or fucking whatever young people look to the past and find. And they never find that. I'll bet the barn on that. D-Man goes, I like to build brown bricks in Minecraft. Okay, finally, thank you for scrolling down. So, Danger goes, I don't know what really happened in Jonestown. Mr. Kum goes, it is well documented. I like how chat is slowly playing hot potato and not having to explain what happened in Jonestown, and I'm not holding that to you against like either any of you or all of you on a personal level, because now it is kind of blurred and really fucked up and it's tied to a number of things. Alphabet soup. Shh. Maldoror goes, there's an episode that parodies the Manchurian Candidate. It's funny because it's true. No, was there ever an episode where Dr. Claw was like face doxed? I'm curious.
I don't know.
The Manchurian Candidate was inspired by MK Ultra. This is true. Kind of like how, James Bond was influenced by Ian Fleming, who was upper crust Anglo scum. You know. Yes, I would like some more. Wait.
No. I'm asking for a club soda.
Can I trouble you for some not totally not Jack Daniels? Can I trouble you for some totally not Jack Daniels?
You mean my Christmas gift? It's fine. Good.
Por
It's
favor.
actually really good.
There's more club soda right there in the bag behind you.
Because this man came prepared.
Of course it is. You know, bro. Listen.
So,
Listen. Quick PSA for anyone who ever runs into stained hands. If there's food out, intend to have it out. This man will eat you out of house and homes. I love him, but he will eat you out of house and home. It's amazing. Yo, it's truly amazing.
a man can always eat. That's
Bro,
why.
yo, he will have yours, his, hers, and its appetizer if y'all are done with it. It's amazing.
Listen.
Frankly, it's incredible. It's like a superpower, really.
I have nothing on Joey Chestnut or Kobayashi on the 4th of July, though. I have nothing on them.
Please continue.
So, page 59, and I quote, "What's it about? I don't know, but I know how it ends. Maldoror, how does it end?" Oh no, we're not done yet, you see? So, D-Man goes, "I'm not sure whether it's canon or not." No, it's not canon. An action figure for Mr. Claw, supposedly. Oh no, the action figure. Okay, good call. Excellent recall. Evidently, Detective Man, that is not just a name alone. Calling cultural icons like that. Who do you think you are? So, Mr. Kumkum goes, "I wish I knew what Stain really looked like, in case you ran into him on the street and I lived near him." Ah, alright, Mr. Kumkum. I look like every other jerk-off you've ever seen waiting in line at Sal Chris and Charlie's for a fucking Italian combo. That's what I look like.
Except, and also, he will talk your fucking ear off, yo. Let me tell you.
Listen, we're here at the fucking Maldoror Power Hour, alright? We have to discuss this man's book.
Yo,
That's fine.
yo, come on. Don't act like you haven't been discussing this man's book.
So, Maldoror, if you're with us, please chime in, and I would like to know your answer on the following. All right? Reverend Jim Jones, was he a CIA asset conducting experiments on mind control? Was he a cult leader that had gotten too big for his britches? Exactly what was the man, and I don't mean Jonestown, but Mr. Jones himself. What was he? He was a cult leader. Ah, but how does a cult leader end up getting land and fucking like the ability to fucking open fire on congressmen and think they can get away with it? Or I forget if it was a congressman or something. See, all right. Just shout orthorexia nervosa. No, you're not wrong, Danger. You are exactly right.
That's the shit right there.
You don't have the points to redeem that. That's why. So Maldoror goes, "There's records of him being sealed, but it's more likely the CIA had people on the inside." Listen, he had to have been an asset that went out of control, like the fucking Finders. All right. So.
Saving myself.
Page 9. In 1972, Michael Manley, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, entered friendly negotiations with Cuba. The United States conducted a low-key guerrilla operation through the CIA, one of many secret wars. To fund the anti-communists. These militiamen were outfitted with aluminum weapons so that they would rust out in a few years and couldn't be used at a later time. Cuba dispatched its forces to Jamaica, and the CIA ran guns and proceeded to bankrupt the country by sealing the receipts from registers at businesses before the purchases could be batched out, so the purchases could go through the bank. These receipts were turned to bearer bonds and reinvested into Manhattan's New York crumbling economy. Now, Maldoror, what kind of paperwork do you imagine at the time, considering what you know and what you understand? Because this was a time before the internet. Granted, this was a time before 9/11. what kind of paperwork through what kind of banks and shell companies and perhaps desks that would cross. Walk us through such a thing, all right? I'd like to know. Kool-Aid goes, can you imagine a Jamaican bobsledder? Can you imagine an egg being involved in their proclivities in such a bobsled? I can.
Yo, dude, they'll be the fastest takeoff.
I can.
Theoretically.
So Danger goes, I have the points. I just choose not to. All right, because you were a gentleman. All right. Maldoror goes, the people that left when Congressman came. Wait. Mr. Kum goes, communism is a red herring. To some degree, yes. Kool-Aid goes, can you imagine? Listen, Kool-Aid, listen. I would like to give attention.
Looks so good.
I would like to picture Kool-Aid
so
taunting and
mad.
baiting other people to see like who would fight in the fucking garage that he holds a weekly kumite at, so he could finally get some exercise.
Chat
Never
don't know
wearing
about
pants.
my leopard.
Damn, they saw that fucking donk walk in and out. I'm so fat.
Chat don't know about my leopard.
What's the Brooklyn the only governor allowed to bear bones at the time? I'm not quite sure. Too cool for fluoride. I don't know. There is a lot of Clinton lore in history when he was like, governor of Arkansas, that like one can cover an entire stream with, but we're not going to get into that because I don't want to commit suicide by 14 gunshots to the back of the head. So, Mordor goes, it went through the guy who created bearer bonds. Back then, you didn't need to show where the money came from, which is why bearer bonds isn't really a thing anymore. Ah, that's right, because it was a time before the global algorithm-driven marketing and surveillance mind control grid, right? It was just like shell companies and like dividing between things and envelopes under envelopes under the table still exist. But like back then, it was like a handshake and envelopes under the table and like things that fell off the back of the truck. And like fucking leopard skin fucking hiding prints. All right. So tell us, can you elaborate on the Jamaican and Cuban shenanigans that the CIA was involved with?
But they should.
As per page 9, let me know. I'm very curious. I'd like to know.
Damn. Yeah, that was dangerous. It'd been a while ago.
Very about
Your blanket almost doxed you.
Blanket. This is not a blanket. This is a shoal.
Shout.
Do you see, ladies and gentlemen?
Well.
Here we are in the Monoxus Fashion Power Hour of the stream, as we are discussing Red Black Infinite with Songs of Maldoror. You could find them in chat. You could find them on Twitter. Listen, Songs of Maldoror, you need to find a link where people can buy or pre-order your book. And if you don't, I'm going to be waiting outside your apartment. And I'm just going to be like taking frozen discs of pee and having goons slide it under your desk. And I'm going to inconvenience you. And you're going to be driving to work. And there's going to be like skeletons running at your car. And it doesn't matter how many skeletons. It doesn't matter how many skeletons you run over. For everyone you run over, there's like 7.
Apparently, there's actually...
They're not going to do anything other than just throw themselves in your way. And
Here's
you
the
think
problem.
You're hot shit.
There is
You're like
no...
3/4 of the way, and you got to walk to work, and that happens every day.
Dude, imagine freezing
You could avoid
your
all that
pee
if
and
you want.
throwing it through someone's glass window. And then just drying in the pee. So not only have you done like property damage, but you've also done like
If their window is
property
open,
damage.
it doesn't have to
open,
be you
open,
should
that's the
always fucking capitalize on that.
That's the point. The window doesn't have to be open. It's
In
closed.
Minecraft, when you're throwing frozen discs of pee. All right.
Apparently, though, there is no actual link for this book.
Listen, that's on
Yeah.
you. Songs of Maldoror, which he chimes in. It was really about the CIA shutting down any kind of communist influence in Jamaica. So they bankrupted the country. Cuba sent their troops over there, and this part of the secret wars. Ah, yes, the constant satellite wars that raged along through the 20th century after the end of World War II. And if that is an inaccurate description, please correct me. So, Mr. Kum goes, like toddlers? Perhaps. Too cool for Florida goes, damn. And there are an increasing ton of Russian bots that continue to flood into the chat, and I welcome you too. Buenas noches. So, D-Man goes, I'm writing frozen discs of pee in my shenanigan lists. Listen, you don't understand the things you can and will do if you really, it is not a matter of time, it is a matter of priority, all right? Why do you think people harbor like drug addictions and second families and secret lives? Huh? It's a matter of priority. It's not a matter of time.
It's a matter of fucking getting your kicks off.
So, page 10. The time I saw my father cry. See, the CIA and FBI were at odds with each other, struck a deal in 1948 so that the FBI would control the Western Hemisphere and CIA would control the rest. CIA wished to get involved in Cuba circa late 50s. It was understood that J. Edgar Hoover was racist and despised the up-and-coming civil rights movement. Irving Brown worked with the CIA and funded a civil rights movement through the labor unions. Open parentheses, intermediary was A. Philip Randolph, close parentheses, as a distraction so they could get involved in Cuba. J. Edgar Hoover knew Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was bisexual, and one of his lovers was Baird Rustin. J. Edgar Hoover ordered the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Really? Do you stand by that? Who whacked Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Now, granted, all right, so Monoxis,
the CIA.
He's got a $5 bet on the CIA. I would like to know, Songs of Maldoror, excuse me, who do you think whacked Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Tampage, who whacked Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Chat,
know.
who whacked Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? I would like to know. I really would like to know. Because James Earl Ray, he sat in a prison for some time. And there are some people who believe he did not do it, even though there is the usual canon of people pointing as to
Peace
where
out,
the shot
Kum Kum.
allegedly had came. Listen, Kum Kum, buenas noches. Listen, if you're not home, get home safe. And you are home, fucking face plant into the fucking pillow right now. All right? And I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to be waiting behind your shed. You have no idea. I'm already leaving your refrigerator door open. The bathroom light is on. All right. All right. So Louis Filet goes, the U.S. government killed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
I have never given any thought
Now,
to who
hey,
killed Martin Luther King.
Louis. Now you're going to have to specify. That could be what? Like the FDA killed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Who? The IRS killed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.?
My problem with
The
these
CIA.
questions.
You're going to have to specify for me. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying to figure out where it is you're coming
Those
from.
who had stake in race.
Mr. Filet, I just don't want to mince words. The IRA did it. All right, listen, Kool-Aid.
That's fair.
The Provos.
Oh, I got you.
It's easy to blame the
White
IRA.
people.
No, that's too easy. That's too
Come on, white people.
No. It's not fictionally like.
I've always wanted to show footage of like the Balkan Wars in like the hood, and there'll just be like LOL white people, and then I'm gonna show them episodes of Portlandia, and I'm gonna be like, this is a documentary. That's something I've always wanted to do in the hood, and hopefully John Woo can help me out here. All right. So, Maldoror, can you elaborate on quote? It was understood that J. Edgar Hoover was racist and despised the up-and-coming civil rights movement. So, and on top of that, like, wasn't there, like, illicit footage that the mafia hung over his head for him being, like, a cross-dresser and liking boys, and he was, like, buried next to his personal assistant? And even in the Naked Gun 33 and a third in the background, they make fun of him, where they have, like, the famous outfits, like, crime fighters wore, and then they go to J. Edgar Hoover, and it's, like, a cocktail dress and a garter belt. Let us know. So, Too Cool for Florida goes, Black Irish, my ad. All right, listen. If you want to bring Michael Collins into this, you totally can. Louis Filet goes, I think it was a joint effort by the CIA and the executive branch at the time. All right. That is a very, very well structured and well played out. That is more than plausible. That's all I'm saying. So Maldoror goes, I haven't heard about the mafia and the Hoover. Okay. Oh, listen. Oh, fine. I'll just fucking harass you in DMs, all right? That's why. Page 14. The CIA received a donation from a Saudi prince of $2 million going to the Contras. There were two Contra groups, a north and south. And Nicaragua was building a 11,200 foot runway for a Condor plane, much like Grenada. The money came in from black sheep of royal Saudi family and withdrawn from the William Penn Bank in Pennsylvania. The prince wrote a check and the manager of the bank guaranteed it. The Saudi family canceled the check. The manager of the bank was in hot water until miraculously, as you had mentioned earlier, and we had discussed this earlier in the stream. Did anyone not there earlier? Guess what? He won the lottery for several $1 million, which led to R. Bud Dwyer being railroaded to prevent the public from realizing the lottery could be rigged, and his public suicide. So,
Do you know what this sounds like to me? I hate to say it, like, I'm just being honest. Like, after I've heard all that. It sounds like right-wing, like, fan fiction.
R. Bud Dwyer.
This whole thing.
Oh, Red Black Infinite.
No, yeah.
Okay, explain. Explain.
Because it's certainly not told on the left. When I say right, the reason I say it is because like, the left is hopeful. This is absolutely hopeless, almost. Like,
Oh, not all left people are hopeful. There are plenty of left-leaning pieces of atheist shit who think the planet should overcome the biological need to have children with the artificial scarcity of it imposed upon us by social, conditioning. No, there are plenty of left-leaning pieces of shit who have no hope.
I wasn't against it being right-wing.
I'm just saying. The hopelessness is on both sides is all I'm saying. Alright?
This isn't me saying this and being like, I disapprove of it. Like, no, I'm just being honest. Like,
So he goes, okay, I think you read the part over R. Bud Dwyer. Yes, but we had circled it back to earlier, and that is very specific and where we had discussed it. Alright? I don't think everyone knows about Hey Man, Nice Shot, but I digress. So, he goes, I'm not right-wing. I think modern leftists are pretty hopeless.
no, I agree. Oh, yo, listen. I've taken, several, I would say 3 to 4 of the same, political compass tests. I like averages. And, like, I sit pretty center. I sit really center. Like, fucking center. And, I have no skin in the game either way. I really don't. But I just, like, to me, that's just how I heard it. Because,
Louis Fillet just wishes someone would fucking give him like 11 mortgage payments that fell off the back of a truck, like 3 blocks away from where he lives. That's what he wants. All right, rigging the lottery. Do you realize the paperwork and envelopes under the table people have to get to even consider? That's not. That's just getting to where you get to have a chance at that. That's not even guaranteed in a chance at that. It's a lot.
what
It's
do
a
you
lot.
want to do?
All right.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Maldoror goes, politically I'm center or independent.
Nothing in particular.
Oh, there is barbecue, the crypto crash,
Well, no, we can talk crypto crashing.
where it is now self-harm, to the
I was
Coinbase.
just talking to your mom about crypto crashing, to be honest. I was like, dude, I'm waiting a couple more days and I'm gonna fucking like full invest.
I'm just enjoying my own, this little blanket boy I bought. Oh, that shit's so warm.
I see it. You're like
So
you're like a cat under a bed.
So that
Like,
allows
you're
him.
chilling.
That shit's super soft.
So that allows
It
him
personally,
to fucking play Pong with Pigman on Halloween, right?
I sleep with one of those like faux mink
That was
like
the best
blankets.
story
Like
ever.
I like soft
Pigman.
This is my Dionysus cloak.
That's right.
Dude, I sleep in like a faux mink like blanket. Like it's just like, dude, you need that soft. I like that soft.
I sleep naked in a robe.
Oh, if I slept alone, I'd sleep naked. too.
Naked in a robe, bro.
Oh no, I'd just sleep
Well,
naked. I'd be like, bro, I'd wake up fucking like I was born into this world.
I can neither confirm nor deny these sleeping methods or patterns or allegations. All right. I can't. But here at twitch.tv/Monoxis and at youtube.com, /718TV.
It's called Your Room for a reason.
Squeeze me. So,
Yeah, I gotta be responsible a little bit.
all right. So, what you need to do is you need to find a way to order Red Black Infinite by Songs of Maldoror. All right. Now, Songs of Maldoror, it is entirely on you to find a link for you to spam it.
There is
across
no
the
link.
internet.
We tried this already.
Listen, now the onus is on him. All right. Come on, Maldoror.
Yeah,
This is on you.
Thank you. I am fabulous.
So Louis goes, do you not live in this country? Of course you have skin in the game. Oh, well, god damn it. Stop making me look for excuses to rewatch Killing Them Softly. with
Apparently
that
there
fucking
is
Brad
no
Pitt and
book
James
link,
Gandolfini.
from
All
what
right,
I
Mr.
understand.
Filet.
All right?
Right, you cut that out. And,
AV8, so there's no book link. Not yet, anyway.
Hmm.
I would love for there to be one, but there isn't.
So, ladies and jerks, I would like to thank Songs of Maldoror for taking the time to stop in through chat. Now, this has been an informal and rather mildly unorthodox way of interacting with our guests. However, he was quite the champ. So, if I were you, I would find him on Twitter, find him on the internet. His book is going to be released. When is the date? Please give us the date. All right? But Red Black Infinite. All right?
He's a useless piece of shit. Right? And we're playing
Around May, June.
Alright, so there you go.
So thank you for joining us, ladies and jerks. This has been the Red Black Infinite Literature Jazz Masculinity Power Hour, and where we have spoken with this entire time. You see, all right, this whole time, you have to find this book. You have to find this book, and if you don't, the terrorists win. All right, it's entirely up to you. Who do you think you are?
Oh, just the terrorist win stream?
Yes.
Yeah, next one shows that shit.
This is now turned into the "Why Do You Hate America" stream. If the ish goes, we try to get it to you soon. Hey, listen, not soon enough for American needs and standards. I'm gonna have to go just fucking hassle 17 different kinds of minorities just to settle my urge and need to get this in my neck of the woods, right? You see that? And no one's gonna suspect me because I'm half Ecuadorian and I'm half Greek.
Haynes, end the stream.
Hey, listen, buenas noches, gracias por mirando.